Chapter 17. Sadie picked me up early the next morning. The sun was still sleepy beneath a horizon that held only a hint of pink. I carefully put the crate and my willow basket in the back of a dented cargo van so I wouldn't disturb Charm's sleep. There was barely enough room. I could see why Sadie used a van for market days instead of her truck. Willow and birch branches were tied together with twine in large bundles beside a variety of baskets in varying stages of completion. There were also tools for cutting and trimming and shaping the branches. "Did you make the willow basket I used to gather from the garden?" I asked as I climbed into the passenger seat. "That was one of my mother's baskets. I was only stripping and trimming branches at that point, but I took over when her stroke made it impossible for her to go on. She still comes to the farmer's market with me on Saturdays and Sunday afternoons. But I do all the weaving myself now," Sadie said. "Granny has several of my baskets. Most people couldn't tell them apart since I learned on my mother's knee. But I can tell. I remember every one I've made." The console lights illuminated her calloused fingers on the steering wheel. Her baskets were utilitarian and works of art at the same time. I liked that she never forgot one. Wondered if there was some kind of sensory memory involved with the twining and turning. Each one was different, like snowflakes, because of the natural materials she used. I decided to visit Sadie's stall in the market so I could see her weave sometime soon. It was still dark enough to need headlights as we headed down the long, winding drive. The sagging barn and outbuildings were nothing more than hulking shadows. Morgan's Gap was as sleepy as it had ever been. But after my time spent alone in the Wildwood, the street seemed louder even with the first light of the morning sun. Sadie dropped me off without coming inside. Baskets and bees were only her side hustles. She had to get to her day job at the post office. Granny was out of bed and in her kitchen once more when I let myself into the house. "I have today's basket ready for you," she said, and her rosy cheeks made me smile. "Come on, don't just stand there. Joyce isn't around to fuss, and there's no harm in a hug." She gathered me into a big embrace before I could protest, but the strength in Granny's arms caused my grumbles to die unuttered on my lips. The old wise woman was obviously doing much better than she'd been doing last week. "Well, Joyce was right about me moving out. You've been improving, and now you look great. The best I've seen," I said. Besides the rosy cheeks, Granny's eyes were clear and bright, and her back wasn't stooped. She stood with her feet planted wide apart and her hands on her hips, claiming every inch of her barely 5 feet with a wide grin on her face. "I overdid it, that's all. And I would have continued to overdo it if you were underfoot," Granny replied. I plopped the long rectangular crate on the counter and placed the willow basket I'd brought with me on a nearby stool. Granny began going through the things I'd brought, sorting and mumbling and exclaiming in turn. The delivery basket was on the kitchen table. I ran my fingers over the handle that had been woven with thin branches and noted how the ends of those branches were wound around thicker branches that formed the basket itself. I went on to examine its contents and the accompanying list that indicated where each packet, parcel, and bottle should go, until a startled exclamation called my attention back to my companion. "Seems you've got a hitchhiker," Granny said, after her initial wordless surprise. From the interior of the crate, she lifted Charm by the scruff of his little neck, crinkled whiskers twitching this way and that. "Where's Cece?" I asked, suddenly afraid Granny's cat didn't have a penchant for only cookies. "I don't think you have to worry about that, hun. Cat won't be bothered. They're the same creature, more or less. This is very good. You're getting on better than I'd planned," Granny said. I stepped forward, still concerned, and Granny lowered Charm into my cupped palms. It was the first time I'd held him, and my heart pounded at his soft fur and cool bare feet. I brought him in and cradled him against my chest without thinking, not sure when he'd become a pet instead of a pest. The same creature? I repeated, confused. Granny perched on an empty stool before she answered, while Charm didn't squirm or even try to get away. First, this lifestyle of ours is freely chosen. You can walk away from the Wildwood at any time, in spite of what your Mr. Walker might say, Granny explained. He's not mine, I interrupted. Granny said. But she shook her head slightly, as if I was too obtuse for logical arguments. I told you the Ross Remedy book would teach you, and it has. You're well on your way, but I haven't told you exactly what's happening as you brew and preserve and consume what you harvest from the garden. I looked down at the unusually quiet mouse in my hands. Charm looked up at me, content to warm his feet against my palms. It's a connection. Deeper than appreciating nature, isn't it? I asked. And the reason Jacob warned me away is because you can leave whenever you want to. But once you're connected, the desire to leave is gone. If I tried to leave this mountain, my heart would rip in two, Granny said matter-of-factly. I suspect Jacob Walker is the same, even if he is much younger than I am. What does charm have to do with it? I asked. Your little mouse is what some might have called a familiar at one time. They improve our connection to the Wildwood. Think of him as an emissary between you and the forest, the garden, the mountain itself. And you think he's a sign that I'm learning what I need to learn? I said. You're forging and accepting the connections between yourself and the Wildwood, faster than I've ever seen. Most of the wise women were born and raised around here, or in neighboring communities. Granny trailed off, as if she'd stopped herself from saying more. Then she jumped up and went to the cupboard. She brought down a vintage canister with a glass top. From inside of it, she scooped out a spoonful of pine nuts and sprinkled them on the counter beside the crate. I moved to carefully place my hands beside the pile. Charm raised his nose into the air and sniffed before he jumped off my hands to accept the offering. Those came from out by your cabin. You should make sure he gets plenty of food from the Wildwood. Nothing from the store. I imagine he would refuse it, but just in case, don't offer, Granny instructed. That's why CC mostly eats your cookies? I said. Cat eats anything and everything, but I make sure he gets plenty of what he needs, Granny said. Your mouse is smaller. Outside things might harm him, especially while he's new. He reminds me of a crocheted toy Sarah used to carry in her pocket, I whispered. It was one thing to name a mouse Charm. It was another to voice a crazy theory out loud. Sarah's mother was powerful. So powerful. Her connection to the Wildwood was stronger than any I've known. If she made that crochet mouse, and if she charmed it, there's no telling what the garden would allow it to do, when needed. This isn't any kind of science man has ever understood, but it's as real as you and I standing here. We don't have to understand it. We only have to feel it and live it, Granny said. Trust your instincts. They've brought you this far. Trust isn't exactly my strength, I said. I hadn't told Granny about the pull I felt toward Jacob and Lou. I wasn't ready to admit it out loud. I think my heart was more than ready for connections my head simply wouldn't allow. Charm had cleaned up all the pine nuts, and now he sat back on his haunches to clean his face. Pretty as you please. You don't have to learn to believe in the power of the Wildwood. You're already there, whether you admit it or not. But you do have to learn to trust in its power And in yours, and that might take longer than we've got," Granny said. "You're a prickly thing. I'm surprised the Wildwood didn't send you a porcupine." Outwardly, I laughed, but inwardly, I cringed. I knew my growly little mouse could be as prickly as me. I was wearing a belted cornflower blue sweater with huge pockets. I'd already placed the customer list in one. Now I leaned toward the counter and opened the other. Charm finished cleaning his face and paused. He looked at me as if he needed to meet my eyes to understand what I wanted. Then he scurried over the edge of the counter and leapt into the hiding space I'd offered. It was both crazy and completely natural, as normal as anything else that had happened since I'd come to this town. Charm slept in my pocket all morning while I made Granny's deliveries, until I stepped into the beauty shop on my next-to-last stop and found it deserted. Usually, every dryer was occupied by women in rollers like this was 1965. But today, there was only one client in Betty Rutherford's chair. The stylist most people around here referred to as a beautician was blowing out this particular client's hair with a huge round bristle brush and a chrome hairdryer that was surely retro. "Oh, come on in, Mel. I've got to finish with V and then I'll pay you for the moisturizer," Becky shouted over the hot whir in her hands. V was as retro as the hairdryer. She was dressed in a polka-dot dress with a fitted shirtwaist and full skirt. Nipped around her tiny middle was a white patent leather belt that matched the kitten heel pumps on her feet. A matching designer handbag rested on the table beneath the mirror. Her legs were that telltale too tan that indicated opaque hosiery. High above that, her face was perfectly made up, but not exactly stylish, with nude gloss and pale eyeshadow that washed out beneath the feathered bangs so frosty Becky must have just rinsed out the bleach. The capri jean bibs I'd made by whacking off the length of an old pair of overalls I'd found in the cabin's attic were decidedly less of a put-together ensemble. She suddenly reminded me of a doll who had been dressed for this occasion, with a faded black t-shirt and canvas high-top sneakers on. I felt more comfortable than I had any right to be in V's presence. But the woman, who appeared close to my age beneath the hairspray and lip gloss, smiled and I smiled back, more at ease. Her appearance might be a little plastic, but she was a person beneath it all. Suddenly, I had the impulse to give V a jar of the blackberry preserves I'd canned. I followed it, reaching into my basket and pulling out the jar before I could second-guess my instincts. "Biggest blackberries you've ever seen," I said. "Oh, thank you," V stammered. She hesitantly took the jar I thrust toward her and cradled it in her hands as if she wasn't quite sure what to do with it. "There now, isn't that nice?" Becky said, turning the salon chair so her client faced the mirror. The I in nice was longer than it should be, drawn out as if she too thought V would be more comfortable in jeans. Our gazes met in the mirror above V's head, and I blushed because there was a warning there. I might seem like someone who hadn't been taught social graces, true, but I wouldn't hurt someone's feelings by commenting negatively on their appearance. V must have spent hours getting primped and perfected, but she leaned forward without commenting on her own appearance, as if what she looked like didn't matter at all to her. She fumbled open her purse and quickly shoved the jam inside. Then she snapped the clasp as if she was in a hurry to hide the gift. While V was focused on putting the jar in her bag, Becky frowned down at her client's hair. She obviously disapproved of her own work, so why hadn't she suggested a different style? The answer opened the door to the hair salon and walked in behind us. I saw everyone's reaction to the man's entrance in the mirror. The buffer didn't lessen the impact. Becky looked like she might vomit. V looked like she might faint. She pushed the handbag away guiltily, as if the blackberry preserves were contraband she didn't want to call attention to. I looked confused, and the man, he looked as plastic and polished as the woman in the chair. "Time's up. We have a luncheon, remember? Enough spoiling for one morning." the man joked. No one laughed for the beat of several seconds, and then Becky and V laughed in that high-pitched fake way that's freaky and frightening at the same time. Why were they afraid of this man? Both of them. I tightened my grip on the basket and planted my feet. I'd had the same reaction myself too many times before to stay calm and detached. Every time I met a new foster parent, every time a teacher took advantage because they knew there was no one at home who cared, V and Becky saw the man as a threat in some way. I was going to run with their assessment. "She's all ready for you, Hartwell, aren't you, V? Pretty as that picture of Jackie O in the old Life magazine," Becky said. Her voice was oddly breathless, as if she was in a hurry to appease him. I glanced down to see the magazine she referred to on her station. I hadn't noticed it before. Was the luncheon some kind of cosplay event? But no, the man's charcoal suit was modern with small lapels and a single button paired with straight-fitted trousers that hit right above his polished black loafers. "Hello, I'm Hartwell Morgan. I see you've met my wife Violet," he said. He enunciated his wife's full name as if V was presumptuous on Becky's part. "And you are?" He reached out his hand, and I froze, wanting to recoil, but somehow sure my distaste would hurt Violet Morgan. I followed Becky's lead in some instinctive steps I didn't want to dance around male ego. "Hartwell is the mayor of Morgan's Gap," Becky rushed to say. "His family founded the town." Violet had gracefully risen from the salon chair on the opposite side without speaking. Her smile was gone, and she stood, carefully poised, like a pretty robot waiting for programming. Hartwell looked down at the basket in my hands, but he didn't curl his lip at my bibs, in spite of the strict old-fashioned beauty standards he apparently had ordered for his wife. The lip curl didn't happen until I spoke. Finally tired of a tension in the air I could only partially understand. "I'm Granny's apprentice, Mel Smith. I'm living at the old Ross cabin. Do you know it? Outside of town?" I said. I threw the information at him to see how he would react. But I felt movement in my pocket and a hum that indicated Charm was upset. Maybe I shouldn't have been so bold, especially with a man who made the hair stand up on the nape of my neck. I was glad the woven material of my sweater muffled Charm's growl. No need for both of us to antagonize the mayor. Violet flinched, but only slightly. I might not have noticed if I hadn't been facing her and trying to decide if the strand of pearls around her neck was uncomfortably tight. Had she been the one who had been behind the movement of the curtain in the mayor's house the day we planted the bee balm? Or had it been her husband? Something about the idea of Hartwell spying on us in the park sent a chill down my back. "Yes, I know it," Hartwell replied. He lowered his hand, either deciding I wasn't going to shake his hand or determining he didn't want to shake mine. "Apprentice? Potions and poultices, salves and tinctures. Y'all wasting your time when there's a pharmacy on hand." Hartwell let out a bark of laughter that was way too loud for the empty shop now that the dryer was silent. No one joined him. He stopped laughing and jerked his head toward his wife. An unspoken order for her to titter nervously once or twice, because that's what the poor woman did, and the sound was like broken glass against my ears. Pained, sharp, and nothing funny about it. "I was just telling Violet how much I like the moisturizer Granny makes. My skin is so smooth and it smells like peppermint," Becky said. "My wife gets her moisturizer from the finest department stores. She doesn't need that old hippie's wares," Hartwell said. Then, ever the politician, he caught himself. "Not that I don't support small businesses, because I certainly do. Isn't that right, Violet?" "Yes, Hartwell," Violet responded. She was a doll, a beautiful, miserable doll, and something about her eyes was hauntingly familiar, an expression I recognized but couldn't place. "And we appreciate your support, Mayor," Becky said. "You were missed while you were away." To me, Becky continued, He had a big energy conference in Richmond, and many important meetings before and after that," the mayor interjected. Violet hooked her hand in the crook of Hartwell Morgan's proffered elbow, as if directed by some cue I hadn't seen. Becky placed the white patent handbag over her client's other shoulder. Violet grabbed the bag with her free hand and pressed it close against her hip. Something told me Hartwell Morgan would be angry if he knew I'd given his wife the preserves, but the way she clutched the handbag close made me think she was happy to have them in spite of his certain disapproval. I hoped she was able to enjoy the decadent, natural sweetness of them later when she was alone. Becky followed them out. The mayor kept his eyes on mine all the way across the shop and out the door until it closed and he finally turned away. "God, that man makes me a nervous wreck. He has to have things just so. I'm glad they had a lunch date. Sometimes he makes me rewash and style her hair until he approves," Becky said. "I'm always glad when they go to a Richmond salon instead." "She seemed nice before he interrupted," I said. "She's as nice as she's allowed to be," Becky said. "He keeps a close eye on everything she says and does. Even when he's away, he has folks look after her. He wants to be governor someday." "It's not the 60s anymore," I said. Charm had quieted, and I was free to use both hands to fish Becky's moisturizer out of the basket. The recyclable glass bottle was wrapped in brown paper tied with twine. No fancy packaging or labels for Granny. She was an old hippie after all. I chuckled at the narrow-minded description that didn't nearly capture all that Granny was. "Haven't you figured out that Morgan's Gap is 50 years behind the times? Besides, Hartwell Morgan definitely doesn't believe in women's rights. He might be against Granny's herbal wares, but I wouldn't be surprised if he encourages Violet to take pills that keep her calm and quiet. There are times when she's not right, even when he's not around," Becky said. "Something stronger than valerian tea?" I added. My throat tightened, and the room had gone suddenly cold because I realized what had bothered me about Violet Morgan's expression. She didn't wear a scarf or homespun clothes, but her eyes had been eerily like the eyes of the sect women I'd seen with Reverend Moon. Herded, kept, all their individual needs and desires unspoken and unseen. Chapter 18. I wasn't ready to head back to the cabin when my deliveries were finished, but I was still nervous about CC in spite of what Granny had said. So, while she took a nap after a quick soup lunch that nonetheless seemed hearty and sweet for someone who had been eating alone a lot, I sat on the swing of her front porch. It wasn't too cool, with the afternoon sun still warming every spot it could reach, and the occasional passing car was a nice change from seeing no one for days. Charm joined me, nosing in the corners for dead beetles and squeaking with pleasure when he found a stray acorn. I read through the instructions for cultivating wild yeast and baking bread. Again. My dreams were good for learning. I wanted to get it right. For Sarah. For Granny. For Kara, Joyce, and Sadie, for that matter. I couldn't bring myself to think for the Wildwood, but the words were there, a secretive whisper in my heart. Maybe grief had driven me a little over the edge. I was grasping at a belief system that had to be more folk-tale than reality. But when a little tame mouse was nibbling an acorn several inches away from your feet, it was hard to remain a skeptic. Truth was, I wanted to accept what these women seemed to be offering me. A place among them. I'd never had a mother, had never allowed myself to think of the nameless, faceless person who hadn't wanted me. Now, I had 4 older women who truly seemed to care about me. And that seemed more magical than anything found between the remedy book's pages. When the turquoise Chevy pulled into the driveway, I closed the remedy book and stood to stare. Smoke poured from the exhaust, and the engine roared in protest as the driver applied the brake. I knew who it was before he opened the door and jumped down. The rusted metal hinges screamed, but Jacob Walker slammed the truck's door and walked around the hood, as if he reclaimed junk trucks from wildflower fields on the regular. "Granny called, said you needed a vehicle. Figured this one might do no more than you'll need to drive it. Of course, I'd say it's been 10 years since she's been down by that barn where it was parked. I had to clear out 2 hornets' nests and an abandoned trove of hazelnuts some poor squirrel had forgotten and left behind," Jacob said conversationally. He paused at the stoop and looked up where I stood. The porch gave me a height advantage for the first time since we'd met. "Sadie gave me a ride this morning before work. They were all going to decide who would get the chore of taking me back tonight," I said. "I left my Jeep and toolbox out at your place, so I'll ride back with you if that's okay," Jacob said. He wasn't dressed in hiking clothes today. Instead, he wore a pair of jeans and a black canvas jacket, the tough ripstop kind you'd see on a mechanic or a carpenter. A tight gray V-neck t-shirt hugged his chest beneath the jacket, and square-toed work boots covered his feet. "So you're a mechanic as well as a biologist?" I didn't step back to invite him onto the porch. I didn't step down to join him on the walk. I enjoyed the view from above and hoped Charm wouldn't launch a growling attack onto Jacob's upturned face from a porch rail. "I know the basics. Got it going and onto a flatbed tow truck, and we brought it to the garage in town. Joseph went over it from hood to bumper, replaced all the belts and hoses, new tires, well, fairly new, greased it up, fresh oil and gas. He says it'll run a few more years. I figure it'll get you through the summer at least," Jacob said. He'd eased back on his heels and jammed his hands comfortably in his pockets, seemingly in no rush to join me. "I can't even believe it runs. It looked like nature had completely claimed it. How much do I owe?" I asked. "Joseph owes Granny. She saved his life when he was born. Breech. She used to midwife a lot back then. Delivered most of the town that age. Joseph figures he wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her expertise." Jacob had taken a couple of strides forward, but he was still far enough away to be completely normal and not at all remarkable. "Maybe I'll take him some cookies the next time I'm making my rounds," I said. For some reason, an unremarkable distance for others was notable with Jacob Walker. A few feet felt like a few inches. "Your mouse came with you," Jacob said. Sure enough, Charm had finished with his acorn, and now he stood at the top of the stairs. "At least he isn't growling," I said. Although I didn't think we were in the clear yet, I noticed distinct tension in the creature beside me. His nose didn't twitch, his body was still. "I could introduce you as a friend. You don't smell like the Wildwood today. He might be confused," I said. "Probably smell like axle grease and engine oil today," Jacob agreed. "Half a dozen of us worked on the truck all day. Joseph called in a bunch of favors. Then again, lots of folks around here would do anything for Granny. She's backwoods royalty in these parts." Then he smiled up at me, and I saw nothing but mossy shadows in his eyes, even if he was in town. "We are friends, Mel. You can tell him that." I wasn't sure if Charm would listen or believe me. I also wasn't sure Jacob Walker was my friend. But he had definitely done a huge favor for me today. Or for Granny. But either way, I was the beneficiary. "Be nice to Mr. Walker, Charm. The Wildwood likes him. That should be enough of a character reference for you," I said. Yet I knew my prickly familiar was taking the lead from me. I liked him. Couldn't deny it anymore. And liking him made me nervous. "We're having chicken and dumplings for dinner. It's been simmering on the stovetop all day. You're welcome to have a bowl before you all leave for the cabin," Granny said from the front door. "And you don't fool me, Jacob Walker. I know you see me as more of a meddling vagabond than a queen." In spite of Granny's dig, Jacob accepted the invitation and was on the porch and through to the bathroom to wash his hands before I could note anything but a whiff of gasoline in his passing. It was Granny who paused in the hallway on the way to the kitchen. I'd scooped Charm up to pop him back in my pocket and followed the two of them inside. "I like him too, but he went away for a long time. Came back different. Like him, but wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him," Granny muttered, as if she could read my mind. After that, dinner was a subdued affair. None of us talked much. The food was warm and plentiful, savory as only butter-filled southern fare could be. The chicken was tender, and the dumplings turned out to be flaky homemade biscuit dough Granny had dropped in the gravy, dollop by dollop, to boil. I wasn't sure what Jacob usually ate, but he hadn't forgotten how to do justice to a home-cooked meal. I ate what I could, so I wouldn't hurt Granny's feelings, but my stomach was tight with nerves. Granny didn't trust Jacob Walker. That shouldn't have been a problem for me. I never trusted anyone. But I found it suddenly was. I might still be prickly, but I was drawn to Jacob for reasons way beyond his messy hair and his mossy eyes. I was afraid there was Wildwood magic to blame for how I wanted to relax in his company, and Granny really wasn't going to like that. When Charm crawled out to sit on the arm of my chair, I tried to act as if I always fed a pet mouse at the table while a big fat cat stared and stared. No one else seemed to mark Charm's sudden ease with a handsome dinner companion he'd previously greeted with only growls and teeth. The cab of the turquoise Chevy smelled like oil and gasoline, and maybe a hint of squirrel cash. But someone, Joseph or Jacob, had hung a tree-shaped air freshener on the rearview mirror that attempted to dispel the less pleasant odors with a touch of fake pine. Someone had also washed down the console and the vinyl seat cushions and vacuumed out the floorboards, where only a little of the passing road showed through rusted-out places. Jacob gave me the driver's seat with a show of confidence I didn't feel myself. I knew how to drive a manual transmission, but I'd learned in a cheap little hatchback that had been my and Sarah's first car. It hadn't been nearly as high off the ground, and its gear shift had been easy to manipulate. I learned the stubborn shifting required of the old Chevy with Jacob's help by the light of the setting sun. The knob of the shifter vibrated under my hand, and I tried not to notice how warm and strong Jacob's hand was over mine as he demonstrated how to manhandle the truck into gear. Depressing the clutch took the remainder of my strength, and the steering wheel was so loose and crazy that the ride back to the cabin was too much of an exhilarating jounce for conversation. Not because of Jacob's hand. His touch was impersonal and instructive. Nothing more. But I was more than ready to jump down and get out of the truck when we finally arrived. Wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. I'd left the porch light on to welcome me home. It currently illuminated Jacob's Jeep in the driveway, and a veritable flock of moths attracted by the glowing halo in the mountain dark. "Come in and get a jar or two of jam before you leave," I said. I wasn't sure if I wanted him to clear out as soon as possible or linger for a while. Charm was asleep in my pocket and didn't get a vote. "I'd like that," Jacob said. I unlocked the front door and reached for the switch. Chapter 19. On the counter that had been empty, a cardboard box sat. It was the box filled with photographs and frames that had been in the bottom of the hall closet. I'd planned to go through it eventually, but I'd been conveniently too busy since the day I'd moved in. Sarah would be in that box, the Sarah I'd dreamed about. The Sarah of the cheerful school art in the upstairs room. That Sarah made me nervous because she wasn't the Sarah I had loved, and the difference made me wonder what other information from the past I was missing. "What's wrong?" Jacob asked. I'd paused inside the front door, and my frozen body kept him from entering. "That box wasn't there when I left this morning," I said. I forced myself forward so Jacob could see the box and the frames set up all around it in a jumbled tableau. I must have left the back door unlocked. Or someone has a key, Jacob said. My spine tingled as adrenaline spiked at his suggestion. A faceless intruder had come into the place I had claimed as my summer home and been so bold as to rummage through closets without putting things back the way she or he had found them. This was way more intrusive than the natural gas company's flyers left on my front door. Jacob went quickly past me and over to the back door. The knob turned easily when he tried, and he opened the door to the darkness of the backyard. Beyond the yard, the forest was even darker. The sun had fully set. Early autumn crickets sounded in a chorus that was too cozy to be the backdrop of a break-in. Why would someone come in uninvited to look through old photographs? I wondered. I went to the counter so I could look at the pictures that had been taken from the box and propped on the stands of their frames. They had been arranged facing the door, as if someone was trying to show them to me when I came home. Not only looked through them, left them out for me to see. I guess it could have been any of Granny's friends. They might have keys in order to come in and clean, Jacob suggested. He closed the door and re-engaged the lock. He also slid the deadbolt home. Then he came over to look at the photographs, too. There were snapshots of a younger Sarah, the lighter, happier one I'd never known. She smiled from the photographs with a rambunctious twinkle in her eyes to go with a wide-open grin. There were also several photographs of Lou as a young girl. I'd seen her like that in my dreams. More serious than Sarah, but still lighter and easier than the woman I knew today. I couldn't separate Sarah's love for her best friend from my own heart. I'd loved Lou right away because of those dreams, and now I saw her exactly as she'd been in those days. My dreams were accurate right down to the gap between her two upper front teeth. I don't think any of them would come without letting me know. Besides, I saw most of them in town today, I said. What about Tom? He might have a key. One of the photographs was of Tom and a curly-haired woman I recognized as well. Sarah's mother, alive and even more twinkling than her daughter. She looked at the camera boldly, as though inviting the photographer to join her on an adventure. And Tom looked at her, his eyes gentled by admiration, his face undamaged and handsome, although it had already been made craggy by the sun. His look made me blush. It was open and honest and raw about his feelings for Melody Ross. No wonder he still took care of the garden so long after her death. This photograph revealed his love for the young wise woman, a love I suspected lasted to this day. Tom keeps to the woods mostly. You won't find him in town or near houses very often if he can help it. He's shy, Jacob said. From the looks of his face, he has reason to be. No one knows exactly how or when he was hurt. The other photographs were all of sect women, dozens of them. The homespun dresses and kerchiefs on their hair were exactly the same as the ones I'd seen on the women in town with Reverend Moon. But their expressions were not the same. These women smiled and laughed. Many showed the signs of pregnancy, but unlike the women I'd seen, they didn't seem afraid. The difference between those women in town and the women in these photographs was Melody Ross. She was in many of them, hugging the sect women, holding them, touching a shoulder here or laying a hand on the top of one's head there. No wonder Reverend Moon had come through the Wildwood to see what or who was luring his flock away. These photographs lent credence to my dream. The sect women, some of them little more than girls, had come here for Melody's help, and she had given it. I shivered in admiration when I remembered Sarah's mother facing the Wildwood and sending Sarah and Lou back to the house. I'd met Reverend Moon now. I'd confronted him in real life. These photographs of the sect women with Melody Ross told a story of courage, on their part and hers. Sarah had always thought I was brave, Her mother had been more courageous than I had ever been. One photograph had been placed in front of all the others. The woman in the photograph seemed to be wearing a sect dress, but she'd removed her head covering. She had a curly chestnut mane, similar to my own. But the photograph didn't show her face. She was looking down at a tiny swaddled infant in her arms. I picked up the frame and opened the back, but there was no writing on the back of the photograph. The woman was a mystery. Someone had wanted me to see these photographs, and that someone had placed this one in front. "Until you figure it out, keep that deadbolt locked, especially when you're sleeping," Jacob suggested. "I don't like the idea of someone coming and going without your permission." "I like it less than you do," I said. I placed the photographs of the sect women back in the box, but I decided to keep the one of Sarah and Lou out, as well as the one of Tom and Melody. These were happy photographs. They belonged on display. I carried the 2 frames over to the sofa table and arranged them, but the action gave me time to have an extremely uncomfortable thought. Wouldn't trust 'em as far as I could throw 'em. Granny hadn't tried to stop me from taking Jacob with me to the cabin to retrieve his vehicle. Jacob's Jeep was in the driveway outside. He'd been down at the barn to get the old Chevy, but at some point he'd been here at the cabin alone. Was he the one who had come inside, poking around? He picked up the box while my mind raced, and he carried it back to the hall closet. The door was slightly ajar. He kicked it the rest of the way open with his foot and placed the box exactly back in the place where it had been. Had the slightly open door clued him in to where the box belonged? Or had he been the one who found it there, so he knew where it should be returned? The idea he would pretend ignorance made me slightly sick. I'd warmed to him more than I should. The 2 of us had enjoyed a relatively easy camaraderie all evening, in spite of Granny's awkwardness. So much so, I hadn't even thought twice about us being out here all alone. Charm stirred in my pocket, no doubt woken up by my sudden fear. My hands had closed into fists, and my back had gone stiff. Jacob was no slouch. He wasn't muscle-bound, but if he wanted to harm me, he probably could, no matter what I did to defend myself. Damn the nightmares that allowed me to easily call up the vision of Sarah's mother hanging in the black locust tree. I had allowed myself to be caught completely isolated with a stranger. He'd helped plant the bergamot, and later he'd tended it, but that didn't mean that I knew him. I thought the accident that killed Sarah had been caused intentionally, and I knew for certain that Melody Ross had been murdered, maybe even in this very room. I'm sure there's an innocent explanation. No one around here bothers much with locked doors. Crime is low, and people generally look out for each other, Jacob said. He headed toward the door as he spoke. I wasn't sure if he noticed my unease, but I didn't care. I edged back from him as he passed, completely uncomfortable with the rapid rise of suspicion tightening my chest. Crime is low, except for the occasional murder, I corrected. Jacob paused parallel to my position. He looked down at me, and I was pretty sure he noticed my clenched fists and my stiff posture. My eyes were narrowed, and there was the distinct sound of a growl coming from my pocket. I didn't notice anything earlier today when I came for the truck, he said. But of course, I didn't come inside. Of course, I said, not at all sure he was telling the truth. You're right to be careful, Mel. I'll get that jam another time, Jacob said. Lock the door behind me, deadbolt and all. I walked to the door on leaden feet to turn the lock and slide the bolt above it home behind him. The bolt wiggled in its slot, not nearly as sturdy as I would have liked it. I would fix that tomorrow. I wouldn't allow the fog of fear currently threatening to cloud my mind to stop me from taking practical actions. Jacob or not, someone had intruded. Now that I had a vehicle, I could easily run into town for a better bolt. Sarah and I had lived in Richmond apartments with lazy supers where we'd had to install a half-dozen locks because of dangerous neighborhoods. The hardware store wouldn't be open tonight, but I would be there when the doors opened tomorrow morning. The photographs on the sofa table mocked me when I left the downstairs lights on before climbing up to my bedroom.
Jacob Walker's Jeep rolled to a stop near the barn where the turquoise Chevy used to sit. Headlights went black. There was no moon, and the stars didn't illuminate much when the Jeep's door opened to allow a graceful silhouette to exit. Several doe in the field opposite the barn were spooked when the silhouette paused and mimicked the exact sound of a screech owl, once, then twice, before it made its way back up the road toward the cabin. The deer flashed the whites of their tails and then took flight, disappearing into the forest as if pursued by a dangerous predator. But the silhouette didn't give chase. It had another job to do.
Sarah had a willow basket full of blackberry jelly hooked over her left arm. Her right arm was hooked at the elbow with Lou, and they skipped together up the sidewalk of Main Street, dodging pedestrians and avoiding cracks with the absolute certainty of 11-year-olds that their mothers' backs were dependent on the careful placement of their feet. Her mother had dropped them off to deliver the jars she'd canned the day before. Fresh is best, but canned will do very well in winter, Melody Ross always said. Apparently, lots of folks agreed, because they had jars for almost every woman in town. While they delivered jam, her mother was to visit Granny, an old midwife who had agreed to give Melody lessons in the art of delivering babies. More and more sect girls were making their way through the Wildwood to the cabin, and her mother had told Sarah they couldn't turn them away. They're desperate, too scared to run away. Too traumatized to want their daughters to face the same fate. We have to help them, Sarah, as women, as human beings. The Wildwood has led them to us, and now it's up to us to do the rest, her mother had said. It was a secret, one they kept as they kept the exact date of gathering and all the knowledge in the remedy book, to themselves and a select few of like-minded individuals. Lou and her mother knew. Granny and her friends knew. Tom knew. Mad Tom, they called him, because he lived way out in the woods. Moving from caves to hollowed-out trees and dugouts he cut into the hills himself. Melody Ross didn't call him mad. Never. And so, Sarah didn't either. He was their friend, and always had been. Lou started singing. Sarah was glad it was a hymn everyone knew. She loved Lou's special song she made up all in her own head, but people always took notice when she and Lou sang along to a new tune, one folks had never heard before. They couldn't know Sarah learned it instantly right from Lou's mind, but they seemed to suspect. They skipped and sang about flying away from shop to shop and house to house. There was no payment exchanged for the blackberry jam. Every year the supplies to can it up just arrived. Bags of sugar from Mrs. Fields, lemon juice from Granny's friend Sadie, new seals from Granny herself. Like the bread at gathering, the blackberry preserves were a sharing between the Wildwood, Melody Ross, and the women of the town. Some of the women were no longer practicing the old ways, but their grandmothers and great-grandmothers had, and maybe, Melody said, their daughters would carry on the tradition again. The connection needed to be kept and preserved for later, like the blackberries themselves. Jessica Morgan was like that, an elderly maiden aunt from the founding family of the town. Jessica had accepted a jar of blackberry preserves from the Wildwood every autumn for as long as Sarah could remember. She lived in a tiny cottage behind the courthouse on Main Street, and this year Sarah and Lou approached it with no trepidation. Miss Morgan taught Sunday school at the Presbyterian Church, and both Lou and Sarah had attended Bible school there on occasions when there was a fun theme during a rainy summer day. Sarah didn't pay much mind to the shiny convertible sports car in the bricked drive when they walked up to the door. All the Morgans were rich, and it wouldn't be a big deal to see Jessica Morgan's brother or nephew come to call. But Lou slowed and stopped, tugging on Sarah's free arm to make her pause. "Maybe we should bring the jam back when Miss Morgan is alone," Lou said. Sarah might have agreed if she'd been delivering some of her mother's other wares. She'd seen townspeople become outright ugly about love potions or sleeping tisanes. "I don't guess there's any harm in blackberries, Lou. Even rich people like biscuits and jam," she argued. Lou didn't seem convinced, but she let Sarah loose and followed after her to the side door. "Always go to the back or to the side doors, girls. Back porch friends are best," Sarah's mother had taught them. But this time, instead of the door being answered by the familiar stooped form of Miss Jessica Morgan and the walker she used to get around now that her joints were stiffened by arthritis, the door was flung wide by Hartwell Morgan, a teenager just mean enough for both girls to fear. "Little bitches come to call," Hartwell sneered. "Or is it witches? I've heard that might be the truth of it. Don't you know Halloween is a month away?" Hartwell was older than them. He'd left the elementary school 2 years before and now attended the combination middle and high school that was situated over Sugarloaf Mountain and halfway down the other side to be shared with the next town over. He stepped through the open doorway and loomed over Sarah as if he dared her to back away. She refused, acting like her feet were glued to the ground even though his expensive leather loafers had toed up to her cotton sneakers, and she didn't like his nearness. Not at all. "We aren't trick-or-treating. We've brought Miss Morgan her jam," Sarah said. There was no reason for her heart to pound and sweat to break out on her upper lip. There was no reason for Lou to grab a hold of her arm like she was going to haul her away. Hartwell wasn't kind. That was true. He was a bully for sure. But they were standing in front of God and everybody in the middle of town, and Morgan or not, Hartwell wouldn't actually hurt them. "My aunt isn't feeling well today. Maybe she's been eating too much hippie trash. Your mom even have a business license for the junk she sells out of the back of her car, little girl?" Hartwell asked. Sarah didn't like the way he sidled closer, or the way he leaned down to press his face near hers, or the way "little girl" caused his hot breath to flow over her cheek. "Come on, let's go," Lou insisted. This time she didn't wait for Sarah to argue. Not that Sarah would have anyway. She allowed herself to be pulled back down the footpath to the public sidewalk, glad that Lou forced the retreat before she humiliated herself by running away. Because when he'd leaned close to her, Sarah had seen something in Hartwell's eyes that said he would hurt her even in the middle of town, and no one would care like they should, because he was a Morgan, and she was just the child of a hippie, a witch, a woman who had never been married to an important man. "When I run this town, things will be different," Hartwell shouted after them. "You're crazy! Morgan's Gap will always be exactly the same!" Lou yelled back, but it took several blocks between them and Miss Jessica's cottage before they were comfortable enough to slow down.
Chapter 20. I didn't sleep well. The sun had already risen by the time I had dressed and headed down for breakfast. I was getting used to a caffeine-free lifestyle, but on mornings like this, after fear-fueled dreams, I would have appreciated a cup of coffee. I settled for the chicory root blend that had been a gift from Lou's grandmother, and stood looking out the window in the back door toward the Wildwood. The yard was empty, save for a woodpecker that passed through with a brilliant flash of its scarlet head and a flutter of white-tipped wings. I'd known Hartwell was bad news 2 seconds into meeting him. I hadn't needed Sarah's memories. They were merely confirmation. Poor Violet. I wished she could run away as easily as Lou and Sarah had run all those years ago. Charm was nowhere to be seen. He hadn't been in my bedroom, and he wasn't on the kitchen counter or the back of the armchair he preferred so much that I'd placed a Chanel throw there for him to use as a nest. Sometimes he disappeared for hours, only to reappear with no indication of where he'd been. The sound of a car in the drive broke the silence, and I jerked wide awake in a flash of trepidation that shamed me. I couldn't expect danger from every sound and visitor. That was no way to live. Out the front window, I could see Lou's four-wheel drive station wagon settling behind the Chevy. Her car was instantly recognizable from all the festival and concert bumper stickers that covered not only the wagon's bumper, but every inch of its backside. Along with the event stickers, there was a coexist, a pagan spiral symbol, and a rainbow flag. Then there was Lou herself. She exited the wagon with purpose and a hardware store bag in her hand. But she still paused and lifted her face to the sun coming over the tops of the trees behind the cabin. She breathed in deeply before slamming the car door and turning toward the porch. The familiar strips of colorful ribbon twisted into her hair, her bright red peasant blouse, and her wide-legged jeans more than cheered me. Lou was all that was right with my world, when everything else was wrong. I had already moved to open the front door and welcome her. All my fears that had lingered from the night before dispelled. Jacob called me, out of the blue, on the shop phone. He said you needed a new deadbolt and that you might not be comfortable with him bringing it to you. There were questions in her eyes and in her voice, but she didn't ask them. She held out the bag and I took it. I rummaged through what she'd brought while she stepped inside, carrying with her the scent of morning dew and that hint of wood shavings that always lingered around her. The bag held a new brass bolt, much larger and sturdier than the old one that was loose on the door, and the screws and screwdriver needed to install it. "Old Sue is running again," Lou continued, pointing back at the Chevy in the driveway. "Jacob took it to the garage in town. They made it roadworthy for me," I explained. "Huh? Jacob sure is taking a sudden interest in being neighborly," Lou noted. "And I've never known him to show any interest in anything that isn't a plant or a tree." She arched one eyebrow high, and I ignored it, along with the quirk of her lips that seemed to be too knowing by far. My life was too confusing to add the complication of a friend's matchmaking to it. "When we came back here last night to pick up his Jeep, someone had been in the house," I said, to bring her up to speed. Not to change the subject from the biologist who had done yet another considerate thing for me. He'd noticed my discomfort. He'd left, and then he'd sent Lou with the new lock instead of coming himself, where he wasn't exactly welcome. Had he known Lou was the one person in Morgan's Gap I completely trusted? "Did they break in?" Lou asked, looking around to see if there had been any damage to the doors and windows. Her mouth had settled into a firm line, and her eyes were no longer crinkled and teasing. "No, and that's part of the problem. Either I forgot to lock the back door, or they had a key," I said. "They had been through the closets and left a box of photographs on the counter. I won't feel comfortable sleeping unless I use the deadbolt, and the one on the front door needs to be replaced." "You stayed here after that?" Lou asked. She'd put her hands on her hips, and I suddenly wondered if she'd pull me away from the cabin in the same way she'd pull Sarah away from Jessica Morgan's cottage. "This is my home for now, Lou. I'm not going to be frightened away," I replied. My home. There. I'd said it. I held my breath for a few seconds, but the universe didn't dissolve and take it all away. "You're nervous for good reason, but too stubborn to leave," Lou said. "And nothing I say is going to change your mind." She lowered her hands from her hips and let out a long-suffering sigh. Her exasperation comforted me. I felt a smile relax my lips. I hadn't really known her that long, but Sarah's memories made it seem longer. Not sure why she acted like she felt the same, but I suspected it had something to do with the same reason the trio could finish each other's sentences. "You're not wrong. I am stubborn. Sometimes it comes in handy," I confessed. My smile must have been contagious. Lou's mouth tried to curve softly at the edges, but the expression wavered as she looked around. This is the first time I've been to the cabin since the murder. I've missed every gathering since then, Lou admitted. Oh, Lou, I began. I didn't know exactly what Lou believed about the Wildwood or the wise women who practically worshipped it. I only knew she'd brought the bee balm to the park, based on a compulsion without batting an eye. Granny says she brewed me here, and I've been dreaming, lucid, vivid dreams that aren't actually dreams at all. Somehow Sarah's memories are alive in me. I feel like I've known you forever, I whispered. Sharing all my secrets with her left me feeling shaken and vulnerable. But wasn't that what connection was? Lowering your defenses, being brave, accepting the risks along with the benefits. My hands were shaking, but I immediately felt lighter, especially when Lou's smile firmed and widened. I loved her, you know. When she was sent away, a part of me left with her. And when I started to tour and perform, I looked for her face in every crowd, Lou said. Tears filled her warm brown eyes, and I had to blink away the sting of answering tears in mine. I'd loved Sarah in a different way, but we had both lost her. I hadn't stopped to consider how horrible it was that Lou had lost her twice. There are photographs, and some of her artwork from school is still on her bedroom walls upstairs, I said. I've been meaning to box them up. It seems sadder to leave them there somehow. I've been waiting for the right time. You should look and see if there's anything you'd like to take. Lou nodded, then stopped to look closely at the photographs on the sofa table. She and Sarah were laughing at the camera, and Sarah's arm was tossed around Lou's neck. Sarah had barely mentioned Lou to me, but I knew now it was because losing Lou must have been too painful for her to talk about on top of everything else. Sarah hadn't dated much, but when she did, she dated women. Lou had been her first love. I'd felt the beginning of that love when I dreamed. Who knows what lifelong relationship they could have had if the murderer hadn't interrupted. I need to ask you something. I suddenly remembered the photograph of the sect woman and baby the intruder had left out for me to find. The one that had been in front, as if it was more important than the rest. I went over to the hall closet and pulled out the box. I'd left that photograph on top, subconsciously intending to look at it again. This was set up on the counter when I came home last night. Do you recognize the woman? I asked. Lou had been here often as a young girl. She must have seen some of the sect women come and go. The photograph didn't fully show the woman's face, but maybe there would be something about her that jogged Lou's memory. She straightened and came over to take the framed photo from my hands. I think this photograph is older than I would remember, Mel. See how the color has faded around the edges? My baby pictures look like this in my mother's albums. The ones she took with a camera instead of a phone. She opened the frame the way I had to check the back for writing, but then she lifted the photo from the frame. She tilted it toward the light, and then showed me the pale imprint of a date and timestamp on the development paper that had been used. I was too used to digital prints. I hadn't thought to check. I had no baby photographs of myself for reference. Yeah, as old as I am. If I ever met the woman or the baby, I wouldn't recognize them from this photograph, Lou said. I was the same age. If Sarah's mother had helped this woman, she had helped her the same year I was born. I'm not much of a detective. I didn't even notice that date. I put the photograph back in the frame and then put it back in the box, on top, in case I wanted to look at it again. I was drawn to it, probably because it had revealed a part of Melody Ross's secret life to me. Living out here by the Wildwood, helping the sect women who couldn't go to anyone else for help. It was night time, and you were upset, Lou said. She squeezed my shoulder before pushing the box back into the closet and shutting the door. When she turned back to face me, her serious expression had been replaced by a smile. Plus, Jacob Walker was in the room being all neighborly and helpful. At that point, I thought he might have been the one to break in, I said, although her teasing had hit a little too close to home. He was ahead of me in school, but I remember him as a good guy. A quiet guy, not rowdy like some of the others. And his father was a friend of Granny's before he died. Not sure about his mother. They moved away from the mountain, Lou said. Was his mother a wise woman too? I asked. My pulse quickened at the thought. It would explain so much. Jacob's comfort in the forest and his obvious connection to it. I'm surprised she left. She was an organist at the Episcopal Church, but she came to gathering every year I can remember before she left town. That much I know, Lou said. If she was, would that help you to consider Jacob a friend? I could easily imagine Jacob learning about nature at his mother's heels. He'd probably grown up in the woods. No wonder he loved the forest and knew so much about it. But why had his mother moved away? Friendship was too soft, too easy to describe what I felt for Jacob, so I didn't answer. I can never figure out if Granny disapproves of Jacob going away to school or of his coming back, I said. Lou laughed. Like her singing voice, her laugh was rich and ringing, filling the room and a person's heart at the same time. Granny thinks everything we need to know is left in the bottom of a teacup after we drank. I thought about the three of us planting the bee balm together. 3. 3. 3. Granny placed such importance on the number, and I'd seen that emphasis in the remedy book as well. Sexual attraction aside, if I trusted Jacob, would the pull between us feel more like the pull I felt to Lou? Things are complicated right now. Too complicated for me to fall into a friendship with Jacob Walker, I said, and I might not be far from digging into my tea leaves for answers. I was raised in the Wildwood, Mel. I never went away. The idea that Sarah would somehow share her memories with you doesn't shock me. I always believed she would come back. And she has, through you and with you, Lou said. I'm not a wise woman, not like Granny, but I've lived side by side with the old ways my whole life. You felt like a sister to me from the moment you walked into my shop. We both stepped into the hug at the same time, and Sarah's spirit was there with us, kept alive because we would always love her, but also because we were in her Wildwood. A part of it as much as she had been. Lou might not share Granny's exact beliefs, but she worked with the wood from the forest every day. She inhaled the sawdust and brought the walnut song to life with her own 2 hands. In her own way, she was as much a part of the Wildwood as Jacob. Like Granny, her craft was as much mystical as practical. I'll go upstairs, Lou said into my hair. There's a painting I remember, of fairies flying around the blackberry bushes. Sarah was always chasing fairies. With Sarah, you could never tell where a game ended and real life began. Lou stepped back, but her hands gripped my upper arms, and it was that warm, firm hold that punctured her next words. My mother used to say she was a changeling, left here by the fae, and she really was. Special in a way I won't forget, Lou said. She was. Even after her mother was killed, she was singular, different. I saw the possibility of another world in her eyes, one I'd never known, one with more sunlight, I said, remembering. Lou had a faraway look in her eyes. For a moment, we were both seeing Sarah, and maybe striving to feel whatever mystical gift she might have tried to bequeath to us. But, in the end, we were left slightly sheepish with only ordinary dust motes settling around us. No fairies at all. Lou went upstairs. She was gone for a long time. I waited patiently. I'd said my goodbyes to Sarah. I continued to say them every day. When the other woman came back downstairs, she held a watercolor painting in her hands. I hadn't looked very closely at the artwork on Sarah's walls. but this one had been created with a little more time and skill than the others I'd seen. She must have painted it just before she left the mountain. "I'd like to keep this one if it's okay," Lou said. She handed me the painting so I could see what I was giving away. "Of course. I'm sure she would have wanted you to have it." The blackberry bushes had been painted in enthusiastic splashes of purplish black and green. The fairies were holding hands and hovering above the thorns. They looked out of the painting as if mischievously waiting to be chased by two girls who were out of frame. "It's time for me to go to the garden again. I need to visit her there alone, if you don't mind," Lou said over my shoulder. I placed the painting on the counter for her to take with her when she left. "I'll stay here and fix the bolt on the door, and then we'll have some lunch," I said. I understood why Lou needed to say goodbye, but I also suspected she needed to reconnect with the garden and the forest in ways she hadn't been able to accomplish at a distance or through her music. It was almost time for gathering. All the wise women would come together for the baking and the breaking of the bread. It wouldn't be only a few old women like Granny who would come. There would be women like Lou and like me. There would be children, and maybe it would mean more to some than others, but I was responsible for treating the process with the respect and even reverence it deserved. Because of Sarah, but also for myself. I'd been a survivor my whole life, but I hadn't stopped to figure out what I was surviving for until Sarah had died. I'd experienced a deep and peaceful satisfaction in following the recipes in the Ross Remedy book. I didn't know if it was the careful processes that took me away from the pain, or if it was the connection to the past and the Wildwood, and the women that had come before me when I'd never had any connection at all. What I did know now that I had found Granny, the trio, and Lou, was that the pain I carried wasn't only the pain of losing Sarah. It was pain at the injustice that had left me alone, targeted and hurt as a child, and as an adult, by hate and ignorance and corruption. It felt as if I was fighting that injustice, which was crazy. I was making jam and bread, and yet the truth of the fight pounded in my heart when I realized that jam and bread from the Wildwood was life, the simple power of life itself. By sharing what I made, I was sharing the ongoing cycle of life with others. The pagan symbol on Lou's station wagon was a spiral, ongoing, eternal, and what was survival really but the desire to go on? The old bolt came off the door easily, but it took me a while to replace it. The wood was still solid enough that I had to wrestle the screws into it. When I was finally finished, my stomach was already protesting the single cup of hot chicory brew I'd had for breakfast. On the back porch, there was an ancient metal furniture set painted a pale green. I carried a platter of grilled cheese finger sandwiches and a covered pitcher of lemonade outside and sat on the glider. I gently pushed it to rock forward and backward while I watched the path for Lou to return. "We used to sit there and break beans for Melody," Lou said. She'd stopped at the end of the path to look at me before she'd come forward into the yard. My hair was untied. It curled all around my face. Maybe I'd reminded her too much of Sarah for a second. Curly hair was a mountain thing. I saw it often in Morgan's Gap. Ross blood, Granny said, showing up in people generations after it had been sown. Sarah used to buy fresh green beans at the market in Richmond. She taught me how to break them. They really are better fresh than they are frozen or canned, I said. Lou came over and sat down on the other end of the glider. I passed her the platter of grilled cheese and she took a sandwich. Then I returned the platter to the table and poured her a glass of lemonade. Her eyelashes were spiky, and there were tear stains on her cheeks. The first trip to the garden was the hardest. After that, I'd found there was comfort in it. I decided the tradition wasn't macabre, as I'd originally thought. It was soothing. All the Ross women resting in the roots of the black locust tree seemed fitting. The garden thrived and died and thrived again. Its cycle was a perpetual memorial. I thought I should visit the garden before gathering. but I'll be back before the breaking of the bread. Sarah would want that. She wouldn't want me to lose that connection, especially now that she's gone," Lou said. "I'll begin cultivating the wild yeast tomorrow," I said. "I've studied all the instructions, and I'm going to start a little early so I can redo the culture if I mess up." My voice must have betrayed my nervousness, because Lou drained her lemonade and stood. She placed her empty glass on the table, and then reached to take my hand in both of hers. They were calloused from her work, bumps on the pads of her fingers where she plucked the strings, rough skin on her palms from where she sanded the wood into a high gloss. She didn't comment about the scars on my fingers. She accepted them, as if everyone she knew had been scarred in one way or another. No big deal. "Sarah would be so happy you're here, taking up the old ways, continuing on with traditions stolen from her. You are her family. Nobody better to bake the bread. Nobody," Lou said. She squeezed my hand tight, and then she let it go, but the warmth of her confidence in me lingered well after she was gone.
Sarah's shoulders and forearms and even her fingers ached from hours of kneading dough. It might be a few more years before she had the same muscular forearms her mother had from years of doing the same, but this year she hadn't given up. She'd kneaded long into the evening after older, more experienced women had quit. And even after a quick shower at the crack of dawn this morning, her skin still smelled yeasty and sweet. Or maybe the scent was stuck in her nose. It was joined by the scent of baking bread, rich rye dough becoming golden brown with crusts toasted dark. They'd baked all day yesterday and all through the night. There were loaves in the oven of the cabin's kitchen right now, even as they wiped the dew off the tables and spread the old scarred wood with bleached white cloths. All who could come to the Ross cabin to help had set up long, low tables the night before. Dozens of them covered the backyard in rows, surrounded on 3 sides by the Wildwood and backed by the cabin itself. The setup allowed people to come through the house if needed, or from the path that led from the driveway around the end of the cabin. By the end of the day, there would be 100 vehicles or more parked along the drive and spilling over into the fields by the barn, freshly mowed by Mr. Brown for the occasion. Her mother had traded the hay from the fields for the labor. In Morgan's Gap, most people were doing all right, but few had extra money. Growing things, making things, raising things, all to make ends meet, while working at whatever jobs they could find, even if it meant driving down the mountain to larger towns and cities, was a way of life. But today was the first Sunday in November. Gathering didn't need balloons or streamers or any decorations. Her mother had explained to her when she was still a little girl that the Wildwood provided a blaze of color for gathering. It provided the yeast and the grain for the bread. It provided the apple blossom honey they gleaned from the hives that sat in a small clearing near the Hall's orchard. It even provided the fresh churned butter because of the hay Mr. Brown's cows ate. And, of course, Sarah's favorite blackberry jam. Folks carried out platter after platter of toasted brown loaves. It was easy to forget sore muscles when people were laughing and talking and your mouth was watering. Other tired hands patted her shoulders or ruffled her curls. Some even praised her work, noticing that she was no longer one of the young'uns that ran around their legs. There were dozens of kids too young to help. Oh, maybe they would be interrupted now and then to fetch or carry before they were absorbed back into their games of hide-and-seek or tag. They flitted like the fairies she used to pretend to be, in and out of the forest paths, and with them, the occasional flash of an animal. "You missin' those days?" Lou asked with a grin. Like Sarah, she was just past the point of playing in the woods with the little ones. She carried a crock full of butter that had been chilling in an ice water bath for several hours. It was covered by a wooden lid that fit snugly down into its opening to keep the bugs out. The same crock had probably been cooled in a spring house before refrigeration and ice came to the mountain. There were still some in use, built to last, of rock that had become moss-covered because of their proximity to cold water bubbling up from deep in the ground. "A little, if I move my back just so," Sarah confessed. She twisted her neck to show where the stiffness from hours of kneading caught between her shoulder blades. "Your mom made twice as many as we did. I don't think I'll ever be that fast," Lou said. "We can manage if we work together," Sarah said. The cool morning air made the heat in her cheeks too noticeable, so she turned away from Lou to help arrange the platters of bread and baskets of jam on the table. Jars of honey glowed golden in the warmth of the rising sun. She and Lou had been inseparable for a long time. It was only recently she'd noticed a nervous flutter in her stomach whenever Lou touched her hand or cut her eyes a certain way, but it was related to the way her spirit swooped high when Lou sang or laughed or picked out a tune with her nimble fingers on the mandolin. There were other wise women paired together, enough that the idea wasn't unheard of for Sarah. She'd never chased boys the way some of the other girls had done, not on the playground or through town. She'd never once wanted to catch a boy's eye. It had always been Lou for her, and she was pretty sure it always would be. But she wasn't sure how to figure out if Lou felt the same. "Let's get started," Sarah's mother said loudly from the open door of the cabin. She came forward with the stump that had been fashioned into a knife holder. It had been polished by 100 hands by now, so its patina matched the patina of the wood-handled knives that had been sharpened on the whetstone so many times their blades were nearly as thin as paper when they were pulled, one by one from the slots in the block. Each woman who had helped make the bread took a knife, and although there were a few smiles, including the one shared between Sarah and her mother, when Sarah pulled out a knife for the first time in her life, all the laughter had died. This part was solemn, a quiet before gathering truly began. The loaf Sarah cut into was one of the last loaves to come out of the oven. Steam rose up from each slice, so thick and fragrant Sarah could taste the flavor of the rye on the back of her tongue. A line of people had formed, but every woman who cut the bread took the first piece for themselves. Soon, the scent of melted butter and warmed honey joined the scent of rye in the air. But Sarah ate her first slice plain. The whole grain rye was thick and firm between her teeth, and heavily rich against her tongue. She chewed and swallowed the first bite slowly, savoring the fresh-baked goodness, but also savoring, as her mother had taught her, the connection to the Wildwood. She closed her eyes as she swallowed, and she saw 1,000 moments from planting to harvest to baking, from seed to plant to table, from dirt to loaf. The laughter resumed, calmer and quieter than before, as if the whole gathering had also appreciated a moment of acknowledgement and gratitude during those first bites. Sarah served hundreds of slices, so many that the faces of all the townsfolk blurred in front of her, but Lou was by her side, slicing and serving along with her throughout the morning, and the constant movement actually worked much of the soreness away. It was after nearly everyone had been served and the platters were filled with extra slices for anyone who would care for another, or 5 more for that matter, when Hartwell Morgan made an appearance. He came into the backyard as if he owned it, and many of the people at gatherings stopped to stare. He swaggered forward without acknowledging the audience, either because he was used to people gawking or because the onlookers were beneath him. It had been a year since he'd refused to allow Sarah and Lou to deliver the blackberry preserves to his aunt. In that time, he seemed to have grown another few inches taller and broader, filling in his formerly gawky teenage frame. They'd never refused to serve someone at gathering. When Hartwell walked up to her table and stood directly across from her, waiting, even though there were plenty of slices he could have taken without waiting to be served, Sarah froze. Not like a deer in headlights. She wasn't afraid. When Lou had pulled her away, she hadn't been afraid, and that had been in town. Here in the Wildwood, she had nothing to fear. This was her place, the Ross family place, a place they had claimed a century ago, and a place that had claimed them. From the corner of her eye, Sarah saw movement in the trees and among the trees. Children? Animals? The leaves and vines and branches themselves? It didn't matter which because they were one and the same. Isn't that what gathering proclaimed? "Smells good," Hartwell said. Sarah had been going through the motions of cutting and serving for hours, but suddenly her hands wouldn't obey. She'd been taught to obey her instincts, to listen to the Wildwood whispers that directed her in the way she should go. The movement at the edges of her vision had expanded. Now, it seemed that all three sides of the yard surrounded by the Wildwood shimmered, and behind Hartwell Morgan's back, a fox had appeared out of the forest shadows to stand with its 4 feet planted apart on the path and its bristly snout down. Hartwell smirked expectantly and looked from her eyes down to the knife in her hand and back again. But his smirk disappeared when Sarah raised the knife high and brought it down hard, driving the point into the table. "Sarah!" Lou exclaimed. The thin, sharp blade had slid easily into the wood without breaking, but the weight of the wooden handle caused it to sway back and forth long after she'd taken her hand away. "You'd better think twice, Hartwell. Might as well eat a handful of twigs. This bread might not agree with you." A boy Sarah had served earlier had stopped Hartwell's hand by the wrist. Sarah didn't know if Hartwell had been reaching for the handle of the knife or simply reaching for a slice of bread. The boy was Jacob Walker. She recognized him from school. He was a grade or 2 above her and a grade or 2 beneath Hartwell. He wasn't as tall as the older boy, but he was more muscular. He easily held Hartwell's wrist even when he tried to pull his arm away. "I'm telling you, shits for days. These hippies have iron asses." Hartwell laughed. Jacob met her eyes, and his didn't hold a trace of humor in spite of his crude joke. He'd thanked her for his slice. He'd slathered it with blackberry jam and butter. She'd seen him eat it down to crumbs and then lick those from his fingers. "What are you doing here, Walker?" Hartwell asked. "My mother made me come, so I came. Now let's get out of here," Jacob said. His face mirrored Hartwell's sneer, but the expression seemed weird on his face. Unlike the sneer that had already left its mark on Hartwell's face in soft lines that would probably harden in the years to come. Sarah waited for Hartwell to refuse. She braced for uglier. What would she do if he tried to spoil the bread or ruin gathering? The fox on the path hadn't moved. Now Sarah noticed her mother stood much like the fox, feet apart, chin down, and eyes on Hartwell. But Jacob Walker was lightning on his feet, and he wore a jacket with the school's mascot emblazoned on the back, identical to the one Hartwell Morgan was wearing. Unlike Hartwell, he'd earned his place on every team. "Scrimmage?" Jacob asked. The whole gathering heard it as the dare it was. "Hell yeah!" Hartwell jerked his wrist from Walker's hand as he turned to leave, and this time, Jacob let him go. He nodded at Sarah and her mother when Morgan's back was turned. Then he followed the older boy away, looking like the older one himself by a half-dozen years.
Chapter 21. I wanted to thank Jacob for calling Lou, but I was still wary of him. He was part of the mountain I was growing to love, and not part of it at the same time. Granny's distrust matched my own instinctive surety that there was something about him I didn't understand. Unfortunately, That surety warred with another from somewhere deeper than head or heart or bone. A whisper that reminded me of fingers on petals and a tree on his wrist, of his care for the bees and of his evident care for me. Reverend Moon and Hartwell Morgan had featured in my nightmares multiple times. Had one of them been the faceless man in the shadows, the day that Sarah had made apple butter for one of the last times? I'd met both of the men in person now, and I could well imagine either one frightening the sect girl who had run away after the bee sting. They frightened me too, but hadn't I learned by now that running away didn't solve anything? It was Saturday, and I decided to go to the farmer's market in town. I wanted to see Sadie's weaving, and maybe even buy a new gathering basket of my own. I wasn't going to seek out Jacob, but if I happened to see him, there was no harm in saying thank you. I also figured the market would be the best place to ask questions and generally nose around. I'd noticed people were wary of strangers, but my affiliation with Granny was softening that natural distrust. The more they saw of me, the more people were likely to let me in on the gossips and goings-on, as Granny would say. This mountain community had secrets, which meant there were individuals who might spill them. I was becoming a part of the Morgan's Gap community, but for all my time and effort, I didn't feel any closer to understanding why the sect people watched my comings and goings. I'd grown used to seeing homespun dresses flash around corners or hats disappear around trees whenever I walked around town. The constant creeping wore on me. I encountered enough disapproving glares that I dreaded them even when none were around, but I was too busy to let their vaguely threatening surveillance slow me down. Gathering was only a couple of weeks away. That morning I had pasteurized the wholemeal rye flour Granny had given me from a local mill by placing the bag in a low-temperature oven for 45 minutes. While the flour was baking, I had scalded the bowl and the screen covering with boiling water, and set aside some of the boiled water to cool. Once the flour was pasteurized, I placed it in the bowl and added enough of the sterilized water to make a thick mixture. This process created a growth medium in the bowl just as Ross women had been doing for generations. Charm rode on my shoulder when I carried the covered bowl out to its place in the roots under the oak tree near the Wildwood garden. I pushed away the image of a disapproving Reverend Moon that haunted the spot and focused instead on my purpose. The bowl fit perfectly in the root stand the tree had seemed to grow for it. The mixture would be slightly sheltered there from the elements, while still being open to the microbiology of the forest. I'd left it there, but I needed to check on it each day until a stinky brown liquid formed on top. Once that happened, I'd pour the brown liquid away and add fresh rye flour and water to encourage the beneficial microorganisms to flourish. And I'd repeat that process until the yeast bubbles began to show, continuing again and again until a frothy, bready scent indicated that my cultivation of wild yeast had been successful. Please, please, please. The rye bread was more important than the blackberry preserves or the dried herbs. It was much trickier than the pickles or the soaps. I felt like I was prepping for a final exam. Only this one would be graded by a crowd of people I'd known for only a short while. A crowd who would decide if I was who I had decided to be, even before I could be certain myself. Granny had faith in me, but my faith in Granny was a fledgling thing, not nearly as confident as it should be. I had more faith in the Ross Remedy book, mainly because Sarah had believed in it, and the strong foundation it represented. The book had become my constant companion, so much so that I spent as much time analyzing the scribbles and sketches and doodles in its margins as I did reading the recipes. And that was something, because many of the recipes were written in archaic English and tiny scrawls I could barely understand. The entire book was illustrated. Trees, plants, seeds, animals, mushrooms, and other fungi. Some artwork was beautifully rendered in exquisite detail. Some was obviously the work of a moment to scribble in a random thought or likeness. I especially loved the foxes, and looked for them like a quirky game of Where's Waldo. There were dozens throughout the book, and each one was sketched with precision that captured every whisker and every strand of fur. I wondered if the fox had been someone's familiar, and after that, I took particular notice of all the forest creatures that had been sketched. There were thousands. Squirrels, raccoons, rabbits, and turtles, owls, crows, bullfrogs, and weasels. Not so whimsical were the anatomically correct hearts that also showed up with startling frequency. Not so strange in a book full of medically helpful natural remedies, maybe, but still somehow out of touch with the usual style of doodles and entries. There was also a strange fascination with the moon. Every phase, every stage, drawn over and over again by what seemed to be the same hand. I might have been wrong, but I decided the moons and the hearts had been drawn by the same person, their strange obsession threatening to overwhelm the pages. I liked the familiars best, so much so that I began to doodle charm in practice on spare sheets of paper. Granny had given the remedy book to me, but I wouldn't dare to make a mark in it. Not yet. Besides, I couldn't be sure charm belonged. Not when I still wasn't sure if I belonged. Currently, charm perched on the top of a satchel handbag Sarah had given me several Christmases ago. I understood the gift better now than I understood it then. On black denim fabric, embroidered foxes cavorted, running, jumping, standing on their back legs, and leaping over unseen obstacles. I imagined that Sarah had liked the foxes in the remedy book too. I'd tossed the satchel onto the passenger seat without realizing that Charm had hitchhiked inside of it, but he seemed no worse for wear. His whiskers were exactly as crinkled as ever, his nose a shade of pink too bright for nature, and much more like a skein of yarn. He twitched it at me while I wrestled the truck to town, only occasionally cursing at a stubborn gear or the steering wheel's loose handling. Someone had painted farm use on the rear tailgate with black paint, but I planned to ask Granny about the truck's legalities. I figured even in Morgan's Gap I would need tags and an inspection sticker, although I laughed at the idea the old smoking relic would pass any kind of fair inspection. I made it into town and pulled into a free parking spot near the farmer's market. All the parking meters were covered with knitted covers, like colorful scarves gone rogue, and I wondered if they were official or if one of Granny's friends had decided to make parking free for the day with an impromptu yarn bomb display. The covers made me grin, as did the chaotic atmosphere of the street in the market pavilion. Like a barn, the pavilion had a bright red metal roof, but it was open on all four sides so the rows of booths under its shade were visible. More shoppers than I would have imagined walked up and down the aisles. I noted the plates on the vehicles as I passed. There were some from as far away as North Carolina and West Virginia. Charm tried to climb onto my shoulder, but I transferred him to the pocket of my jean jacket instead. I wasn't sure Morgan's Gap was ready for a pet mouse familiar, even on a market day. Once I had entered the circus of people and wares, browsers and artists, craftsmen and customers that made the open marketplace seem like a big top under its red metal roof, I knew no one would have noticed a mouse on my shoulder. Not when there was so much going on and all sorts of other distractions. I passed a fiery kiln used by a glass blower who was shaping a multicolored swirling blob on the end of a long metal pipe. He blew into the end of the pipe at intervals only he understood, while a small crowd oohed and awed over the hollow glass sphere taking shape. Spheres he'd already completed were hung on a nearby rack by gossamer nylon threads. The colorful glass tossed a prismatic rainbow over passers-by. "Only $20, a young woman said, noticing my interest. My low-key lifestyle rarely required me to tap into savings, but I was acutely aware I no longer earned a steady paycheck. I couldn't afford pretty baubles, no matter how much I could imagine the amethyst sphere brightening the cabin's kitchen. "Maybe next time," I said, tapping the one I most liked with a fingertip to make it gently spin. The woman wasn't a pushy salesperson. She smiled and nodded and spoke to the next potential customer stopping by. Thankfully, Sadie's booth was nearby, so I wasn't tempted by anything else before I found her. She sat in the middle of 4 tables that held completed baskets. Like some of the other artisans, she was weaving a basket as a means to draw attention, as well as add to her stock. Arranged all around her chair in neat, easily accessible containers were the supplies I'd seen in the back of her minivan, as well as a tub of water she used to soak the branches to make them supple and easier to maneuver. Her gloved hands moved so quickly it was hard to keep up with what she was doing. Had her mother slowed down the process for teaching, or had Sadie simply picked up the technique by some superhuman means of observation I didn't possess? My heartbeat kicked up a notch when I noticed the honeybees that came and went while Sadie worked. She wasn't wearing her earrings today, but actual bees would occasionally rest on her lobes in between flights as if they were comfortable there. Sadie never shooed them away. After a while, I accepted that there would be no overwhelming buzz in my head and no repeat of my previous mistake. Either because there were only a few bees, or because I was gaining a little more control of myself. The gardening, the canning, the constant immersion of myself in the Wildwood. And, of course, charm. I had my own familiar now. I didn't need to borrow Sadie's. "There's another chair. Mom wasn't feeling well today. Come sit with me a while," Sadie said. I'd seen the other chair. A quilted pad covered its seat, and its back was rounded Windsor, meant to hold a much larger woman than me. I sat, but the chair made me feel like a child, even though my legs touched the ground. "This one will be too small for you. I like to keep smaller ones on hand for people who want to use them for storage or decoration, or for children," Sadie said. The bottom of the basket she was weaving was round. The staves on the side were longer branches that had been woven into the base. Sadie was currently weaving the sides of the basket by twining soaked branches in and around and out the staves, around and around. When one branch was finished, she reached down to pick up another to begin the next row, again and again. It was soothing to watch, and satisfying to see the basket take shape. She used only 3 tools, and she told me about them as I watched. A bodkin looked almost like a screwdriver. It had a sharp metal shaft that narrowed down to a point and was used to create slots to begin the cross-shaped base of the basket. There were small clippers used to trim the length of the branches, and a knife used to sharpen the edges of any branches that needed to be inserted into slots the bodkin had made. "I don't kill trees for my materials. I take trimmings from anyone who offers. I rarely have to ask. I hunt for deadfall in the spring. There are always trees that are felled by ice and snow over winter," Sadie murmured. It almost seemed like a crooning lullaby she was singing to the developing basket in her hands, a reassurance that its life hadn't begun with death. "Willow and birch," I noted. "Willow and birch are my main materials, but I'll work with most any, really. Oak and ash are pretty," Sadie said. "You can choose whichever one of the larger ones you like. Picking a basket is more complicated than material, size, or shape. It's more personal. You'll know which one when you touch it. Try," she continued. She nodded toward the stacks of baskets on the tables. So many I was overwhelmed at where to start, but I rose at her direction anyway. I'd known they would be expensive, but I swallowed hard when I saw the tiny sticker price tags on the larger baskets that would be right for my needs. I was glad I hadn't splurged on the glass orb. This was a business expense, but it would put a noticeable ding in my savings. "Don't worry about the cost. Granny says you've more than earned the price of my best basket with all the work you've done for her since you came to town. Plus caretaking at the cabin," Sadie said, as if she'd read my thoughts. At that, I allowed my hands to trail more firmly over the baskets. I'd been afraid Sadie was going to try to give me one. I could accept one as payment better than I could accept one as a gift. The oak and ash baskets were made differently than the branch baskets. Their sides were woven with split strips, so their color was pale and bright, but it was the branch baskets that seemed sturdier. Again and again, I was drawn back to the willow. One in particular seemed to get stuck in my hands. Sadie had woven it with very narrow branches that were almost vines. Because of the size of the branches, it had taken many more rows to complete the entire basket. I turned it over and over again, loving the smooth feel of it against my palms. Its color was dark brown, but with a greenish tinge, like the moss I'd seen on the Wildwood floor. And Sadie had created a pattern with the green and brown variations of the branches that reminded me of the bean kaleidoscope on the dresser. There was no price sticker on this basket. From its beauty and its size, and the strength of its handle and construction, it was worth too much for me to take. But when I tried to place it back on the table, Sadie interrupted. She had risen from her chair without me noticing. I'd been so focused on the basket in my hands. "That's the one, I knew it. I knew it was special when I made it. Never put a price on it. I knew it was for someone. Just didn't know who. Now I do. Don't you dare try to set it back down. It's yours. Was yours before you touched it," Sadie said. My eyes burned. It was crazy. I hadn't known I was coming to Morgan's Gap until the morning I got in my car with Sarah's ashes. There was no way Sadie had woven this basket for me, and yet my hands and my heart believed it. "I hope you'll use it for years to come," Sadie said. She patted the side of the basket, and then she patted my cheek. "Now go use whatever money you were going to spend on a basket. I have to get back to work." I turned from Sadie's stall, blinking back the salty moisture burning from my eyes. I wasn't used to presents, and certainly not presents handmade with such care. Accepting the gift meant I also had to accept that I was important to Sadie. Hard, but doable. That Sadie had become important to me was harder. I could fight back the tears, but I couldn't deny the cause of them. Caring made me vulnerable. I hooked the basket in the crook of my arm, the way Sarah always hooked the basket in my dreams. I slowly walked away as Sadie began to weave the small basket again. It was difficult to feel Sadie's support, and also somehow wonderful. With the basket on my arm, I was wholeheartedly taking my place in Morgan's Gap. I didn't go straight back to the glass blower's booth. There might be other, more practical things I should buy first. Faces I recognized from my delivery days in town stood out in the crowd. Many spoke and remembered my name. Some blushed and hurried away. A few asked after Granny's health or asked me if I had any more blackberry jam. Soon I was moving from display to display, as if I was part of the circus, not a detached observer. "He found you some chanterelles this time, V. I set them aside in case you made it by today." An older woman behind a table filled with wild-foraged fungi of every shape and size imaginable handed a small nylon sack filled with bright yellowish-orange funnel-shaped mushrooms to Violet Morgan. Violet's hair and makeup weren't as perfect as they'd been in the hair salon. In fact, her hair was tousled and her eye makeup smudged, as if she'd been crying. But her clothes were as old-fashioned and perfect as they'd been before. She wore a dress with a nipped waist and a full skirt and a shirt-waist bodice. For some reason, imagining a closet full of nearly identical dresses made me feel a little sick. "Hi, Mrs. Morgan. I hope you like the jam," I said. It was a mistake. I'd been lulled by the mostly easygoing manners I'd encountered. Violet whirled and looked at me with the chanterelles he had collected for her clutched to her chest. She didn't answer my question. She only hurried away and disappeared in the crowd. "Oh, Lord, she scares easy," the woman who had given Violet Morgan her mushrooms said. "Mad Tom's the same way. He forages for me, but he doesn't like to talk much." "Tom sent Violet Morgan the chanterelles?" I asked, dropping the offensive use of mad. Yes, but don't let on. That husband of hers hardly lets her out of his sight. She comes by once in a great while. Tom always leaves something with me she'll like. Chanterelles in fall, running cedar around Christmas, Queen Anne's lace in spring. Not sure how they met, but it's harmless. They're both too backward to take it too far. The woman said, Lord knows Hartwell doesn't do a thing that makes her smile. I've met him. I won't say a word, I said. But I couldn't reconcile the eccentric woods dweller I'd met with a man who'd sent secret presents to the mayor's doll-like wife. Chapter 22. I didn't purchase any mushrooms for myself, but I did end up buying several bags of homemade candy. I couldn't resist Lynn and her children. Andy, Randy, and Sandy waved me over, and for the first time, I thought that maybe Randy was the tallest, Andy the oldest, and Sandy the one whose shoes were always untied. Their carefully lettered sign that proceeds from the sale of the candies they'd made would help the Humane Society. Sarah and I had always had a soft spot for orphans, animals or otherwise. And sweets. I savored a dark red cinnamon drop while I continued from booth to booth. I planned to make my way back around to the glassblower's spheres, but I was interrupted by the quiet appearance of Jacob Walker from out of the crowd. He didn't seem to notice me. I stopped in my tracks before I reached the booth where he had paused to look at hand-carved hiking sticks. People flowed around me without complaint, as if I was a rock thrown into their stream. The walking sticks were works of art. From here, I could see the handles and knobs had been carved into all sorts of animals, and the staffs had been made from carefully chosen saplings shaped by climbing vines. I wasn't surprised Jacob would be interested in the carver's wares, but the amethyst orb he held by its nylon thread did surprise me. It spun around and around as he idly twisted the thread in his fingers, catching and throwing the sun in a dance of purple to lavender light. There was no mistaking the one I'd wanted, because each of the glass blower's spheres was unique. An accidental nudge from a person trying to pass around me finally urged me forward. I'd intended to thank him if I saw him. I couldn't back down now, because the actual seeing made my pulse a little quick. He still hadn't seen me. With his free hand, he turned a walking stick this way and that, examining its cleverly carved handle, which looked exactly like a running fox. I stopped beside him, noting that each bristle of the fox's whiskers and each hair on its back and tail had been perfectly rendered in the cherry wood. 2 shiny obsidian chips had been glued into the proper places for its eyes. Like the fox sketches in the Remedy book, this fox had been rendered with such personality it seemed like it might leap off the hiking stick at any moment. I'll trade you the walking stick for the orb. I had no idea how much the walking stick cost. I only knew that Jacob Walker was bound to have it. I could see the connection between him and the tiny wooden beast. It was graceful and quick from the Wildwood, after all, just like the man beside me. He let the hiking stick slide back into its place in the table, which the carver had modified with several dozen holes to hold the shafts of the canes to display them. Then he turned toward me, lifting the glass sphere so its purple prism fell across my face. I wouldn't have guessed you'd like colorful baubles, Jacob said. I glanced at the slowly rotating orb and back at the man who always seemed too determined to read me. The cabin is plain, and if I stay, I'm going to need to make it mine, I said. My chin lifted because he wasn't wrong, and it annoyed me. I'd never collected things, colorful or otherwise, because you either had to leave possessions or lug them when things went south, and neither was a great option. Jacob made me think twice about why I was drawn to the orb and why I hadn't bought it right away, and that was annoying. I don't need another hiking stick. I have a graphite one. Works great in rough terrain, Jacob said. But you want the fox, I argued. Just like I want that. I tilted my head toward the sphere in his hand. The crowd around us had somehow herded us closer together than we'd been before. He wasn't a huge guy, not tall, not broad, but he was noticeable. The scent of woods and autumn air was perpetual around him. It had to be an aftershave, and yet so subtle and natural. Not cloying like cologne. Maybe the wildwood scented my skin and hair and clothes now too, and I didn't even notice it. "If you want it, it's yours," Jacob said. He lowered the sphere to my hand, and I accepted it without meaning to. When he released the string, the warm brush of our calloused fingers together was slight and fleeting. Again, his fingers on bergamot petals crossed my mind. "I wanted to thank you for sending Lou with the lock," I said. My voice sounded funny. I'd received too many gifts since I'd come to Morgan's Gap, and I certainly couldn't accept the sphere from Jacob, even if there was no way I wanted to let it go now that I held it in my hand. "She's your friend. Seemed like she'd be welcome," Jacob said. Now that his hands were both free, he pushed his hair from his face and settled his weight back on his heels. He didn't step away from me, but he allowed the air to flow between us as if he needed space. I immediately filled my lungs and regretted it when he did the same, as if we'd both been holding our breath. "She is, and was," I said, to cover the regret. "I feel better with the stronger bolt. I'm used to living in places that aren't exactly safe, but it's different in the country. The cabin is so isolated that—" "You should go back to Richmond," Jacob interrupted. The space between us narrowed again. He leaned in, saying the words urgently, but quietly, as if he didn't want anyone else to hear him warn me away. Again. It wasn't the first time he'd told me to leave, but it was more personal. We'd spoken several times. He'd seen me working and learning from Granny for months. He'd seen the fruits of my labor, even if he hadn't tasted them himself yet. "I'm staying." This time I didn't mean for only the summer. There was nothing for me back in Richmond. I was making a place for myself here, and I could no longer imagine a life without Granny, Sadie, Joyce, and Kara. Plus, the more I learned in Morgan's Gap, and the more I dreamed about Sarah's past, the more I wanted to know. "I warned you the Wildwood wouldn't let you go," Jacob replied. This time his deep masculine whisper was warmer than it should have been. His eyes were warm too, and I immediately recognized why I'd chosen the greenish-brown willow basket I held on the crook of my arm. Charm stirred in my pocket. He sensed my distress, or my sudden stiffness woke him. One way or the other, his movement urged me to take a step backward. "I still owe you some preserves, but the orb is worth more. If you won't accept the hiking stick, I won't accept this," I said, raising the glass sphere to the light. I couldn't help it if my proclamation sounded sad. I could already imagine the cabin lit by the sphere's purple glow when the morning sun passed through the glass. I didn't wait for Jacob to refuse. I carefully placed the orb in my basket beside the bags of candy, then reached for the fox handle. But he stopped my hand with his. The full-on contact of his grip startled. My breath caught and my whole body stilled. "Gifts from the Wildwood are tricky, Mel. Not sure if Granny has taught you that yet," Jacob said. "I haven't taken the preserves because I wasn't sure if you knew about the connections that I forged." "I understand more than you think. I know I still have a lot to learn, but I'm not afraid of the Wildwood or of sharing anything that grows in it with my friends." "Are we friends?" Jacob asked. "Because I can never decide if we're completely at odds or so in tune it scares me." His grip eased, as if he worried he might be holding me too tightly, but although strong, his hand was gentle. Scarlet blossoms stirring beneath his fingers. He seemed to be asking more than I could answer. There was more to Jacob Walker than he showed to the world, much more. Granny knew it, and didn't fully trust it. But he had helped with the old Chevy, and he had sent Lou to help me the morning after the intruder frightened me. Even if I discounted the physical attraction between us and the slight animosity between him and Granny, he definitely didn't seem like an enemy. He had helped me apologize to the bees. "I'm buying you the hiking stick," I countered, refusing to answer his question. Friend or foe, the fox was his, like the basket had been mine when Sadie had woven it even before she met me. Maybe I was beginning to hear the Wildwood's whispers. Maybe I couldn't accept a gift without giving something in return. Jacob let me go, and I pulled the hiking stick from its slot. The carver rose from his stool where he was working on a cane with a handle shaped like something with wings. While Jacob watched silently, I shuffled my basket to pay. Then I turned to hand the purchased stick to the person I knew it belonged to. "Yep, I reckon that's right." The carver nodded sagely before he spit a streak of brown chewing tobacco juice into a plastic soda bottle. Then he went back to his stool and picked up his current project. Jacob took the hiking stick with both hands, and he gripped along its length as if getting to know it from handle to tip and back again. The fox's onyx chip eyes glittered and winked. A ripple of something flowed through me with the exchange. Rightness. Another puzzle piece snapped into place. "Granny isn't gonna like this," he warned. And suddenly, I wasn't sure how to handle the quirk of his mischievous smile. Barter was common on the mountain. I dealt with it during my deliveries for Granny, often accepting fresh eggs, flower bulbs, baked goods, and other offerings in exchange for her concoctions. I'd seen it going on all day at the market. But trading the hiking stick for the glass orb felt different, like an exchange of gifts, and I didn't know what to say. I'd only known he had to have the fox, and I had to have the sphere. Luckily, my awkward response to his smile was interrupted by the sudden rise of music in the distance. Around us, the crowd had thinned. Neither of us had noticed. I'd been completely distracted by Jacob, the orb, and the hiking stick. We both blinked and turned to see people had gravitated toward the far edge of the pavilion, where a makeshift stage had been erected. Sometimes Lou presented educational workshops about her dulcimer making at the market, but apparently this one had given way to an impromptu performance. I could hear Lou's rhythmic contralto along with her playing, the usual poetry in motion that made you hold your breath to keep from singing along when you knew you couldn't carry a tune. But there was a high, sweet soprano singing along with the old hymn Lou played. Clear and lyrical, like a fresh mountain spring bubbling up from some throat I couldn't yet see. "Trouble's comin'," Jacob predicted in a growl under his breath. He reached for my arm as if he would hold me up again, but I slipped away, drawn by the haunting quality in the way the unknown singer trilled the sustained notes. I had to weave my way through all the people who had dropped everything to stand and listen. I didn't blame them. Lou was practically humming under the song now, buoying the soprano notes on top of hers, giving the hymn a depth and resonance that made the old words seem more human than heavenly, voicing the ache of heart and head and bone. I halted like everyone else around me when I finally saw the soprano singer. She wasn't up on the stage with Lou. She didn't have to be. She stood with her arms outstretched and her chin tilted high, and the song came from some deep, tortured place inside of her that didn't show in her perfect, doll-like appearance. Violet Morgan had the voice of an angel, a fallen angel with broken wings and only a song to keep her suspended for a short time from hell. Jacob had chased me through the crowd. He stopped beside me. I looked away from Violet only because he put his hand on my arm. I started and partially turned until our eyes met. "Come away. This won't end well," Jacob said. I looked back at Lou, but she was absorbed in the moment of making music. Fallen or not, Violet Morgan's voice was sublime, and Lou wasn't going to waste a second of the opportunity by looking at the crowd. I didn't know Hartwell Morgan well, but I knew enough. If Lou wasn't lost to the music, she probably would have known better than to continue playing. I suspected Violet wasn't free to choose her own clothes or hairstyle or friends. She didn't talk much. She probably sang even less. I suddenly remembered the real fear in her eyes when she'd hidden the jam in her purse, and the way she'd snatched the mushrooms, too. "She might need help," I said. He didn't stop me when I stepped forward, but he did maintain his hold on my arm, so he was forced to come with me. We stopped directly behind Violet, and only then did Lou see me. She allowed the current verse to be the song's last, trailing off in a few subsiding chords. Violet followed her lead, dropping her clear trill to a whisper that made goosebumps rise on my arms and a shiver run down my spine. But Lou hadn't ended the song soon enough. "I've been looking for you," Hartwell Morgan said. His teeth were gritted in a smile that didn't reach his narrowed eyes. The crowd erupted in applause, and Lou graciously accepted with the sort of humble gratitude only a genius displays. I suspected she would have pulled Violet up on stage to receive her share of the recognition if she had been anyone but Hartwell Morgan's wife. It was obvious the mayor was livid. His cheeks were red, his eyebrows low and tight. He had grabbed Violet by the elbow, and I could see where his fingers dug cruelly into the flesh of her arm. Her dimpled flesh seemed to cry out, even though she didn't. Seeing her suffer his abuse in silence slammed into me with the force of a blow, and I wanted to hit back. "Great turnout at the market today, Mayor," Jacob said. "Maybe you should say a few words." I had been seconds away from throwing myself forward to stand in Hartwell's way. He had obviously been prepared to jerk Violet away, and I wasn't at all sure what she might face once her husband got her alone. He seemed ready to explode. Jacob Walker had seen what I had seen, and he had said the one thing that would perfectly distract a politician and protect his would-be victim, at least for a while. Hartwell immediately released Violet's elbow and straightened his tie. He raised his arms high and waved at the crowd with both hands. The crowd obliged by continuing the applause that had begun for his wife. The red on Hartwell's cheeks faded. His smile became real as if he fed on the attention. Violet Morgan transformed back into the meek and tepid angel she'd been at the salon. Her smile turned small and obsequious. Her shoulders rounded in on themselves, and her kitten heels came together. Hartwell patted her cheek before he jumped up on the stage Lou had quickly vacated. She wouldn't lend the husband the same support she'd shown musically for the wife. If Lou had seen what I'd seen in the mayor, she would have had to move or risk vomiting on his shiny black shoes. Jacob had somehow maneuvered me back into the crowd and off to the side. I didn't protest moving away from Hartwell as he began to speak. I didn't care what the man had to say. I'd seen enough of him to know he would never get my vote. Not for any position. "To silence Violet's voice is a crime," Lou said. She'd zipped her dulcimer into a leather case, and now it rode on her back. She held its straps with tight fingers. Like me, she was holding herself back. Unlike me, she didn't also have Jacob's hand on her arm. He didn't have to squeeze or manhandle the way Hartwell had. His presence was enough, in addition to my own realization that any scene I made would only hurt Violet more. "Don't, Lou. Leave it. You'll only contribute to Violet's problems," Jacob said. "If he gets enough adulation from the crowd, maybe he'll go easy on her." "She's like a different person when she's singing. I could hardly believe my eyes, or my ears," I said. "It's a crime," Lou repeated, and this time she sounded choked up, as if her frustrated fury was going to come out of her in tears if she couldn't release it with a fist to Hartwell's face. A crime it's almost impossible to fight without the victim's cooperation, Jacob said. His body was stiff beside me. He held the hiking stick with his other hand in a white-knuckled grip. We stood there together, surrounded by the crowd, but alone in caring what was really going on. And our commiseration helped. Unlike my sudden, furious connection with the bees, my togetherness with Jacob and Lou gave the anger somewhere rational to go. We were a triumvirate of fury, contained through all of our efforts to keep the peace for Violet's sake. As Hartwell continued to speak, there was movement in the crowd. Some people had dispersed, and I was afraid a diminished audience would make Violet's punishment worse. But the thinning crowd only made room for Reverend Moon and a group of men dressed in similar black garb. They came to the front of the stage and clapped each time Hartwell paused for approval. "Wonder where his flock is today," I mumbled. "Sect women aren't allowed to come to the market," Jacob said. "Other women singing and laughing and running businesses might give them ideas," Lou said. "Let's get out of here, Mel, before I vomit on someone's shoes." I agreed. Violet looked even smaller beside the group of sect men. She physically diminished herself by blanking her face completely and looking at the ground. Meanwhile, the sect men continued to clap and shout "Amen" as if they owned the world. Maybe they did own this one. Hartwell laughed and nodded in their direction, as if he knew them all and counted them as good friends and loyal constituents. Jacob released my arm. For whatever reason, it felt strange to step away now, and Lou looked between the two of us as if she suddenly sensed the strangeness as well. The three of us together could take Hartwell Morgan down. Even as I thought it, I doubted it. Political corruption was much more complicated than planting a flower. And yet, the whole park seemed to be improving. Every time I walked by, the trees seemed healthier, the grass seemed lusher, the bergamot ever in bloom. "I'll come for those blackberry preserves soon if you don't mind," Jacob said. "I've saved 2 jars for you," I replied. I should have told him that I'd leave the preserves in town so he could grab them from Granny's house. I didn't. With an arch of one brow, Lou told me she'd noticed. "Soon," Jacob said to my back as I followed Lou away from the crowd. I returned to the cabin that evening with the riot of market still in my head. Lou had introduced me to a potter, and I had impulsively spent more money than I'd meant to on 3 earthenware mugs. 3. It seemed extravagant, not only in price, but also in the fresh hope that I would have someone to share tea with. When I'd lost Sarah, I'd seen a life stretched before me with only solitary sips. Now, I thought maybe a set of mugs was practical and possible. My circle was growing. Lou, Sadie, Kara, Joyce, Granny, Jacob Walker. Like my new basket, the mugs were swirled in a natural pattern of green and brown. The potter's stall had been set up like Sadie's, with his finished wares on tables, around a workstation of a stool and a potter's wheel. His name was Matthew, and as he shaped the beginnings of a clay bowl with his thick yet obviously sensitive fingers, he'd explained that his kiln was too large for the market. He fired his pieces at his home and brought them back to sell. His wife, Grace, had wrapped my mugs in reclaimed paper bags with store logos I'd once frequented. They were crinkled but serviceable, and I had been suddenly fiercely happy to be using the bags for something a person had made with their own 2 hands. Not only because of the beauty of the mugs, but because the clay and natural dyes Matthew had used to make them had come from the mountain itself. I'd placed my new basket on an empty peg by the back door. I'd washed my new mugs and placed them beside the sink to dry. The orb I'd gingerly taken and hung above the kitchen sink because I knew the morning sun would catch it there. Gingerly because it was delicate, and because my feelings about it were as fragile as the glass. After that, I went to clean up the stack of fresh pamphlets that had been left at my front door. The gas company and the no pipeline activists had been all the way out to the cabin again. This time, instead of throwing them all in the trash, I kept the rainbow-colored no pipeline bumper sticker. What would become of the soil and the streams if the mountain was polluted? Pipelines leaked. I'd barely noticed the mention of it on the news before I came to Morgan's Gap, because it had become a common story. But the construction horror stories had been more volatile. The land grabs and the right-of-way battles, the soil erosion and degradation of water quality. What would become of potters like Matthew and basket weavers like Sadie? The instrument makers and glass blowers and hiking stick carvers, the foragers, gardeners, and gatherers, if the mountain was destroyed. On the news, the environmental costs had seemed distant. Here, in Morgan's Gap, with the people I'd met and the garden I'd tended, the cost suddenly seemed personal. I saw Charm's little face in the window as I straightened from placing the bumper sticker on the rusted tailgate of the old Chevy. The window's glass reflected the sunset's glow red on the horizon. I turned to see the wildwood trees outlined by the setting sun with an aura of light. Charm must have been attracted to the light, or maybe he was waiting for me. I went back to the house as if the little mouse had called me home. It felt comforting to join him and close the door against the thoughts of the world intruding on the wildwood I was beginning to love. Chapter 23. The first heavy frost crystallized on the mountain with a hush of white that glittered in the morning sun with a fairy tale patina. I had settled into a quiet daily routine, but as I sipped steaming chicory blend from one of the heavy pottery mugs I'd purchased at the market, I stepped out on the front porch to appreciate how much more noticeable the frost was on fields and forest compared to city streets. The air was more tangible than usual. It rested against my cheeks, lips, and nose, a calm, cool thing that caressed when its crispness melted into moisture against my warm skin. I breathed deeply, taking in the fresh coolness and the way it enhanced the sharp scent of evergreen that was the top note of a forest that had mostly gone to moldering damp. If the wildwood had been layered with scents in the summer, it was even more so now. The frost had only accentuated its richness. I finished my chicory on the porch in spite of the chill, but my last sip was interrupted by the sudden flash of russet fur in the distance. I lowered my cup and narrowed my eyes to better track the movement near the trees at the edge of the wildwood. It was a fox, gamboling along the woodline, either on the hunt for mice or rabbits or playfully practicing its pounce. I held myself still and silent as it traced the forest with its leaps and bounds until it had disappeared around the side of the cabin. But in spite of my stillness, the fox, hyper-aware of its surroundings, paused and looked toward the porch several times. Like the frost, the fox sighting was almost magical. The brush of its tail and the handsome sweep of its bristling ruff were so real, and yet had almost a storybook quality when you'd never seen one in the wild. I didn't breathe until the fox was gone, and only after did I go back inside to get ready for my chores for the day. Most blackberries were trimmed in late winter and early spring, but the blackberries in the wildwood garden needed to be trimmed in autumn, as soon as their leaves began to fall. Granny had told me how to go about it, and when I suggested that maybe Tom would do the pruning, she'd balked at the very idea. "He'll know you're to do the trimming this year," Granny had said, in that tone of voice that said there was no doubt about it. I changed into jeans and a heavy flannel shirt with a lighter long-sleeve t-shirt beneath. I switched over to boots from sneakers, a business expense ordered from the hardware store in town that moonlighted as a mercantile for the farmers in Morgan's Gap. I laced them up tight over my ankles, thankful for the lug soles that could easily handle the slippery carpet of leaves on the ground. I'd also recently purchased some gardening gloves. I put those in the basket Sadie had made for me, along with some serious hedge clippers Granny had told me to fetch from the old potting shed in her backyard. The frost had mostly melted by the time I left the house. The air was slightly warmer, but I could still see my breath when I stepped onto the path under the trees. I paused and noted the footprints the fox had left in the dirt on the path that wasn't hidden by leaves. I wasn't afraid the fox would bother me. I had no internet at the cabin, but in town I'd been able to read about some of the wildlife I might encounter in the Appalachians. Unless they were rabid, foxes weren't known to bother humans, and the one I'd seen that morning showed no sign of disease. I'd read to keep my trash contained safely so as not to attract black bears or raccoons, and I had no outside pets that might attract coyotes. So, while I still had much to learn about living in the country, I wasn't afraid to walk into the forest with my basket to take care of the garden. At least not afraid of animals. There were dangers on the mountain that didn't walk on 4 feet. The break-in that hadn't required any breaking was always on my mind, as were my sect stalkers. Just because I hadn't seen them outside of town didn't mean I didn't expect to. I would be a fool to forget them, and no matter the beauty of my surroundings or the fairy tale frost and fox, I was nobody's fool. My background had instilled in me the necessity of always looking and listening and bracing for what may come. So even as the non-migratory birds began to sing around me, I was less relaxed than other gardeners would be. To calm myself, I listened to the varied bird calls as I set my basket down beside the twining vines of the blackberry bushes. I would learn to tell which birds were singing eventually. For now, they were an anonymous, cheerful chorus. I picked up the striped canvas gardening gloves and put them on. As the garden prepared to slumber for the winter, the black locusts at its corners were becoming more prominent. I tried to imagine that the Ross women were resting in peace, and that if there were such things as restless spirits, they would at least appreciate me tending the plants they had tended when they were alive. I knew Sarah would like me here, although she'd be astonished at all I was trying to learn, at my decision to become someone besides a mere survivor. There were sketched diagrams in the Ross remedy book that came after the blackberry preserves recipe. A Ross ancestor from way back before Sarah's time had illustrated the care and tending of the blackberry vines. I'd studied them carefully and asked questions of Granny so it wasn't hard to trim the side and lateral shoots, which would give the plants energy to the fruit. I also cut back the dead or damaged vines and trimmed the length of the longer canes. I thought you might leave after summer. My earlier thoughts of diligence mocked me. I'd been too involved in my task. The soothing snip, snip, snip had lulled me. I straightened and turned to see Jacob coming into the garden clearing from the woods on the opposite side of the path. He must have gotten a very early start that morning to come from that direction, because Granny had told me the forest stretched for miles and miles before it reached the sect settlement on the other side. You warned me it would be hard to leave, I replied, and I told you I was going to stay. I rolled my shoulders and puffed a stray lock of hair from my eyes. I like the work. It's peaceful and necessary somehow. It's the continuity of it. Feels good to take up where others left off. Plus there's satisfaction in caretaking, not only in seeing the results of your physical labor, but in the simple exertion of the labor itself, Jacob said. It's one thing to work out in a gym, run around a track, lift weights. It's another thing to dig and plant, grow and harvest. Hike, I added. You do a lot of hiking. His sudden appearance had startled me, but now I was soothed. Unlike my sect creepers, Jacob's presence always felt right somehow. I wasn't quite sure how he fit in my Wildwood puzzle, but I was certain he did. I'll admit, I'd probably do it even if it wasn't part of my job. I've always loved the forest, even when I was a kid. Only now I have a good excuse to practically live here," Jacob said. He'd stepped into the garden, carefully going around the raised beds and spiraling rows. I watched him approach and tried not to feel anticipation as he came closer and closer. He could have easily shortened and quickened his trip by crossing over the rows where the plants had dried and died down. He didn't. He strolled the long way around, as if he was a monk enjoying a meandering maze. Watching him was almost a meditation as well, and I had to blink to keep myself from being mesmerized by his graceful movements. He might not jog or lift weights at a gym, but he was incredibly physical. You could see it in the way he placed his boots on the ground, sure-footed and certain. It was obvious in the way his body moved beneath his clothes, not an inch of spare flesh. Finally, he came to the row of blackberry bushes, and we stood together, hemmed in by the pile of vines I'd trimmed on one side of us and the wall of thorns on the other. I tried to casually accept his nearness. "Granny told you how to trim?" Jacob asked. He examined my morning's work and the pile on the ground. "Yes, Granny said Tom would know it was for me to do this time," I explained. "Did she give you those gloves?" "No, I bought these. The thorns are intimidating, especially on the older, woodier vines," I said. I held up both hands to show where the thorns had pricked the tough material of the gloves. "Tom has tended the garden for a long time, but Granny wanted you to trim the blackberry bushes this year. I'm surprised she didn't tell you why," Jacob said. "May I?" He had reached for my left hand, but paused to ask permission before taking it. The pause, the request. Suddenly, I had less of a problem with closeness than I'd had minutes before. I nodded. Just that. I didn't lower my hand or meet him halfway. I only nodded and waited to see what he planned to do. Okay. I also held my breath when he reached to carefully pull the glove from my raised left hand, finger by finger. Once the glove came free, he tossed it into the basket on the ground. Then he grasped my hand in his. I didn't pull away or try to step back. "Do you trust me?" Jacob asked. Our hands were between us. He wasn't crowding me, and he had asked permission to touch me. But my pulse was racing, and the breath I'd held while the glove was removed came too quickly now, between my lips. "I don't trust anyone," I confessed, and heat suffused my face when he looked up from my hand as if he was surprised by my candid reply. But was it candid? Deep down, deeper than logic, the memory of him tending the bergamot plant had stayed with me like a visual mantra repeated time and again. I did trust him. And Lou. I just wasn't ready to share that vulnerable truth with him yet. There's an old wives' tale about wild berries. I first heard it when I was a little boy running around this mountain, like an Appalachian Mowgli. They said if you want cobblers and pies and to fill your larder with preserves, you have to make a sacrifice to the bushes. That's why they have thorns. I pricked myself on purpose many a time back then. What do you say, Mel? Do you believe in old wives' tales? Are you willing to go there? Beyond the tea and tisanes, to ashes buried under the black locust trees, and sacrificing your blood to the blackberry briars. Jacob moved his hand to hold my middle finger extended. But, like before, he paused. He waited for my permission. My breathing slowed as warmth settled in the pit of my stomach, from his touch, from his whimsy, from the intimacy of him knowing I was on the precipice of a new philosophy I didn't fully understand. And from the certain knowledge that, understanding or not, I was going to let him prick my index finger. He must have felt the release of tension in my shoulder and arm before I spoke. because he moved my hand to the nearest vine and was already pressing the swell of my fingertip to its sharpest thorn when I breathed, "Yes." The pressure was slight, but inexorable between his fingers and the plant. With my vulnerable finger caught in between, the thorn pierced my skin, and blood welled, but there was only a fleeting sting before Jacob pulled my finger away. He didn't ask my permission for what came next. I think it was an instinctive move on his part, because his eyes widened above my hand with my shocked gasp as if he was as shocked himself. His mouth hotly closed over the tip of my finger, and he soothed the prick with his tongue. I managed to stay on my feet in spite of suddenly liquid knees and the loss of his slight support when he dropped my hand as if my blood had burned him. I closed my bare hand into a fist to stop its trembling and watched as Jacob pressed his own fingers against his palm. He didn't make a fist. It was more like he was cupping a memory in his hand. "Granny needs to tell you the stories. The Wildwood isn't a soft escape from what you've known," Jacob said. "It can be a place of blood and pain." "I wouldn't know what to do with soft if I found it," I said. The sting in my finger was already gone. My finger had a heartbeat, a fast one, but that was more due to the memory of Jacob's lips than the thorn prick. "I'm not looking for soft. I'm only looking for home." Jacob opened his hand and ran his fingers through the thick waves of his hair. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that," he said. I was too embarrassed to ask if he was talking about the prick or the taste. "It's fine," I said, talking about both. It wasn't, at all. I was trashed by the intimacy of the thorn, his lips sharing my blood, not the pain. "Nature can be peaceful, but it can also be harsh. Granny knows. If you've decided to stay, you should know that too," Jacob said. "I can deal with the thorns," I replied. I pulled the other glove from my hand and threw it into the basket to join the one that Jacob had removed. His gaze dropped to my naked fingers, but only for a second. His cheeks were ruddy when he looked back at me. "I'm sorry," he said again. But before I could accept or reject his apology, he turned away. He didn't hike down the path toward the cabin. He leapt over a dying zucchini squash bed and headed back into the trees from the direction he'd initially come. I sank down to the walled edge of the squash bed. The world came alive around me. A blackbird sang. That one I knew already. The stream gurgled. Leaves floated to the ground. I turned my hand over in my lap. My finger was fine. The prick had been negligible. I wasn't sure why it still throbbed. I examined it for a long time, but it kept its secrets. Chapter 24. My gathering dream hadn't prepared me for the intensity of labor involved with baking so much fresh bread. I settled into a rhythm of pull, twist, roll, and slap. The cadence of the process soon echoed in my bones. The scent of the yeast was released from the dough as I worked, and deep within its sweet, pungent possibilities was the life of the wildwood from where it came. My mind was filled with visions of acorns falling to a moist carpet of soil, of tendrils bursting forth, of saplings reaching for the sun. The forest had breathed into the bread, morning mist and evening shadow, and I breathed the scent of the bread into me. With each batch of dough, I became so in tune that I knew when it was ready to sit in a crockery bowl covered with a fresh, clean cheesecloth to rise. I was a novice, but I wasn't, because I had nurtured and tended, and now I communed with what we had done together, the wildwood and me. By the time I came to the last batch, I could feel the perfect moment from its springiness in my fingers. I'd given my blood to the blackberry thorn. I gave my sweat to the rye dough. And the wildwood gave back to me. I was tired, exhausted, but I was also replete with a whole summer of wildwood scents and sensations. Only then, when the cadence eased and let me go, did I realize how extreme the physical exertion had been. I blinked and looked around the brightening kitchen. Sunlight hit the surface of the orb, casting amethyst rays around the room. Sarah had been much tougher than I was, because the ache I'd experienced in her memory was nothing compared to the stabbing pain between my shoulder blades, or the leaden weight of the overworked muscles in my forearms. "I bake several loaves a week and gathering still kicks my ass," Joyce grumbled when she noticed me rolling my shoulders. She'd come with Granny the day before and insisted the older woman not be allowed near the kitchen. Of course, Granny had stubbornly helped some, for old time's sake, before Joyce had succeeded in sending her to bed. Kara and Sadie had arrived several hours after Joyce and Granny. Sadie had rolled her sleeves to reveal tight, toned arms ropey with the muscles she'd built from years of twisting and tying branches into shape. I shuddered to think what my back would have felt like by now if Sadie hadn't been there. Together, we'd worked through the night, even after Granny had grudgingly gone to sleep. I wondered if Sadie had experienced the same visions of the forest I'd experienced while we'd worked the dough side by side. Neither of us had spoken much through the wee hours of the morning. Had we been too focused on work for conversation, or had we both been in commune with the trees? "Fewer people come back every year, and I try not to be glad about that, but I can't help what my back thinks," Joyce said. She arranged cooling loaves on the counter in fragrant golden-brown rows. "It's a shame. Lots of young backs in this town to take over, but there's no interest in it. That's why Granny overdid it apprenticing you. It's good to pass on what we know when we can, how it's meant to be," Sadie said. "The natural order of things has been interrupted. No one wants to commune with the land. They only want the money they can make from it. More pavement, more mining, eco-tourism. Thrill seekers don't really care about where they raft or run," Kara said. "Some do," Sadie argued. "I'll take the outdoorsy types any day over the politicians and polluters. There are a lot of hikers and river rats who love the mountain almost as much as we do." "The more time spent in the wildwood, the better," Joyce agreed. "This year, we couldn't even get a single church interested in making apple butter the old way. Oh, some of us made small batches, and Kara made some cider, but it isn't the same." I'd experienced an old-timey apple butter day in my dreams, so I was able to commiserate with the ladies more than they knew. My pang for the old times was just as strong as if I'd lived through them myself. Charm sat on my shoulder, and no one paid him any attention whatsoever. Probably because they'd all brought pets of their own. Granny CC had claimed the back of the armchair Charm had vacated. Joyce had a long-eared hound on the front porch that looked like a cross between a Doberman and a bloodhound, all loose, wrinkly skin and white teeth. Kara had a bright red cardinal and no cage. He came and went through the front door whenever anyone opened and closed it, as if he needed to stretch his wings. And of course, Sadie had her bees. Only a few. Nothing like the swarm that had engulfed her body when the sect man had threatened her. But definitely unusual. Each one danced along her arm when it landed, as if to communicate with her in the same way it would communicate with its hive. Charm perched on my shoulder was nothing in comparison. We had time as the loaves cooled in the kitchen to take turns freshening up. Even though my body was sore, I didn't feel like I'd been awake all night. There was a pulsing energy to my steps, as if I was a freshly sprouted sapling. And when I paused in a ray of sunlight on my way back downstairs, I basked in its warmth as if my cells plumped from its nourishment. I was closer to hearing the whispers of the wildwood than I'd been before. Outside, there was a breeze, and Kara propped both doors open, front and back, so the air could flow and clear out the heat from all the baking. But what the circulating wind accomplished was to scent both front and back with savory rye, so that from the driveway to the trees, gathering began before the first bite was taken. When I made it back downstairs, I found Granny alone in the kitchen. She was sitting on a stool with the valerian tea tin open, and still full in front of her on the counter. I hadn't gone so far as to dump any of it out. Not wanting to worry her and actively trying to deceive her were two different things. "No wonder you have circles under your eyes," she said. Her forehead was more wrinkled than usual by concern. "Maybe the dreams are coming from the Wildwood. I need to dream. I need to listen," I said. Granny placed the lid back on the tin and pressed it closed. "Each of us chooses our steps. Everyone's relationship with the Wildwood is different. Some listen to the bees. Some share love with stitches. Some soothe pain with dandelion wine. You have a path too, a process that will be your own." She handed me the tin, and I put it back on the counter by the stove. "It's there if you need it. Use it when you need to rest. We all need to rest sometimes. The Wildwood won't mind. Even the garden is fallow in winter," Granny said gently. I was relieved that she finally knew I had opened myself to the dreams, and that she understood, even if she was still warning me to be careful, just as Joyce had warned her when she'd worn herself out with mentoring me. I would still avoid using the tea, but I appreciated that she cared. Even though I'd been warned, the trickle of guests that began to arrive after midday took me by surprise. For me, the gathering dream was so recent that the dwindled number of people attending stood out in sharp contrast to the crowd Sarah had fed. But Granny and the other wise women seemed pleased. Just like in my dream, we cut and served ourselves the first slices. I ate mine plain to taste the rich whole grain. I marveled at the depth of flavor that exploded against my tongue. It was pure fantasy to imagine I could taste woodsy moss and gurgling creek and forest shadows baked into the bread itself. Or was it? I'd seen the visions of what the yeast had fed upon in my own mind. I'd seen and felt the magic of its beginnings and the ardor that had embraced me during its making. As I chewed, I felt the cadence again. Pull, twist, roll, and slap. Only this time, it was my heart being kneaded and worked and shaped into something worthwhile. We were supposed to enjoy the bread as a gift from the Wildwood, so I did. And only after we'd fully appreciated the first slices together did we invite the guests to line up to be served. One by one, they slowly came by. People I'd met in town, like Becky and Matthew and Grace. Lynn, the Humane Society volunteer, helped her 3 children choose what to put on their slices. Andy, Randy, and Sandy weren't identical. But this time, they didn't hold still long enough for me to spot the differences that would help me tell the tow-headed boys apart. No one seemed to notice or care. We were all a convivial jumble. Friends, families, and neighbors. Talking and laughing and appreciating the day. They enjoyed crusty rye bread with fresh churned butter, apple blossom honey, and blackberry preserves, as the townspeople had in my dream, even though there were fewer of them. And yet, more came than Granny had expected. We had to retrieve extra loaves from the kitchen time and again. During my deliveries, I had spoken to people about learning from Granny and baking the bread. I could tell by polite welcomes and conversations that some of the people I'd invited hadn't been to gathering in a while. "Oh, I forgot how delicious home-baked bread is when it's fresh," Becky exclaimed. "I haven't had this since I was a teenager." "You're rejuvenating the cycle," Joyce said, once Becky walked away. She was no longer grumbling. There was a spark in her eyes I hadn't seen before, a hint of happiness. Granny was right. I had to tighten my grip on the knife in my hand because I almost dropped it in surprise. I'd already learned that Joyce wasn't the kind of person to throw around idle compliments. She'd been reserved with me, and she'd radiated disapproval over my impact on Granny's health. Making her happy was new, an accomplishment. My confidence grew every day, with every task I completed. But I still worried I might mess up again like I had with the bees. But today, Joyce was pleased. All our guests seemed happy, and that pleased me. We worked side by side, and I glanced at her frequently to soak up her smiles. Movement on the forest path startled me from the companionable glow. Half a dozen sect women came out of the trees. They had pulled their kerchiefs from their hair, but their homespun dresses were recognizable. They paused at the edge of the backyard until Granny calmly approached them with a platter of fresh sliced bread. They risk so much. Anyone here might mention their attendance at the wrong time and place. Moon would be furious, Sadie said. For all her muscles and competence with her calloused hands, the beekeeper looked completely at a loss. If she could have swept up the sect women in her arms and carried them to safety, she would have been happier. I could tell. She was a tender, a caretaker, someone who believed in sturdy structure and nurturing above all else. The plight of the sect women left her feeling helpless. They need the bread more than any of us, Joyce said. She also looked at a loss. Her shoulders had drooped and her smile was gone. If she'd had a bottle nearby, I was pretty sure she would have gladly taken a restorative swig of her dandelion wine. You're rejuvenating the cycle. How could any of us restore the connection between the Wildwood and the town when there was such a blatant evil in the community? Their initial tentative nibbles gave way to enthusiastic chewing as the quiet women enjoyed their bread. There was this, at least. We could do this. The bread was a start. Granny came back with an empty platter. She asked Kara to take the sect women another trayful, because they didn't seem willing to come into the yard where other people were eating. I've been meaning to tell you. Sometimes they come through the trees for help. Melody never turned them away. Once they know the Ross cabin is occupied again, they might try to come to you, Granny said. They live a harsher life than you can imagine. I hadn't told Granny about the night Reverend Moon had followed me to her door. I couldn't forget his spidery strides, or the fury that had contorted his face in the neighbor's porch light. I hadn't told her about the other sect people who had seemed to follow me around. I didn't want to worry her because of her health. I didn't want the trio to think I couldn't take care of myself. Can't decide if Mel should serve this one or not. I turned away from Granny at the sound of my name, only to see Jacob Walker stride into the backyard. Sadie had spoken before he'd appeared around the corner of the cabin, like she'd sensed him coming. I wasn't even surprised. All of the wise women prided themselves on being in tune with the Wildwood, and today it really did seem to be whispering all around us. Well, he's not here to commune with you or me, Joyce chuckled. And not a sip of wine in sight. I was more used to scolding from the Sunday school teacher, but today, smiles and actual laughter tumbled from her butter-glossed lips. Jacob had a cardboard box in his hands. He walked up to the table where I'd been serving, and he placed the box on it firmly enough to make its contents rattle. Lou asked me to help carry the honey, he explained, as Lou came from around the cabin with another box. She was unloading when I pulled in. More than you'll need for this year, but Sadie says the bees have gone crazy this last couple of weeks, producing more than she's ever seen, Lou explained. After 10 years of diminishing bee populations, that's good news, Jacob said. I'd avoided talking with Sadie about the bees since that day at the apiary. A rush of relief filled me to hear that the colony was thriving. I sliced 2 thick slices of rye bread from a loaf that was still warm and held them out on a serving plate for the biologist. He looked me in the eyes as he took the plate from my hands, and my cheeks heated. Granny told me gathering was a ritual held every year to commune with the Wildwood, to reclaim our ties to it as a home and a life source. Many of the guests were casual nibblers who had come to what they saw as a social occasion or a silly old tradition. Even I wasn't sure what it meant to treat the Wildwood as a sacred, sentient entity. But something told me Jacob Walker did. Like me, he picked up the first slice and bit into it plain. He closed his eyes, and his skin flushed with what I thought was appreciation and pleasure. My mouth went dry. Did he taste the moss and the stream? Were verdant shadows exploding on the back of his tongue? And oh, Lord, why had I thought about his mouth and tongue? His eyes opened at that very second, and he watched me watch him swallow. No idea why I wanted that bite to have been kneaded and baked by my hands, but I did. Perfect, he said, and all the women around us looked from him to me and back again, as if he'd said more intimate things. I'm not sure you should have any of her blackberry jam in public, Lou said. She didn't hesitate herself. She spread a thick slather of butter and preserves on a slice Granny had given her. Jacob looked from Lou to me. He'd never come for the jar of preserves I'd saved for him. Now he looked at me as he reached down and dipped a spoon into one of the jars we were serving, and he spread a huge helping of the purple-black jam on his second slice. He picked up the slice and bit into it as if he dared anyone to interrupt, all while keeping his eyes locked to mine. More people came and went while he chewed. There was conversation around us, but for the life of me I had no idea what was said. Everything else was a dim blur, and the breeze, the beautiful bread-scented breeze, seemed to swirl around us, and only the two of us, until I could almost make out the words it was whispering into my ear. "What have you two been up to while I was sick?" Granny asked, after Jacob had taken the second slice of his bread away. She was doing so much better. Joyce had forced her to slow down, not letting up on her nursing, even after I'd moved to the cabin. But Granny didn't appreciate being continually kept out of the loop. "He gave her that purple sphere she has hanging in the kitchen window," Sadie said. "I touched it, and Red had to fly out the front door to cool his wings." "He didn't give it to me," I began. "Sadie works more closely with the Wildwood than any of us, day in, day out, holding its branches in her hands, and of course there's the bees always buzzing in her ears. A lot of time she just knows things. Sometimes better than we know ourselves," Joyce explained. "We traded the orb for a hiking stick," I finished. "What sort of hiking stick?" Granny stepped toward me, as if my answer mattered to her more than it should. "One carved from a cherry sapling with a fox handle." He was looking at it, and I knew it had to be his. He'd bought the glass sphere from the glass blower at the market after I'd decided to buy it. So we traded, the fox for the orb, I explained. "So much simpler than that," Sadie said. "And infinitely more complicated for all its simplicity," Kara interjected. "Didn't you warn her about gifts from the Wildwood?" she asked. The question was directed at Granny. "It didn't occur to me. She's so prickly I didn't think I had to worry about it," she replied. She crossed her arms over her breasts. "He warned me. He said it was a bad idea. But it felt right. Sarah would have called it a whisper. I listened. I crossed my arms across my chest, too.
"He isn't trustworthy," Granny said. "His eyes don't match his words. He was born on the mountain. His mother was one of us. Then they left. Now he's back, and I think he's lying about why he's here."
"Oh, we all know why he's here," Joyce said. She no longer chuckled, but there was still laughter in her eyes.
"Granny's wrong and right. I'm not sure what's going on with him," Sadie said. "But I think I do know what's going on with him, Lou, and you. I've lived with that sort of connection my whole life. It's too special to ignore, even for someone used to ignoring connections."
"Well, you don't have to be a wise woman to see the way he looks at Mel," Joyce continued. "Jacob can't be a wise woman," I protested, shocked at what Sadie had implied. We couldn't be a trio, not when one of us was a man.
"The Wildwood doesn't care about gender, Mel. Only the heart matters, and the blood," Sadie scolded. "When I was a girl, men like Jacob, and there aren't many, mind you, were called woodsmen, special and rare, like you, like Lou."
While Joyce murmured what could be agreement or only more teasing, guests continued to enjoy the bread. We helped to serve people who came back for more slices, even as we muttered about magic and mayhem among ourselves. Calling Jacob Walker untrustworthy wasn't a fair assessment. I was sure of it, but I had also seen secrets in his eyes. Something didn't add up. And the attraction between us, Joyce was dead on about that, didn't completely negate my suspicions. As for any mystical connections, I wasn't ready to admit that yet. Not to them, and not to myself. It was almost anticlimactic when Violet Morgan slipped in late after most of the guests had already left. We'd sent many away with loaves wrapped in plastic to freeze and enjoy over winter. I was the one who took Violet one of the last slices on a plate, and she accepted it without a smile. I was glad the sect women had already disappeared back into the trees. I didn't think Hartwell's wife would give away their secret, because she had so many secrets of her own. But I couldn't be sure.
"Your song was so beautiful.
I thought I would cry," I whispered as she chewed.
"Sometimes I think tears are the only thing I have left that's mine,"
Violet said after she'd swallowed. I was surprised by her candor, but I shouldn't have been. Without Hartwell, and surrounded by wise women, Violet was different than she'd been in town. Both softer and harder. Real. No longer just a doll. And she obviously liked people who allowed her to be herself. Granny interrupted. She came up to us and fished into one of her numerous pockets. But I was shocked by what she drew out of it to hand to Violet Morgan. Rather than a net bag of herbs tied with thread, Granny handed the mayor's wife a recognizable packet of pills most women received from their gynecologist with a prescription.
"Thank you,"
Violet said. She palmed the packet, and it disappeared so suddenly I couldn't tell where she had stashed it, pocket or purse, bra or belt.
"She is a prisoner and doesn't want to condemn a child to the same fate," Granny explained.
Helpless rage made me tremble. But I'd been a prisoner myself in many ways, even in the city. For women and girls all too often, the modern world was no different than the world had ever been. We had only gotten better at pretending we were free. In Morgan's Gap, there were so many secrets, but some of them were imperative ones. Women helping women to survive. I'd seen Granny go to the sect women today. I hadn't noticed if she'd given them anything besides rye bread, but I thought she probably had. I'd always been a survivor, but I was discovering that survival wasn't enough if you couldn't help others do the same. The trio stayed to help me clean up. Granny watched from the sofa, proving that gathering had almost been too much for her by staying out of the kitchen. Charm had leapt from my shoulder, disappeared in transit, then popped into existence on Granny's shoulder, not one bit concerned about the fat cat on her lap. I wasn't sure if I would ever get used to animals behaving in strange ways, but Granny didn't seem to mind the mouse at her ear, so I let him be. We washed all the loaf pans and platters, and all the plates and utensils. Sadie dried the plates and handed them to Joyce, who placed them into a large padded container for the trip back to her house. While they dried and packed, I stored jars of leftover honey in the pantry. "It is pretty. I might have to buy one of these for myself," Sadie said, gently tapping the amethyst-colored orb with one finger to make it spin. "Maybe one that isn't infused with Jacob Walker's energy." "That's the third time you've set it to spinning in the last hour. Maybe you need some energy." Kara cut her eyes at Sadie and winked. "It'll take me a week to recover from today. After that, we can talk," Sadie said. I hadn't noticed the flirtation between the two women before. Maybe they hid it in front of strangers, and I was finally considered a friend. Joyce was smiling at them as if she was used to their bantering innuendo. "He saw you with it and bought it for you." Sadie leaned against the sink when she spoke, and her eyes flickered furiously behind her lashes, as if she was trying to see images that were coming to her too quickly. "He didn't know I was there," I replied, but I suddenly wasn't sure. Sadie had known Jacob was coming before he appeared at gathering, and the rest of the ladies in the room seemed to take her knowledge as certain. "He bought the orb for you, not for himself," Sadie insisted. She was back to washing dishes, as if visions assailed her so often she wasn't fazed. I went to the sink and reached up to touch the orb. It had stopped spinning. I was easily able to cup it in the palm of my hand. No visions came to me, only the memory of Jacob Walker holding the globe by its nylon thread, and how surprising it had been to see him with it, something I had wanted but hadn't allowed myself to have. The temperature of the room seemed to increase by several degrees. I moved my hand away from the glass sphere. It was dark outside, so the purple of the glass seemed darker as well. "Granny probably has a love tisane in one of her pockets, if you want us to brew a little something up before we leave," Joyce said. "Absolutely not," Granny said from the living room. "I've never known you to resist when the Wildwood is intent on a little matchmaking," Kara said. She had carried the container of dishes out to Joyce's car, but she'd returned in time to hear Granny protest. "Never imagine you know what the Wildwood is up to, woman. You're old enough to know by now that we can only ever guess and follow where our own hearts lead," Sadie said. Kara came up to her and spun her around to pull her away from the sink into a hug. "But Mel is still young, plenty of adventurous mistakes left to make, and that man seems like he'd be worth making a few nights of bad decisions," Kara said. Sadie relaxed into Kara's hug with an exasperated laugh. Granny huffed up from the sofa, spilling cat and mouse off onto the floor. Charm washed his face like he often did to give himself time to decide what to do. CC stalked over to be let out the door. I had no doubt he'd wind up in Joyce's sedan, waiting for the ladies to join him. "Too many mistakes made by the women on this mountain already. Wise, they call us, and maybe we are, but never wise enough," Granny said. She was exhausted. Her curly hair hung limply around her sagging shoulders, and she moved with a slight limp from a stiff hip she'd been complaining about all day. "It's okay, Helen. The sun will rise tomorrow and you'll feel much better after a good night's sleep," Joyce said. It was the first time I'd heard someone call my mentor anything other than Granny. Joyce must have known her for a long time. Granny didn't protest when Joyce took her arm to lead her outside. "Don't worry, Granny. I'm not looking for love. That's not why I'm here." I meant to reassure her, but she stopped. She turned, and suddenly, for all her tiredness, she was fully alert, as she had been at the beginning of the day. "Of course that's why you're here. That's why we're all here," Granny said. My whole body paused between breaths, between steps, maybe between one heartbeat and the next. Kara and Sadie both hugged me, one on each side. Tears pricked my eyes as I took a deep breath. I'd always thought I was helping Sarah, but I hadn't given her this. Such an easy-going camaraderie. Women who shared the same background and beliefs. I hadn't believed in anything strongly enough to share with anyone, much less Sarah. A bug-out bag wasn't a belief. Being ready to run was believing in nothing at all. Chapter 25. I fell asleep with the glass orb in my hands. No one was there to see me try to privately sense the vibe of the man who had bought it. But when I woke to the sound of pounding on the cabin's back door, the orb fell to the rug and rolled several feet before it came to a stop, like an embarrassing accusation in the middle of the floor. I could only be glad the carpet had cushioned its impact for several seconds before the pounding that had woken me resumed. Charm was nowhere to be seen. He often disappeared. I never knew if he was traveling unseen behind the walls or under the floor, or if he truly blinked out of existence to traverse some fairy pathways I couldn't imagine. There was only me to answer the door, so I walked softly, barefooted, and clothed in only a summer-weight nightgown, because I had yet to shop for autumn clothes. But I didn't open the door until I'd peeked through the curtained window at the back of the house. The yard was empty under the stars, the forest was dark, and there was a sect woman on my back porch. I was afraid, but I wasn't nearly as afraid as she was. She was weeping. I was close enough to hear her through the door now, and her sobs were horrible because they were gut-wrenching, but also so quiet, as if she knew better than to voice her pain. When I opened the door, she fell back as if she regretted knocking. But she didn't run away, although she looked like she desperately wanted to. She was crying and panting, and I suspected she'd run all the way here from the other side of the mountain. Her kerchief was missing. Her hair was a wild tangle around her face, and her cheeks were smeared with dirt and tears. Like the sect women I had seen in town, she was pregnant. Very pregnant. If Granny had been giving sect women these same pills she'd been giving Violet Morgan, none had been dispensed to this particular sect woman in time. "Come in, let me help you," I said. "Are you in labor?" No, not yet. Soon. Very soon, I think." The woman gasped. She allowed me to put my arm around her and lead her into the house. I helped her lower herself down onto Charm's armchair, and I covered her with an Afghan throw I'd washed by hand and dried in the sun. She gripped the soft crochet to her chest and huddled under it as if she wished she could disappear, something her large belly wouldn't allow her to do, even if the throw had been twice as large. "I'll put the kettle on," I said. There were soothing things I could brew for her that wouldn't harm the baby. There were things I wouldn't brew for her now that might have helped if she'd come to me months ago. She was too far along for those. While I waited for the water to boil, I fetched clean washcloths and a towel from the hall closet. I filled a dishpan with hot, sudsy water and took it to her. I didn't ask permission to wash her legs and arms and face. I did it because it needed to be done. She calmed while I washed. This was a caring language between two people that anyone could understand, but especially between two women. I washed the dirt away, and in doing so, I helped her gather her courage and dry her tears.
I can't have this baby in that place. I thought I could, but I won't. They can't make me. I'd rather die," she said. Her breathing had slowed. Her words carried the weight of conviction in every syllable. I knew this girl. I knew her because I knew myself. The kettle whistled, and I went to pour the water into a waiting cup. Nothing but wild spearmint leaves for now. I wanted to revive her enough for us to decide what to do. If the sect came after her, the only weapon I had in the cabin was the old Louisville slugger I'd borrowed from Granny's umbrella stand. "What's your name?" I asked.
"Lorelei?"
Her calmer voice sounded even younger than she looked. She drained the cup down to the dregs. I didn't look at the leaves. I didn't believe in divination. I never would. The future couldn't be foretold because our actions had to influence every second of every day. It was changeable. I had to believe that, or my future would seem as hopeless as my past.
"There used to be a woman who lived here. I heard the whispers about women who pretended they lost their babies, but the babies lived and were sent away for a better life off the mountain," she said.
"Life isn't perfect off the mountain," I said.
"Anywhere away from Reverend Moon is better,"
Lorelei said. It sounded like she might start crying again. "So you ran away?" I guessed. She didn't have a bag or even a coat. I'd been lucky to have those things when I'd run. I'd been lucky to not have to run alone.
"I couldn't make it all the way to town, and someone I know came here today, saw the cabin wasn't empty anymore,"
Lorelei said. But then she froze. She'd calmed enough to notice her surroundings. Her hand grew suddenly slack, and the cup fell from her fingers. I followed the direction of her attention. Her eyes were riveted on the photographs on the table.
"One of them,"
she said. She stood so fast I fell back. The cup dropped off the Afghan. Unlike the sphere, it hit bare floor to the side of the carpet and shattered. "Who? That's Tom and Lou. One of who?" I stood, being careful to avoid the bits and pieces of broken cup, but Lorelei had already backed away from my outstretched hands.
"Them,"
she said, all calm lost. Tears were streaming down the face I'd washed clean. "No one will hurt you here, Lorelei. I won't let them," I said. Some of the bruises I'd seen made me reluctant to restrain her. By the time I thought I'd better grab her, she had already rushed to the back door and opened it. "Wait! Rest here, at least until morning. Don't go back into the woods at night." Her arms slipped through my fingers, and she ran surprisingly light-footed and quick. The pale blue of her dress was ghostly in the moonlight, and soon disappeared in the thick growth of trees. I didn't think. I didn't even pause to shut the door. I ran after her, without a flashlight. I ran into the mysterious, sentient Wildwood. Even Granny said no one would ever understand. The daytime forest can be shadowed and deep. When you're used to city streets, the tangle of tree and vine and the thick obfuscation of leaves can seem impossibly strange to navigate. Even in daylight, wilderness is changeable. A path can become a quagmire after a sudden rain or a dead end after a wind-felled tree. Even worse off is the off-path snarl of undergrowth and untamed branches. But the nighttime forest is another world entirely. My worn path was surrounded by a cool velvet mystery, hazy and indistinct in the darkness. I jogged after the pregnant woman, my way illuminated only by starlight and a half-eaten moon winking between clouds, until the soft blackness my eyes could barely penetrate was ripped by the intrusion of sharp branches. Lorelei had left the path. I followed. I could hear her for a while, crashing through the same growth that had me in its grip. My legs and arms were caught by briar and bramble with every step. My face was wet.
It was either frustration or blood. I couldn't tell. There was definitely the sting of scratches on my cheeks and hands. "Stop! Just stop! You're hurting yourself. Don't move," Jacob ordered. I froze because he'd startled me, and then because he was right. He came out of nowhere, like he always did. But of course it was more of an entrance in the middle of the blackest night. I barely saw a flash of eye and teeth. The rest of him was shadow, moving shadow, graceful shadow, but only shadow all the same. "There was a sect girl. I was trying to help her, but she ran away," I explained. "So you followed her because 2 people lost in the Wildwood at midnight are better than 1? Jacob said. "I'm not lost. I'm stuck. 2 different things," I said. Jacob was shadowing around my legs and ankles now, pulling vines away from my skin, and I was acutely aware of my ridiculous nightgown and bare feet. I didn't have time to stop for shoes," I said. It might have been stupid, but even now, if I could have seen well enough to pursue Lorelei, I would have continued after her, bare feet and all. She was in trouble, the kind of trouble I could feel in the shiver of empathetic horror down my spine. "I think I've gotten you free from the briars. I'm going to pick you up, because I'm wearing boots, and you could seriously damage your feet in the dark out here. Best case scenario, a rock slices your soul. Worst case, you step on a copperhead. It hasn't gotten cold enough to discount that possibility yet." Jacob had already scooped me up. So easily. Too easily. I didn't have time to come up with a sane argument as to why I should walk back under my own power, even with no shoes and scratched all to pieces. Because being cradled in his arms felt too safe, too sane, and I couldn't process those 2 feelings at the same time. Maybe because I'd never felt that way before. "You must be hurt or tired or both," Jacob said. "I was braced for a fist or a fuck you." There was a laughter in his voice. In the pitch black against my wild hair, I could feel the vibration of a chuckle he didn't quite allow to escape. As soon as his boots hit the grass of the backyard, I wrenched myself down. I used too much force considering he easily let me go. I ended up stumbling forward like an awkward, half-naked zombie girl. I slowed my galumph on the porch and opened the door. I didn't slam it in his face, although I was tempted. The light of the living room lamps illuminated him in the open door. He wasn't exactly smiling, but his mouth was quirked. The light also revealed that Jacob was scratched too, all along one side of his face. Had the graceful man who seemed perfectly a part of the Wildwood and at ease among all its vegetation been scratched when he'd helped me escape from the briar patch? I hadn't seen or felt it happen. He'd seemed perfectly calm and in control of every vine as he'd peeled it away from my skin. Even harder to believe that he'd run into a branch when he was coming to help me. I'd seen how he moved among the trees in daylight. Would he really be that awkward at night? Jacob came through the door and shut it behind him. He slid the bolt into place with a firm snick. A sect woman woke me up banging on the door. I let her in. She's very pregnant. It looked like she could go into labor at any time, I explained. But something frightened her, and she ran before I could do anything for her. "That explains the nightgown and your bare feet," Jacob said. I looked down at myself, and I wished I hadn't. Besides the scratches, my feet were filthy. Streaks of dirt moistened from the night's damp painted my legs and stained the edges of my gown. My thin gown. More than my teeth clicking together indicated, I was cold. "You're freezing. Let me help you," Jacob said. He didn't wait for me to reject his offer. He grabbed me by the hand and pulled me down the hall to the bathroom. He pressed my shoulder to urge me to sit on the toilet, and I watched, shivering, while he turned on the hot water tap in the tub. I was completely out of my comfort zone. One of the reasons I liked being Granny's apprentice was because, as the helper, I didn't have to accept anyone tending me. I didn't like feeling weak or needy. Never had. But I turned to place my legs over into the nearby tub when Jacob pointed. He took the washcloth he'd found under the bathroom sink and wet it in the now steaming water. I watched, mesmerized, as he took the lavender soap from its dish and worked it into a lather with the wet cloth. This was not even slightly okay. Jacob didn't intend to be sensual. If anything, the expression on his face was exasperated concern. Thin lips, furrowed forehead. But as he washed and rinsed my feet and legs, everything changed. His lips softened. His brow eased. His eyebrows arched as if he found himself in the middle of a moment he hadn't expected or planned. Like my pricked finger in his mouth. I reached for the washcloth exactly as he released it. He straightened and stepped back, and his damp hand went to his hair to push it back from his face. In the bathroom light, the scratches looked angry and painful, but he had been worried about me, and somehow that flash of tattooed tree at his wrist said I should understand. "I'll finish up," I said, releasing him from the suddenly awkward ministrations. He nodded and left the bathroom, and I finished with much rougher and efficient scrubbing. I rejected the urge to continue the gentle swipes my body had interpreted as caresses. Something about Jacob's scratches was bothering me. If I ruled out the idea that he'd been as clumsy as I had been in the dark forest, then I had to accept they might have been caused by fingernails? Jacob was standing near the wood stove when I came out of the bathroom. I ignored him as I went over to pick up the pieces of broken china on the floor. Or I tried to. I was still shaky and awkward. As I tossed the shattered cup in the trash, I managed to slice a finger. I bit my lip to keep from hissing and went to the sink to wash off my hand, quietly wrapping a paper towel to catch the blood. When I turned back around, Jacob was in the middle of the rug, with the glass sphere in his hand. Suddenly, I remembered holding the sphere before the sect woman came to the door, trying to connect to whatever it was that Sadie had felt when she touched the glass. My cheeks heated, and the rush of blood made the scratches tingle and sting again. I hid my embarrassment by shuffling through several drawers to find an old cookie tin full of first aid supplies I'd seen when I'd first moved in. "Why did she run away from you after you let her inside?" Jacob asked. I opened the first aid kit awkwardly with one hand and the crook of my opposite elbow. Jacob took pity on my one-handed operation when I tried to open the adhesive bandage I'd chosen. He walked over, placed the orb on the counter, and reached to take the bandage from my good hand. With 2 hands, he easily ripped it open. I held my breath while he wound the bandage around my cut finger. We were practically holding hands while the poor sect woman was out there, somewhere, frightened and alone. When he was finished, he stepped away, waiting expectantly for me to answer his question. She was upset. I thought I'd calmed her down, but she freaked out again when she saw the photographs on the coffee table. I couldn't stop her, so I followed her. She ran off the path. I got lost and then tangled. "That's where you came in," I said. "You must have seen or heard her too?" "No, I didn't. You must have been much louder than she was. I only heard you," Jacob said. "Those briars were painful," I said, to excuse what must have been excessive shouting. "Then again, your face looks worse than mine feels," I said. Jacob raised his hand to the injury on his right cheek as if he hadn't noticed the 4 wide scratches that welled with thickening blood. His eyes met mine, fast, and their usual mossy secrets had gone hard. There was no way his scratches had been made by briars. He knew that I knew it. I could see the scratches on my arms and legs. They were fine and thin
and already drying. Must have been a branch when I was rushing over to help you in the dark. He slowly lowered his hand. I was alone in an isolated cabin with a man who had just lied to me. The knowledge made my chest tighten, and a cool wash of adrenaline flow down my spine. What were you doing in the forest at night? It was a stupid question. Not because I didn't need to know the answer, but because I needed to pretend I hadn't noticed anything unusual about him being in the woods behind my cabin at midnight. Ginseng poachers work at night sometimes. They're easier to spot when headlamps give them away, Jacob explained. His eyes had gone soft again. Scientist at work. Nothing to see here. I reached for the glass sphere and turned to hang it back above the kitchen window, using the move to cover my concern. Unfortunately, this time, when I touched the sphere, I felt a strange electric jolt run up my arm and then spread as an arc of barely perceptible energy throughout my entire body. I paused, but for only a second. It took every bit of subterfuge I'd learned as a kid to cover my reaction. Sadie couldn't have felt such a strong shock every time she touched the sphere. What if Jacob had transferred even more of his emotion and energy to the glass just now because he was feeling more tension than he should be if he was telling the truth? I turned from the sink to discover he had followed me into the kitchen area. He reached above my head to steady the globe that was spinning from the quickness of my move to hang it and get it out of my tingling hands. This close, I could get an even better look at the scratches on his face, and I could very clearly imagine them being caused by a woman's defensive hand. You shouldn't have opened your door to a stranger in the middle of the night. Jacob's face had softened. His eyes tracked over my face. Stupid to think I could completely hide my reaction to the globe from him. It was automatic to look up at him, as it must have been automatic for him to lean over me to speak. I could see the vivid scratches on his face, could easily imagine how they got there. But as always, there was a voice deep down inside whispering that I trusted him, even if he had secrets he couldn't share with me. I'm not here to hide behind bolted doors. We're supposed to help people. It's what we do, I said. My jaw was clenched, but I wasn't angry. There was a tension in me I couldn't identify, one that was uniquely tied to this man who was currently standing between me and the woman I needed to help. There were whispers telling me to stay near him, or to get even nearer, but I'd listened to the less trusting instincts too often in the past, and those instincts were more like a shout. I stepped forward, and for a second experienced full body contact with Jacob before he allowed himself to be pushed out of the way by my forward momentum. Someone murdered Melody Ross. She'll never be able to help anyone ever again, Jacob said to my back as I headed to the front door. A harsh truth that didn't exactly capture the reality of her legacy kept forever in the Ross Remedy book, with Granny and the trio and other wise women I barely knew. She continued to help long after she was gone, but only because there were women following in her footsteps. If I quit now, who would carry on Melody's legacy, Sarah's legacy? She still helps as long as any of us are helping. I paused and leaned against the door. The wood felt cool on my forehead and my fingers, but only for a second, before I drew back and pushed the bolt open. Listen to yourself. Us? We? When did you decide to become a part of this? He stalked forward, completely focused on me, as if he hadn't noticed I'd opened the door wide for him to leave. I didn't even know if his Jeep was outside. I hadn't heard a vehicle. I only knew I needed the energy I'd somehow absorbed from him to dissipate, and that could happen only if he went away and took whatever secrets he was hiding with him. Jacob stopped a foot away from me. She might come back. If she does, call me, he said. I'll go back into the woods at dawn to see if I can pick up a trail. He waited for me to reply until it was obvious I wouldn't agree to call him.
He pushed his hair back from his forehead with one hand in frustration. "Or call anyone, Granny, Lou. Just don't try to help her alone. Reverend Moon doesn't let people go easily. Trust me," Jacob continued. "We'll have to try to help her discreetly." My eyes must have widened. My nostrils must have flared, because Jacob noticed my silent rejection of his plan to keep me out of danger. His eyes narrowed. His hands settled at his sides, and he stepped closer, barely glancing at the photographs on the table that had seemed to frighten Lorelei away. He stopped beside me in the open doorway. A cool breeze from the night outside flowed over us. We stood shoulder to shoulder, him facing out, me facing in, and I refused to look up at him. I simply waited for him to leave. I could wait all night. He must have felt my determination, but he didn't walk away. "I grew up in these mountains. Played in the Wildwood from the time I could crawl. My mother was a minister's wife, but when he died, she was left a widow with a small child to feed. Folks helped. They sure did, but my mother wasn't from around here. Not originally. She never understood my desire for the woods. She found Granny and the women like her strange, different. And unlike my father, she could never reconcile their beliefs with her own. So we had to go. I followed her and my father's Bible off the mountain, all the way to Charlottesville. But I never left. Not really. The Wildwood already had me, and it will never let me go." When his story had trailed off, I lifted my chin to meet his eyes. The halo from the nearest lamp didn't illuminate his expression. He'd stood in the open doorway as if it was a shadowed confessional. "I don't know what that means," I said. "Yes, you do. You already know. You feel it yourself. Might have felt it before you put the first foot in Morgan's Gap," Jacob said. "Granny says she brewed me here," I said softly. The breeze died, having left a heavy lock of hair on Jacob's forehead. "Maybe she did, or maybe you were called in ways even Granny wouldn't understand," Jacob said. His last maybe sounded pained, and somehow I understood because an echo of a similar pain was in my own chest. If the Wildwood was causing us to be drawn together, his secrets and my reservations were keeping us apart. "Sarah's mother said that some people hear the Wildwood," I replied. I needed him to go. I wanted him to stay. Most of all, I wanted to hear more about his past, about his plans and dreams, and the reasons why he always seemed to show up wherever I was, especially when I needed support. "Lots of people here. A select few listen," Jacob clarified. He paused. I saw his chest go still, his lids lowered. I could barely see the shadow of his lashes against the lighter color of his cheek. "My father was a minister, but he was born on this mountain. He listened." "Are you one of the select few?" I asked. I had always considered myself a loner, even after Sarah came into my life. In my mind, we were outcasts together, taking on the world by ourselves. In Morgan's Gap, I was either beginning to believe in community, or my circle of outcasts was growing. I had fewer reservations about Jacob than I'd had only a few moments before. All I needed to accept the connection growing between us was for him to be open to it as well, and open up with me about where he stood, what he believed, and who had caused those scratches on his face. Then we could work together to find Lorelei, to help her. I cursed the lack of light when Jacob stepped out on the porch. Had he nodded, or had his sudden movement simply caused a non-committal shifting of shadows? I didn't know. I couldn't be sure. Trust was for suckers, something I'd always believed. But when I closed the door and locked it behind him, the heat in my belly had changed to a cold hollow. Granny had said we were all here for love, but she'd been wrong. Jacob was in Morgan's Gap for something else. And ultimately, whatever it was kept us apart.
Her mother was proud. Sarah did all the usual things she did when her mother was presiding over a birth, but she couldn't help noticing the warmth of her mother's smile when she handed her towels, or the shine in her eyes when she asked for some tea. If the sect woman hadn't gone into labor, Sarah would have gone to the Wildwood garden this very afternoon to complete the ritual. She was to become a wise woman like her mother, and her grandmother, and her great-grandmother, and all the mothers all the way back to the old country, and beyond. The first Ross was said to have been born from woman, but fathered by the Tuatha De Danann, an ancient Irish race with supernatural abilities. Hill folk, fair folk, fairies. It was only a story, but her mother always said there was a grain of truth in every fairy tale. Beneath her breath, Sarah practiced the words she had learned from the Ross Remedy book. The revelation of the ritual had happened that morning after breakfast. Sudden, but not so sudden. She'd been waiting and checking the book every day for a long time. Tomorrow was her 12th birthday. Her mother had completed the ritual when she'd been a year younger than her. "You'll be shown when it's time," her mother had said. Always patient, always certain. Sarah had been afraid her time would never come. She'd studied, she'd helped. Little by little, she learned as much as she could by her mother's side. They helped the sect woman deliver her baby, but there was an undercurrent of celebration in addition to the happiness of birth. Tomorrow was her birthday, and it was time for her to join the ranks of Ross wise women who had ministered to the Morgan's Gap community since long before she was born.
Chapter 26. I rushed to the garden at first light after my strange dream about Sarah. It had been brief and hazy. In all my other dreams, I had been Sarah, looking through her eyes, feeling her emotions. This one had been vague and distant, a strange flash of an intense moment in her life, and then it had been gone. I tossed and turned the rest of the night, worrying about Lorelei, hoping Jacob would find her, or that she would somehow make her way to Granny in town. There was no sign of her in the woods, only the usual tangle of vines. I pushed all thought from my mind of what it had been like to be carried back home out of the dark woods by Jacob Walker. After a quick shower, cool enough so my skin wouldn't recall the hot washcloth in Jacob's hand, I pulled on jeans hardened by the wind and fresh from being baked in the sun on the outdoor line. I used the blow dryer only long enough to keep my hair from dripping on my clothes. It was a bright, sunny day, so even though we were headed toward winter, I needed only a flannel shirt as a jacket over my t-shirt. I'd been outdoors enough that my skin was slightly tanned and sprinkled with freckles. To that, I added a smudge of gloss, a smear of mascara, and some powder. I'd rarely worn makeup this summer, but I was trying to hide my sleepless night and the bags under my eyes from Granny. When I came out of the bathroom, more than ready to go, I stopped in the hallway outside of the kitchen. Charm was on the counter, but what startled me was what was beside him. The Ross Remedy book was open on the counter. Charm sniffed around its edges, but there was no way the tiny mouse could have retrieved the book from my fox bag, carried it up to the counter, and then opened it. The book weighed several pounds, at least. Charm's weight would have measured in ounces. As quickly as I had frozen, I burst into action. I rushed first to the back door and then to the front. Both doors were shut tight and locked by a deadbolt and by the sliding bolts I'd installed myself. After checking the doors, I went through the house to make sure no one had managed to get inside while I had been to the garden in the early morning hours. The cabin was peaceful and quiet. Charm and I were the only living souls inside the house. "The book was in my bag before I hit the shower," I said to Charm as I came back downstairs. He was still sniffing around the book, as if he was also trying to figure out how it had gotten in its current position with no help from me. I turned around in a circle, in the middle of the living room. Nothing else was out of place, and the embroidered fox bag was exactly as I'd left it, hanging on the back of the chair. One thing immediately caught my attention. The remedy book was open to a page I didn't recognize. I'd studied all the way through the book 1,000 times. I thought I knew it from cover to cover. But from where I stood in the living room, I could suddenly tell the book was open to a page that was thicker than the rest. I moved toward the kitchen counter to get a closer look, and as I did, Charm placed his front 2 paws on the page and sniffed as if he too was clued in to the page's oddity by my reaction. I could see the page was different because it was larger than the rest of the pages in the book. It had been folded into the size and shape of the other pages, but the creased paper had increased its thickness. Charm looked up at me expectantly, as if to say he couldn't unfold the page, but I should. He stepped back as I reached to do exactly that, carefully and gently, because it was obvious the unusual insertion was older than the rest of the book. The paper was yellow, stained and slightly brittle. Its creases were permanent and greatly defined. They'd obviously been first folded ages ago, and rarely unfolded in the life of the page. It was a part of the book. Down the center of the open folds, a stitching held the page in place, almost in the dead center of the remedy book. I couldn't tell what the thread was made of, cotton or something thicker like sinew. I could only tell that the stains on the paper were a combination of age and soil, and possibly something darker, like blood. There was tight and tiny scripted writing on the page, but what caught my attention, besides the stains, were the sketches of blackberry bushes, finely wrought in indelible ink, although they must have been rendered many, many years ago. On the yellowed paper, the ink looked greenish-brown, but its color didn't negate the drops of blood that trailed from the forefingers that had also been sketched on the page. An old wives' tale? Or a ritual the Ross women had practiced for generations? I'd had to resort several times to a silver magnifying glass I'd found in a kitchen drawer when I'd been studying the older recipes and remedies in the book. I rummaged for it now, so I could read the words my unfolding had revealed. My hands shook. I was clumsy as I skimmed the glass over the page. In my dream, Sarah had been excited and nervous because she was preparing for a rite of passage. It must have been very close to the time her mother was killed, because she'd been the same Sarah I had first met, except for the lack of shadows under her eyes. I hadn't seen the remedy book in my dream, but Sarah had been happy because she'd finally earned her place among the wise women on the mountain. How had Melody and Sarah known this time was right? Did this page reveal itself only when it was time to follow in the footsteps of all the Ross women who had come before? Sarah had murmured words I couldn't understand. The words I tried to read under the magnifying glass were written in what seemed to be an archaic form of English. I could make them out, but I resisted the urge to whisper them out loud. If this was some kind of spell, I didn't want to set something in motion I couldn't control, or, worse, something that hadn't been meant for me. It was one thing to learn about making blackberry preserves, bread, and pickles. It was another to perform a ritual that involved thorns, blood, and the Ross family's legacy. Sarah had wanted me to come to the mountain. Granny had given me the book, and now this page had suddenly appeared. Had I merely missed it before? Had it been there, folded all this time? My mind tried to rationalize what I couldn't explain, but my heart knew the page hadn't been there the night before. It had appeared after I dreamed about it appearing to Sarah. It wasn't the first time I'd noticed a page that hadn't seemed to be there before. The bee balm ritual had been illuminated by lightning when I needed it. Now this. Did that mean it was meant for me, or did it simply mean I'd awakened something through my connection to my dead adopted sister? Jacob had already pricked my thumb on a blackberry thorn, but that moment had been dark whimsy that had morphed into something more. Maybe he had set something in motion, but there was a clear process of steps listed on this page I had yet to follow. Both forefingers pricked, deeply enough to drip blood on the ground. Promises made to cultivate and cherish the land. Life and growth celebrated and accepted from sacred earth. It was a recipe like all the other pages of the book, but one that didn't involve baking, canning, or preparing a poultice or tisane. I folded the page, returning the instructive sketches and text to its slumber. Charm watched me with curious blinking eyes. Granny was expecting me. I'd call her that morning using an ancient wall phone with an echoing connection. I wasn't sure the page had been meant for me. It would be presumptuous for me to rush into the Wildwood and complete a ritual that was meant for Ross women. Besides, I felt a stirring deep inside my bones. The decision to establish such an intimate connection with the Wildwood garden was a momentous one. Such a connection would entail me giving up the walls I'd always depended on to keep me safe and independent from others. I closed the book, and not entirely sure I would mind if the folded page disappeared. I shoved it back in my fox bag as I left the house. With curls still slightly damp, I jumped into the old Chevy and pumped the clutch. Every time it started was an adventure in figuring out what magic combination of lever, pedal, and prayers would cause it to fire up and chug its special blend of blue-tinged smoke to the sky. Charm stayed at home. It wasn't an abandonment. It felt more like he was holding down the fort. And although I couldn't imagine the little rodent being able to do much to defend our home, I appreciated the intention inherent in the sparkle of his eye and the twitch of his nose. All of the movement made me feel less helpless, until I hit the outer limits of town only to encounter a roadblock. 2 county squad cars were parked by the side of the road, and 2 sheriff's deputies were stopping cars entering or leaving town. "Oh, you're the one living out at the Ross cabin. I heard Joseph got this old fella up and running again," the deputy said when I stopped and rolled down my window with a crank that sounded like the hounds of hell. "Seen or heard anything unusual out that way? We got ourselves a missing person alert. A runaway. A girl by the name of Lorelei Moon." I held the crank with one hand and the ancient loose steering wheel with the other as dizziness slammed into me. Moon? Wife, daughter, sister, some version of all 3? Nausea rose at the back of my throat, and I had to swallow its bitterness down before I could speak. "No, I'm sorry, officer. It's quiet out that way." The deputy didn't seem to have half of Jacob Walker's observational skills. He didn't notice my shaking hand on the wheel, or the squeak in my voice while I lied through my teeth. "All right, then. Drive safely and let us know if you see or hear anything," he said. He hit the side of the truck a couple of times as a goodbye, or to urge me along. I couldn't be sure. The hollow metallic thumps made me jump and let off on the clutch too quickly. I had to grab for the wheel to keep the truck on the road as I depressed the gas to keep the chugging engine from stalling. The deputy laughed, no doubt amused by my lack of skill, and not alerted at all to my guilty mental state. So really, who lacked skill in this situation? What if I lied for the girl, when what she really needed was professional medical help? What if the authorities only wanted to help Lorelei Moon? I'd run away from bad situations too many times to fall for those nagging doubts. I'd seen the way the townspeople treated Reverend Moon. I'd seen the way they made way for him and treated him as someone to respect. I'd seen Lorelei's fear. Maybe she'd made her way undetected all the way to town. Maybe she was hiding with Granny or one of the other wise women right now. There was no one hiding at Granny's house. Cece met me at the door, and I told Granny everything that had happened while she helped to pack my new willow basket full of deliveries. We both thought that a stroll through town, meeting our regular customers, would be the best way to find out if anyone had seen Lorelei. When I got to the part about the strange shock I'd received from the glass orb, and the story Jacob had told me at the door, Granny stopped packing the basket and closed her eyes as if she was in pain.
Oh, she never should have taken him away. He belonged on the mountain. Anyone could see that.
Granny fretted. Well, he's here now, I said. The basket was full, but I lingered. I hadn't told Granny about feeling rejected, because I hadn't yet shared with her the pull I felt toward Lou and Jacob. It was such a deep and pervasive thing. Why talk about heartbeats and blood circulation? It just was. Indefinably there.
Maybe. He's here and he's not here. I can't explain it. I don't understand,
Granny said. She opened her eyes and shuffled items in the basket as if she was embarrassed by her moment of weakness. He's holding something back, I said, and it might be my fault. The basket still sat on the counter. I gripped its handle tightly without picking it up because I'd taken myself by surprise. I'd been ready to trust the Wildwood about Jacob last night. I'd been ready to accept the connection. He had walked away from that readiness. I'd felt rejected, but what had I really done to deserve his trust? I was still an outsider by most mountain standards. I was definitely still guarded and defensive most of the time. Granny put her hands on her hips and looked at me hard. She didn't say a word. She didn't have to. I knew she was waiting for me to go on. There's something happening between us and Lou. Between all three of us. A growing connection. And maybe I'm the last person in the world anyone with any sense would want to be connected to. I finished in a rush that made Granny soften, smile, and step forward to place her hands on either side of my head, as if she needed to hold me in place before I decided to fly away.
Whatever is going on with Jacob Walker was going on with him before you even arrived. Stop blaming yourself for the difficulties and darkness in this world, Mel. You cannot take that on. It's just another way of adding layers of insulation between yourself and others. Another kind of armor that keeps you apart. I let the warmth of her palms and the truth in her wisdom soak into me. But a trio, I tried to begin again, only emotion weighted my tongue and tightened my throat. Do you think Sadie, Kara, and Joyce were always so easy together? The kind of ease they've developed takes time, and none of them, not a one, has as much power as you do. Sparks are flying.
Granny teasingly tugged my hair as she lowered her hands.
In more ways than one. It's completely natural. Let them fly. Just be prepared to accept the connection when it happens. Because it will. The Wildwood doesn't play.
Granny pointed to the basket, and I picked it up. I had deliveries to make, and townspeople counting on us no matter what else was going on.
Oh, not to say nature can't be mischievous, and Jacob Walker can be too. Don't let his strong, silent act fool you. He's quick to tease once he knows you, and his watchful eyes don't miss a thing. But Mel, the Wildwood knows what it's doing. If it's urging you, Jacob, and Lou to come together, it's because you need it. As a trio, more powerful together than apart.
I paused on my way to the door and looked at the woman who had taught me so much in such a short time. When we'd made the rye bread together, I'd felt a camaraderie I hadn't felt before. But now, with all my fears and weaknesses out on the table, I felt more than friendship. Granny was family. My family. I'll do my best, I promised.
I know,
Granny said. She put her hands in her pockets, rummaging around for space.
We all will. We'll all do our best.
As I walked out the door, I heard her whisper,
I just hope it will be enough.
As I walked from back door to back door around town, I bumped into more deputies on foot, handing out flyers and going from house to house. Several ladies' auxiliaries from local churches had also been mobilized. They had their own almost uniform of cardigan sweaters and sensible loafers, as well as hard hairstyles that didn't move no matter the breeze. The women bothered me more than the deputies. They were like the sect women in too many ways, flocking without thought in whichever way they were directed. Had they ever seen the mad look in Moon's eyes, or the youth of some of the pregnant girls he herded through town? Did they really value choice and individuality so little? And what of the babies forced to be born and grow up in an oppressive community ruled by fear? Lorelei had run away for a good reason. I only wished I could find her so I could help her get away. Violet Morgan was in the salon when I pushed my way through the front door. No one else was there, including Becky, who must have stepped out. Violet had a head full of the foil folds that indicated she was having her hair colored. The acrid scent of peroxide burned my eyes and nose. She dropped a magazine onto the table in front of her when I walked in. "I'm not going to judge you for reading an article about an actor," I said. The sexy Swedish actor who smiled from the cover of the entertainment magazine had won multiple awards. His acting ability paired with his natural charisma was deadly. I didn't blame Violet at all. "I wasn't." She leaned over and pushed the magazine away. "Did you like the preserves?" I asked. I shared my best smile, but it must have been scary because Violet blanched like I had snarled. "Tom helped me gather them," I continued. "Please, stop. You can't," Violet began. Her eyes darted from me to the door. I wondered if Hartwell Morgan ever checked up on her mid-appointment, to be sure she wasn't chatting or looking at sexy magazines. "Be your friend?" I supplied the impossible finish for her, hoping that by saying it aloud, she would hear how ridiculous it sounded. "Yes, that. We can't. Hartwell doesn't like—" Violet stalled again. I took pity on her and lost all trace of flippancy. She really was miserable, and I already suspected her husband was nothing to laugh about. "Women like me?" I said. "I don't think he likes anything, really," Violet said. She sagged against the back of her chair, still having the presence of mind to protect the foil on her head by tilting her chin forward. "I heard he wants to be governor," I said. I hadn't only heard it. I'd spent some time at the tiny library in town to confirm the rumors. Mildred Pierce was a widow who kept several rooms worth of books and historical materials in the bottom story of a large southern colonial near the courthouse, much of it devoted to the town's founding family. The Morgan family was a popular topic in newspapers and websites that leaned toward extremism. Tax cuts for billionaires, corporate interests, doing away with environmental regulations. I walked over and took several bottles from the basket and placed them on the stylist station. I could get payment later. "It's all about the natural gas pipeline," Violet explained. "He needs more political clout to enable the energy companies to extend through Morgan's Gap. He's heavily invested in fracking." Real talk. Not the breathless niceties she was allowed to say. "Fracking destroys everything," I said. I'd seen photographs of mountains in Tennessee and Kentucky completely denuded of life. I'd taken the opportunity to research more than the killing on my laptop when I was visiting Granny's. I knew more about the process now than I had, and I felt even more confident in my placement of the no pipeline bumper sticker on my truck. Most of the mountaintops got washed away by high-powered water cannons to get to the shale layers that held pockets of oil and natural gas deep beneath the ground. Cheaper and safer than mining. So much worse for the environment. Especially when you consider the construction of the pipelines and the inevitable leaks of methane and oil during transport. "I know," Violet said. She leaned over and opened the magazine I thought she'd been reading to reveal a smaller magazine hidden inside the larger one. She hadn't been reading about the Swedish actor. She'd been reading about the environmental impact of fracking and pipeline construction. The article was paired with horrible photographs, streams full of dead fish, children who had to have clean water shipped in on container trucks because their local groundwater was contaminated. "The Wildwood would be devastated," I said. "No more chanterelles or blackberries," Violet said. "No more rye bread or pickles," I added. "Hello, ladies!" The bell above the shop door jangled, and a deputy stepped into the salon. Violet flipped the magazine closed and sat back on her chair. I lost my equilibrium because the natural, open expression she'd shared with me changed so quickly to one of polite blankness. "Just gonna leave a stack of flyers here." The deputy tossed a handful of flyers on the table. There was no photograph of Lorelei, only a crude drawing and a physical description. But Violet gasped, and her face shone as white as the peroxide on her hair. "Hartwell knows. He's called in help from the next county, and the state police. Don't worry, we'll find her," the deputy said. He left as quickly as he'd arrived. I held tight to my basket and met Violet's frightened eyes. "If they find her, it won't be good. It's never good for the ones who run if they're caught," she whispered. "Not that it's good for those of us that don't run. We're all caught sooner or later." Like dot matrix art that finally reveals itself to you when you focus your eyes right, Violet Morgan became clear to me. She was a sect woman. She might no longer wear the homespun dress or the kerchief in her hair, but she had the look in her eyes. "Moon gave me to Hartwell when I was 16, she said. There was shame in her voice, as if she thought she should have run like Lorelei. Anger bubbled up from the place in my gut where fury for men like Moon and Hartwell always lived. "He had no right. He didn't own you or your future, and Hartwell doesn't own you now. You aren't a possession," I said. "I know that. I've always known it, really. But they don't let you go. They will never let me go," Violet said. Tears welled up in her eyes until they were thick pools I couldn't believe she didn't spill. But crying would smear her perfectly applied makeup. She'd always had to be so careful. I could see it in the way she held herself even now as we spoke about unspeakable things that everyone in Morgan's Gap knew but didn't mention. The whole town was culpable, including me, because I had seen that flock of frightened women, and I hadn't known what to do. How do you save a person who has been caged in a culture of non-entity since birth? Granny had been trying, maybe her whole life. Melody Ross had tried too. She'd saved the ones she could. But how many had died in the woods or been given away, chattel, to men like Hartwell Morgan? Violet's cage was gilded, but that didn't make her life sentence any less harsh. I remembered Jacob telling me the sect had broken off from the Mennonite church 50 years ago. No wonder Reverend Moon was part of a rogue group. Even the most backward religion wouldn't turn a blind eye to what basically amounted to trafficking, would it? I shuddered. "Moon signed over almost all the land he owned to Hartwell. That land provides a strip straight through the county along the national forest. In exchange, Moon lives undisturbed in the way he sees fit. Hartwell and his supporters, and the supporters of the pipeline, protect the sect. I have nowhere to go," Violet said. I left my basket on the table and wrapped my arms around her stiff shoulders. I ignored the sting of peroxide in my eyes. "You could come to the Wildwood with me. We'll figure something out." "I would never bring my troubles to anyone else's door. If I ran to the Wildwood, Hartwell would follow me. Tom, but people depend on the Wildwood being a peaceful place, a sanctuary.
I wouldn't destroy that, Violet said. There was a thread of steely resolve in her soft voice I hadn't heard before. But Hartwell wants to. It isn't only about money, is it? He hates the Wildwood because of Tom, I guessed, and he knows you care about Tom. Tom is Hartwell's brother, Violet said. He ran away a long time ago, but after my marriage he checked on me, always in secret, but he came to see if I was okay. No one else did, no one but Granny. She helped me with the birth control pills. The scarred man everyone called Mad Tom was a Morgan. He'd run away from home, but he had found a new one in the Wildwood. With Melody Ross? I couldn't be sure based on only an expression in an old photograph. One of them, the pregnant sect woman had said before she'd run away. She must have been talking about Tom Morgan. But why would she be afraid of the Morgans? Hartwell had his docile wife. Why would his family seem a threat to Lorelei? I knew his support of the sect ran deep. Moon had purchased it with the land he'd signed over to Hartwell, and with Violet. But what other arrangements with the sect did Hartwell enjoy? My blood turned cold in my veins. "Oh, we'd better get you rinsed, V," Becky gleefully shouted in a sing-song voice that drowned out the bell above the door as she pushed it open. "Oh, hi, Mel. I didn't expect you today." I needed to help Granny with a few things, so I decided to make my rounds while I was in town, I replied. "You can pay me for that moisturizer later. Go ahead and take care of Violet's hair." I made sure to keep my goodbye to Violet casual, even though my mind was racing. Had Tom's family had anything to do with Melody's death? And what about the car crash that had killed Sarah? The Ross women had no political clout, and the Wise women were a tiny ragtag group of people. Would Hartwell have really thought they could stand in his pipeline's way? Had he seen them as enough of a threat to justify murder? I reached for the reassuring warmth of charm before I remembered he had stayed at the cabin today. I kept seeing the fracking photographs superimposed over the Wildwood garden every time I closed my eyes. But worse, I heard the cree-cree of the weighted rope in the black locust tree.
He never slept. There was a spot where he curled on the back of a chair, but when his eyes were closed and his respiration slow and steady, he was still ever alert. He had been made to be alert, watchful, ever ready. Charm had watched his mistress leave from a hidden corner at the top of the kitchen cabinets, where cabinet met interior wall. The outer walls were log. They provided no place for him to travel without being seen. He preferred the walls that had been constructed with several porous layers of material, ones pervious to his sharp teeth and digging feet. He'd established a route from the kitchen to the upstairs to the attic in the wall that held the cabinetry. But he waited for the sound of the truck to fade away before he entered the small hole he'd gnawed in the wall, 'cause his instincts warred inside of his fuzzy chest. She was going alone to wherever she went. Empty pocket, cold shoulder. His head grew dizzy with the sense she was driving toward danger without him. Not good. Bad. The same way snakes were bad. Lurking. Coiled in wait to strike. Someone, something lurked around his mistress. The one he'd been sent to aid. It was wrong to let her go without him. Wrong to leave her alone. Yet it was also right. There was another instinct driving him. A thing that needed to be accomplished. Once the sound of the truck had diminished to nothing in the distance, Charm entered the wall. He followed the route he'd made up, under and around wiring, through several more holes he had diligently chewed until he came to the place in the attic where a loosened corner of ventilation screen allowed him to reach the outside. He paused, as a real mouse vulnerable to predators should. Rising up on his hind legs and lifting his nose to the air, he sniffed, but smelled no predatory death close enough to endanger him. Wings, claws, fangs were all busy flapping, scratching, and chewing elsewhere. The logs the cabin had been constructed with long ago were rough-hewn and easy enough to grab with his hand-like feet. He ran down, log by log, zigzagging to find the purchases he'd marked with his scent by using them time after time. Then he paused at the ground, sheltered by the shadow of the house. He sniffed again, and this time he caught whiffs of animals very unlike the birds, cats, and snakes he needed to fear. Just as he still held hints of lavender, mint, and chamomile forever in his gray and white fur, he smelled fur and feathers and scales that contained wildwood fragrances deep within their atoms. The garden called them as it called him, and they must go as he must go, to the source, to their reason for being, to the other half of their mistresses and masters, to the wild. Charm ran from the cabin to the wood line. His small mouse legs were only slowed by the quick mouse instincts that kept him from being eaten until he finally reached the garden clearing. Others had already assembled. Still others came from the trees, the undergrowth, and the sky at the same time as him, or shortly thereafter. A deer who was not a deer foraged beneath the sunflowers. Charm joined him there, picking up the fallen seeds, not to satisfy a mousy hunger, to answer the call that had brought him here in the first place. He was the living connection between human and the wild, as were all the creatures merging into a crowd around him. A bright red bird that still held the scent of the wax paper from which it had been made, with precise folds and whispered wise woman's words, fluttered down. It perched on a bowing sunflower's head and plucked a seed that hadn't yet fallen to the ground, cracking it open with its sharp once-paper beak. A mink, sable brown and slinky, slithered from out of the briars. Its fur smelled of mothballs, and its eyes were a solid beady black, but too wide and too open, because they had once been buttons sewn into a velveteen toy for a child. After a while, the trees were filled with as many birds as leaves, and a thick, assorted pack of dissimilar creatures formed a strange menagerie snaking around the garden and by the stream. Last of all came the handsome russet fox they'd been waiting for. He stood at the mouth of the path that led from the cabin, arriving from the same direction Charm had arrived from. Sometimes, recently, Charm had ridden on the fox's back, clinging to the bristly ruff around the fox's neck. Unlike many of the other creatures, the fox's scent was very nearly the scent of an actual fox. He'd been quickened many years ago, fashioned by a woodsman's hands out of fragrant cedar and rubbed to a fine polish with linseed oil. He smelled strongly of those things, but also of the moss he slept on and his forest home. The fox rarely went to town. He never curled into a pocket or on the back of a chair. His connection to the wildwood was greater than all the other wise woman-made creatures because his master had left him for a long time. So long that the connection through him between the wild and the human had almost been lost. Charm took the fox a few of the sunflower seeds and dropped them in front of his nose. The fox licked them up, and then sat in the midst of all the creatures. The garden clearing grew silent, save for the slight sound of creaking from the black locust trees as they swayed in the wind.
Chapter 27. Granny was packed and ready to go by the time I returned from deliveries. She sat primly on an antique sofa in the formal front parlor. The velvet upholstery was tufted, the wood frame was scrolled, and the proper name for the sofa was probably something like settee. I hadn't been in the room before. The door to it had always been closed. "I'm going back to the cabin with you," Granny proclaimed. Like the room and the sofa, Granny was more formal than I was used to. The dress she wore still had numerous pockets, but it was made from a shiny black jacquard fabric with a raised design that reminded me of patterns I'd seen before. In Sadie's bean arrangement, and in the basket she'd woven for me before she'd even met me. "I don't need a babysitter. I can handle Jacob Walker or anyone else who shows up," I said. But Lorelei's genuine fear, and Violet's as well, made my bravado fall flatter than usual. My pulse was quick, and my chest was tight, and I wasn't as opposed to company as I might have been a few days before. "I didn't like the look of the dregs this morning, and there was a raven on the black fence, pretty as you please. An egg-born raven, not a wise woman made. No good can come from a portent like that before I've even had my second cup," Granny warned. She rose from her perch in a flash of black skirts that echoed the dark portents she claimed to have seen that morning. I glanced around the room, trying not to stare. The walls were covered in framed photographs. Every inch of wallpaper was covered, and standing frames covered the tables and shelves. Much like the ones in the box in the cabin, the photographs depicted people, many of them women and children. But unlike the cabin photographs, some of the photographs in Granny's private parlor ranged back in time to vintage black and white. The small old woman, surrounded by a room packed full of photographs, made my breath catch, then rush out in a startled sigh. I knew what I was seeing. All the people Granny had helped on the mountain. There were hundreds of them, too many to catalog or count. There were even loose photographs tucked into the edges of frames. I picked one of these frames up from the nearest shelf and examined the faces more closely. The family resemblance was obvious. I flicked through the loose photographs. They represented generations. Had Granny known and helped them all? "If you'll grab my basket from the kitchen, we can be on our way," Granny said. She picked up a carpet bag that didn't seem too heavy, so I let her carry it out, while I placed the frame back on the table. Emotion swelled inside my chest as I took one last look around the room. I was reluctant to close the door on it again. I wanted to leave it wide, to celebrate what one woman's work had done for this community. Hippie, kitchen witch, Granny. Some used those terms in a derogatory, dismissive way. Others called her Granny with respect. Wise woman. I was only beginning to understand what that calling entailed. I closed the door and turned the key in the lock of the ancient door. She kept her memories close. I needed to respect her wishes in spite of my urge to shout her contributions to the world. I went to fetch her basket. She'd shared those photographs with me. For inspiration? For revelation and greater understanding? I couldn't be sure. But I was fairly certain she wanted me to feel the simple gravitas of her life's work. So much effort, so little recognition. And that was somehow part of the job. I'd left my own emptied basket in the bed of the truck when I'd returned. Granny's basket was packed full of unusual supplies. Bandages, poultices and ointments, unlabeled bottles with cork toppers filled with viscous dark liquid. What is she prepping for? I asked the empty room, before I realized that Cece was nowhere to be seen. His usual place on the counter was vacant beside a plate of crumbs. I looked around for the fat cat as I headed for the door. He was gone, just as Charm had been that morning. Granny had put her bag in the back of the truck. I tucked the basket in beside the bag and tied everything, including my empty basket, down with a bungee cord lashed to a rusty chain that had been left over from some kind of cargo decades before. "I didn't see Cece," I mentioned as I climbed up behind the wheel. Granny tisked her tongue against her teeth. Her fingers worried with the seatbelt after I fastened it around her, twisting it in her wrinkled hands. "It was only a bird. Don't fret," I said. "If you continue your studies, you'll learn that noticing is part of our lives. We make a habit of seeing what other people can't or won't." The only other person I'd met who seemed as observant as Granny was Jacob. "Did you pack your basket before or after you'd seen the raven?" I asked. The truck started with its usual roar, and I popped the clutch in a way that didn't shame me in front of the neighbors. It didn't stall out, and the truck didn't leap forward with a jerk. "After," Granny said. From the corner of my eye, I saw her lips thin into a tight, worried line. I was halfway out of town before I noticed the taste of blood. I'd worried my own lips with the edge of my teeth until I'd made myself bleed. The sheriff's office still had both lanes blocked with a checkpoint on the road that led in and out of town. Granny was more subdued than usual, but she spoke to the deputy who stopped us, and he barely made us pause because she had helped him with a bum knee he'd gotten from high school football. "Go Eagles," Granny said as we pulled away. The deputy laughed, but Granny had only smiled a grim smile that made my chest constrict tighter around my heart. The sun was setting. The driveway to the cabin was shadowed, when a raven the size of a toddler rose up with a sudden stretch of wing from a fence post near the old barn. I almost ran the Chevy off the driveway. I jerked the wheel and slammed on the brake, but this time I forgot to press the clutch at the same time. The vehicle jerked and its engine stalled. Granny cursed, and we both watched as the raven lifted up into a sky that would soon be as black as its feathers. "Let me guess. Not egg-born?" I said. I don't know. Can't be sure from this distance," Granny said. To be honest, I wasn't sure it mattered. A wise woman made familiar of that size wouldn't be a welcome sight right now either. Not when I was still uncertain about my place in all of this. Granny was so spooked it had rubbed off on me. The weight of a wise woman's work was greater than I had imagined. We lived precariously between humankind and our wild surroundings, trying to establish peace between the two. How easy was it to upset the symbiotic relationship that kept us all safe and sound? Right now, it seemed the balance had been disrupted a step too far. Whether or not it was my imagination or a sixth sense, the world around us seemed tense, expectant, ready, and waiting for... There were no vehicles in the driveway when I parked the truck near the house. I went around to help Granny get out. Sometimes her joints stiffened when she sat too long. The place was silent. Too silent. Not so much as a cricket hummed. The sun had sunk below the mountain, and the forest was completely dark against a blue-black sky. "If she's out there, she's hurting. All alone," I said, trying to penetrate the shadows to see what I could see. A wink of eyes startled me, reflecting starlight and the lamplight that beckoned from inside the house. I'd left the light on in the living room, but it wasn't strong enough to illuminate the creature that looked at us for only a moment before it was gone. "Maybe hurtin' less alone than where she came from, though," Granny said. She made it out of the truck and stretched before following me toward the porch. I paused only to grab the baskets and the carpet bag from the back. I tried to get Violet to come with me today. I invited her out to the cabin, to the Wildwood, to stay, I said. Granny slowly climbed onto the stoop and waited for me to unlock the front door. Even with the lamplight shining from the window, the porch was gloomy. The reflection of eyes in the woods had unsettled me. Between my shoulder blades, a spot like a target tingled. I didn't whirl around to peer into the darkness. I didn't want Granny to see me shaken and nervous.
Of course you did. But Hartwell would never stand for it. He'd burn this place down before he allowed you to take what he considers his,
Granny said. Violet is a human being, not a possession, I replied. Cece meowed from the kitchen counter as we came in the door. I wasn't surprised to see him. It was a long way from town, but Cece was Granny's familiar, and much more than he seemed.
That is not your counter, cat, Granny chuckled. You won't find any cookies there.
Sometimes, but not today, I corrected. Not that I had made Granny's sunwort cookies. After that first night in Morgan's Gap, I decided I needed to dream. It had seemed as if only Sarah's memories were revealing anything to me. Now, I felt the blend of knowledge from her memories and my lived experiences since I'd come to Morgan's Gap. I needed her memories less as I accepted my place on the mountain more. Before I closed the door, a coyote laughed. Sound carried strangely in the mountains. The animal could have been on the opposite side of the hollow, or it could have been around the corner of the house. I'd heard coyotes before, but I still closed the door and slid the bolt home so quickly my fingers fumbled over the usual task.
They're restless, Granny said.
Her lips had thinned again.
You might have more company tonight. You should turn the porch lights on just in case.
Lorelei? I asked. I flicked the switch closest to me, and the amber bulb on the porch flickered on. As Granny sat down to take off her shoes, I crossed to the back door. I turned that light on as well. The amber bulb on the back porch barely illuminated the backyard. But even in its meager light, I saw a fox sitting at the edge of the yard where the Wildwood path began. I'd seen the fox before, or Sarah had, sitting exactly in the same way. But before I could call to Granny, the fox stood and stretched and trotted up the path that led to the garden, as if it had been waiting for us to get home.
Oh, they're restless tonight,
Granny repeated, without answering my question. I turned back around to face her. Her mouth was tight with concern, and her eyes were dark. I didn't press her for more information. She was sharing only feelings and hunches. She didn't know anything for sure. Charm had appeared on the front window ledge. His little body was backlit by the front porch light. Cece meowed again, as if to confirm what Granny had said.
Nothing to do now but wait,
Granny continued, and suddenly the tight feeling in my chest was identified. Anticipation. But not the good kind. Granny's worry over dregs and portents hadn't caused the feeling. I'd been feeling it all day, constricting more and more, minute by minute. It was tangible, physical. The atmosphere around us had thickened, and my clumsy manipulation of the bolt frightened me because I felt like I couldn't move as fast as I should. I'll put the kettle on, I offered. What I really wanted was an excuse to go to the remedy book. I suddenly knew what I had to do. The ritual had appeared for a reason. For me. Jacob had inadvertently begun it with the thorn prick. Had he known what he was setting in motion? He'd said it was an old wives' tale. But I'd felt the gravity of the moment when he had taken it a step further than he'd intended. The Wildwood gave us the garden, and from the garden we accepted our connection by baking and breaking the bread and consuming the blackberries, herbs, and other things that grew. But for the connection to be completed in a perfect cycle, we had to give something back to the Wildwood as well. I'd willingly allowed Jacob to give the Wildwood a drop of my blood, but that drop had been only the beginning. If I was to truly embrace the life of a wise woman and follow in Granny's footsteps, I needed to complete the ritual and fully accept the cycle of connection between the garden and my heart. Granny hadn't tried to stop me or come with me. She'd taken one look at the Ross Remedy book I clutched to my chest, and she nodded as if she knew what I was about to do. I left her on the sofa with Cece warming her lap, and I went out into the gloaming. It took all my nerve to slide back the bolt on the back door. Only moments before, I'd locked out the world. Now I ventured out into it, armed with only an old book, some ancient scribbles, and a few words. I murmured the words I'd heard Sarah mumble in my dream, or the closest approximation to them I could manage. For her, I thought the page had probably revealed itself in Gaelic, or some long dead language very like it. For me, the tight cursive scrawl was in English. I would use those words in the garden, but on the way up the path, I needed Sarah with me. She had been sent away before she could complete the ritual and become a full-fledged wise woman. She'd wanted nothing more than to live and work beside the mother she loved and admired. The killer had taken that future away from her when he'd killed Melody. Then, if our car had been intentionally run off the road, he'd taken any future away from her. Reverend Moon, Hartwell Morgan, or their acolytes. Hired hands who would even kill for the men that directed them. I couldn't resurrect Sarah and give her back the life that had belonged to her. I could only complete the ritual the Remedy book had offered to me. In her place? Maybe. Or maybe I'd earned a place of my own. I was thankful the path was smooth and well-traveled. I'd brought along a flashlight, but it was that strange time in between sunset and moonrise when the world was in shadow, but not shadowed enough for a light to do more than create dizziness and glare. The expectant hush we'd experienced in the cabin was even more pronounced here. No more coyotes called. The birds were asleep for the night. Even a distant whippoorwill cut off in mid-song as if it had broken the silence by mistake. We were all waiting for something, the whole mountain world. But the Wildwood garden was only waiting for me. I sensed its welcome when I came off the path and into the clearing. The gurgle of the stream was louder at night. The quiet amplified the rush and tumble of water over rocks, no matter how small. There was no breeze, nothing stirred. I hadn't seen any more eyes reflect the glare of my light. At the edges of the garden, the black locust trees had been some of the first to drop all their leaves, and on this clear night, their silhouettes were dark against the sky. I wasn't afraid. All my worries about Lorelei, Jacob, the sect, and Moon and Hartwell Morgan receded. The Remedy book was solid in my hands. The ground was even more solid beneath my feet. And charm was in my pocket. Promises made to cultivate and cherish the land. Life and growth celebrated and accepted from sacred earth. I made my way to the blackberry bushes. I traveled the same route Jacob had traveled that day when he'd found me trimming. I didn't leap over or step around. I took no shortcuts. I followed the winding rows and recognized in them the patterns I'd seen. In the beans, in the basket, in the sphere, in Granny's dress. A spiral. The garden's rows represented life itself, forever growing and expanding outward to encompass all, not only the Ross women, or people with happy families. All. I had been rootless my whole life, without realizing that putting down roots was up to me. Even without leaves, the blackberry was a massive tangle of twining, twirling vines. My trimming hadn't made them any less dense. In the deepening darkness, the bush was impenetrable by sight. I suddenly thought about fairy bushes, portals the fairy she had enchanted to travel from our world to other realms. Sarah had loved to tell stories about the fae. I'd clipped these vines during daylight. I knew they were only blackberry bushes. But at night, it was easy to imagine them as otherworldly. influenced by the Fae that had been enticed to join with the first Ross woman centuries before. My hands were cold. By the lights of the flashlight, I could see my breath. It fogged from my chilled lips, and I tried not to think about poor Lorelei. I needed to focus. By strengthening my connection to the garden, I would be better prepared to help her. I dropped to my knees in front of the blackberry bushes. I placed the flashlight on the ground so its beam shone on the book I'd placed beside me, and with one flick of my wrist, I opened it to the folded page. Even the folds of the page opened with a touch or two, as if the ritual was already in motion before I knelt down. I had been carefully following the steps set out in the Ross Remedy book since I came to Morgan's Gap. Page by page. I had never been a cook, so the recipes had seemed magical to me, a particular kind of kitchen alchemy you had to practice to understand. But with greater understanding came the realization that magic exists in the simplest things. Root, vine, thorn, blossom. Magic you could see, taste, and touch. This ritual was as simple on the surface as all of that, but its implications ran as deep and complex as the root systems hidden beneath my knees. With an emissary quickened by garden's growth. I reached into my pocket and cupped my hand around Charm. He grasped my fingers with his paws, and I lifted him out. I raised him to my nose and breathed in his stored-up, closety scent of lavender and yarn. Simple and not. But the knot didn't intimidate me anymore. I remembered my fear of growing the yeast, of ruining the blackberries. I was no longer afraid. I could follow a recipe. I could stand where others had stood before. I placed Charm in the middle of the open page, in a place of honor. He assumed his usual pose on his back haunches. Both forefingers pricked, deeply enough to drip blood on the ground. I had gone down a list of instructions in the book many times. This was no different. And yet, it was. When Jacob had pricked my thumb, he'd barely drawn blood. The injury had been quick and slight, the pain fleeting. It had been the feel of his hot mouth and lips that had sensitized the sting, causing it to throb for hours, if not days, afterward. I knew from the sketches I needed to make the blackberry thorns penetrate my skin seriously this time, just as sketches had helped me test the seal on the blackberry preserves and spoon off the blackened foam on the yeast. What was a recipe, really, if it wasn't a perfected ritual written down for others to follow? A treasured remembrance to help others learn the way to go. This pricking was to be my promise to the Wildwood. In blood on the ground. I reached for the nearest vine, or it reached for me. Night had fallen. Pitch black surrounded the halo of light created by the flashlight's beam. All I knew for sure was that the vine was closer than I expected, and a larger thorn than I'd seen before came easily to my searching fingers. Before I could pause or feel trepidation, I pressed my forefingers into the thorn, each in turn, pressed hard until the thorn penetrated deep into my skin. The pain was sharper than I expected. I cried out softly, and Charm hummed, a strange sort of trill that sounded like encouragement. I released the vine and held my hands high. My fingers throbbed, and I watched as droplets driven by my thudding heartbeat seeped from the pricks to trail down and fall. Beat by beat, the drops splashed into the loose soil of the earth I'd cultivated all summer. There was a sigh as the silent night woke up in a soft, cool breeze against my face. Did the wind cause the forest to stir, or did the stirring forest cause the wind? I didn't know, but I suspected the latter as I spoke words in an ancient tongue I didn't know myself. I recognized their meaning, even though the language was strange. As the garden absorbed the blood I'd given to the ground, the Wildwood returned my promise, using my own lips to utter a reciprocal pledge to me. Buonach. Abide, continue, and persevere. Ree. Together. Only then did I feel the tears on my cheeks. Not from pain. There was hardly any pain at all. I cried because I had accepted the connection. I'd felt an echo of this relationship in the way I'd loved Sarah. That echo had called me here, to this place, to this life. I would live in the Wildwood, and the Wildwood would live in me, and together we would help Lorelei. Chapter 28. My cell phone buzzed at 11 p.m. Granny was dozing on the couch after being watchful for hours. The veggie soup I'd taken from the fridge and reheated had amounted to 2 cups worth, and I'd urged Granny to drink most of one of them while I sipped the other. At the sound of my phone, she sat up and narrowed her eyes as I answered. If she had been at the top of her game, she probably could have intuited what the call was about before I could relay the message. "Get the downstairs bedroom ready," Sadie said with no preamble. "Company's coming." Granny had already given me some spare furniture from the attic of her house in town, just in case. At the time, I'd been happy to fill the empty room. Now I knew why it might be needed. I'd set up the lower bedroom with an old single sleigh bed and a waterfall dresser with a wavy mirror that had seen better days. With pillows and bedclothes borrowed from Joyce, the bedroom was as ready as I could have made it for Granny or for anyone else. "Sadie says company's coming, to have the bedroom ready," I said after I'd thanked Sadie and disconnected the call. "Well, she could have told us something we didn't know," Granny grumbled, but all the watchful energy I'd seen in her the last few hours had gone. The near nap had rejuvenated her. She sat calmly as if she had settled into the idea of whatever was going to happen. Neither of us jumped when a thud came at the back door. I stood from the armchair and went to answer it, glad the wait was over. Granny did jump up from the couch when a baby's cry sounded at the exact moment I slid back the lock and opened the door. "Lorelei," I gasped, but I couldn't say much more because the tattered figure had been leaning against the closed door. When it swung open, she fell forward, kept from hitting the floor only by me. I caught her with my whole body, grabbing her upper arms and cushioning the tiny bundle in her arms with my breasts. There was blood, so much fresh blood. It transferred from her and her bundle to me, smearing across my shirt. "Let's get her inside," Granny ordered. "Lorelei, we're going to lay you down on a nice warm bed. Don't worry, we're going to help you." "Everything's going to be all right," I added. But my voice shook, and I was trying to convince myself as much as the new mother. Beneath the blood, Lorelei's face was paper white, and her hair a damp tangle. Her clothes weren't only stained with blood, they were also dirty and torn. "Good girl. You used your skirt to wrap the baby. The crying is good, honey. Strong lungs, clear airway. You've done real good," Granny crooned. She wrapped her arm around both the mother and the child on the opposite side, and together we walked Lorelei into the bedroom. She couldn't walk quickly, and I could feel shivers racking her frame. The part of her skirt she'd ripped to make a blanket for the newborn had left her legs bare all the way to her hips. I rushed forward and swept back the quilts, but I left the top sheet spread. Between the 2-layer sheets and the mattress cover, the mattress would be protected. "Go and bring back a stack of clean towels and my basket of supplies, and turn the hot water on in the sink when you pass," Granny ordered. The bathroom was directly across from the bedroom, close enough that I would be able to clean Lorelei and the baby up comfortably while Granny assessed their conditions. By the time I came back to the bedroom with the towels, Granny had rolled up her sleeves and washed her hands and forearms. I followed her example after I set the towels within her reach. "Lorelei, I'm going to take a look below and make sure you've passed everything that needs to be passed. Then we're going to wash you up and I'll pad you, okay? I've done this many a time for women on this mountain.
and it looks like you handled most everything on your own," Granny explained. "I bit the cord," Lorelei said. I had a wet towel while Granny examined and washed Lorelei down below. I used my towel to gently wash her face. I'd never been present at a birth or closely after a birth before. My hands were shaking, and my own face was wet. I'd always considered myself a badass, but I'd never known anyone as badass as Lorelei. "You did right, Granny said. She'd finished washing up Lorelei's thighs and legs. She urged her to lift her hips, and she placed a double layer of towels under her bottom before placing a padding made of rolled bandages between her legs. "There now, clean and dry." I took all the soiled towels into the bathroom and washed and rinsed them before putting them in the hamper for a later laundering. Granny followed me to wash her hands again. We both would need to change our clothes when we finished. "I'm going to check the baby now. Do you have a shirt or a nightgown that buttons in the front so Lorelei can attempt to feed the baby? She's had a shock. The warmer we can keep her, the better," Granny said. I ran upstairs to my bedroom to fetch a flannel pajama top that had been Sarah's. I'd kept it even though it was too small for me. With its long sleeves and soft material, it would be perfect. I also brought back a soft fleece throw, which would be better for the baby than a ripped piece of bloody cotton. "A girl, a perfect one at that," Granny said. 10 fingers, 10 toes, healthy lungs. You did well, Mother. You did well." Granny had washed the baby off and disinfected and clipped the cord that Lorelei had desperately bitten. The newborn kicked and cried on a towel at the foot of the bed, while her mother looked down at her from her propped cushion of pillows. "I knew she was a girl. I dreamed about her. She told me to run away," Lorelei said. I came to her with the pajama top and helped her shrug into it. Her shivers had stopped, but the flannel would help her even more. "It's time to feed her," Granny said. "She needs to be skin to skin with her mother." Granny nodded to me, and my throat closed tight and hot around a bubbling up of emotions I'd never experienced before. My arms refused to respond. I was stuck in place. "Pick her up and place her on her mother's chest," Granny instructed. "Nothing to it." Of course, there was everything to it. I'd never touched a newborn baby. I definitely never placed one on its mother's breast. Such a simple thing. Such a simply awesome thing. I couldn't move. "You know, there's nothing more qualifying than 2 willing hands. Lots to learn in this life, for sure. Lots to learn. But all you need to start is willing hands and a loving heart. Don't scoff. I'm getting to you now, all piss and vinegar, skin 3 feet thick. But you've got the hands and heart. You just haven't learned to trust yourself with them yet," Granny said. The Wildwood was in me, and I was in the Wildwood, rooted, strengthened, a part of the cycle. She leaned over and picked up the softly crying infant herself, and all the air I didn't know I was holding whooshed out of me. But before I could feel deflated, Granny placed the squirming baby in my hands. Instinctively, I brought her close to my chest. She snuggled in looking for nourishment, and her need sent me hurrying to the bedside, even as tears burned behind my eyes. "My baby girl," Lorelei said. "My baby girl." I awkwardly leaned and transferred the baby from my hands to her mother's chest. Granny had followed me, so it was her wrinkled, experienced hands that helped Lorelei position the baby's mouth to suckle. Crying made way for eager snuffling sounds as the baby began to drink. "You did the right thing, Lorelei. That baby did not steer you wrong," Granny said. "Never ignore your dreams." She reached and pulled the pajama top closed around the back of the baby to keep out drafts from the room. We both pulled the quilts over Lorelei's legs. Only then did I remember that Lorelei was a young runaway hiding from a man with very powerful friends in town.
Granny brewed an herbal tisane for Lorelei to help her uterus contract and to help her milk come in. Right now, she said, the baby would be getting the rich yellow colostrum a mother's body produced in the weeks prior to childbirth. But the steaming hot cup of steeped herbs would help in the production of nutrient-rich breast milk. What if there's a problem? Doesn't she need medical attention? I whispered in the kitchen.
Women used to always do this at home, especially on this mountain. I doubt Lorelei would have been taken to a hospital if she'd gone into labor at the settlement, Granny said. But I'd prefer to have her checked out, just to be sure. It isn't safe to have her on the road tonight, especially not when they're looking for her. We'll have to talk to the others. See what favors we can call in to get her down to Charlottesville, or even Richmond.
You've done this before, I guessed. You've helped sect women escape. Granny settled into the armchair. She looked tired and about 50 years older than she'd looked at the beginning of the evening.
It's harder to get the women out. The babies are easier. They can blame miscarriage or even hide their pregnancy altogether. You'd be surprised how many of the sect women know nothing about how their own bodies work. There aren't very many older sect women. They have a life expectancy closer to women who lived in earlier times. Poor health care, multiple pregnancies, bad nutrition, and abusive living conditions. Lorelei was very smart to escape.
We'd washed up and changed our clothes, but I was suddenly reminded of Melody Ross's bloody nightgown, the one she'd been wearing when Sarah had found her hanging in the black locust tree. The blood hadn't been hers. And it had been very like the blood that had stained Granny's dress and my shirt and jeans tonight. Melody helped a sect woman deliver a baby the night she was killed, I said softly.
Never ignore your dreams. Melody stood against Reverend Moon, and unlike the rest of us, she made no secret of it, Granny said. We had no proof that he killed her. How could we? The sheriff is in Hartwell's pocket, and Hartwell stands with Moon.
The remedy book was on the counter. Granny hadn't needed to refer to it. She had the tisane already made up in one of her pockets. But I had flipped to the page so I could read through the recipe. One day, I might need to make it myself. Hands, heart, I had those things. And, more importantly, I was finding myself more and more drawn to using them. To help. It was a simple drive, one I'd always had. With Granny in Morgan's Gap, with the help of the Wildwood garden, I'd recognized that drive. When I'd held the newborn girl, my small contributions to her warmth and safety had felt significant. Small mattered. I still grieved, but putting myself to work had softened my loss. The dreams had brought me closer to understanding Sarah and Melody, but they had also brought me closer to understanding myself. Maybe Melody revealed her killer to us in other ways, I said. I paged through the remedy book, pointing to all the drawings of hearts and moons. Mixed in with the other doodles and notes, the hearts and moons don't stand out. But if you look at all the hearts and moons throughout the book at the same time, you can tell they've all been drawn in charcoal pencil by the same hand, I said. Melody knew she'd been too bold against Moon. She was in trouble, and this was her way of passing on a silent warning to her daughter.
But whoever killed her that night ripped the book to pieces, Granny said. It took me years to repair it. Sarah never saw it again after that morning.
You sent her away, to keep her safe, but they found her. They didn't give up looking, and they found her, I said. I moved around the counter to perch on the arm of the sofa across from the woman who had tried to save my friend.
They found you, Granny said, and I had sent Sarah to you. I didn't want her to be alone after she'd lost her mother. I didn't know what else to do.
I was glad I had already lowered myself to sit. Granny suddenly looked ancient, as if keeping all the secrets she'd kept for so long had sucked the living right out of her. She was more of a mummy than a wise woman in that moment, and I wasn't prepared to hear what she was about to utter from her dry, parched lips. "You were born here, on this mountain, in this house. Melody delivered you. She was pregnant at the time herself, and the first breaths you took against her belly, separated from Sarah by only her mother's body." Granny said, "I was here. I often came to help in those days when I was spry. And I'm the one who carried you down the mountain a week later, through the woods in a sling on my back. Your mother went back to the settlement. She claimed she'd miscarried, but of course your remains were never found."
"But Sarah was older than me, by a year," I argued.
"I changed your birth date. It was easy enough to do in those days when a hospital wasn't involved in your birth," Granny explained. "There are plenty of people who have left the mountain for work in the city. Folks who sign off on the papers we need when we need them. You were the older, more experienced sister Sarah needed when I had to send her away."
"How did you find me when you decided Sarah had to be sent away?" I asked. "You couldn't have kept track of all the sect women and babies you helped."
"We wrote nothing down in any way that someone else would understand. I keep my own recipes and remedies. I added a note or doodle here and there to help me remember. Every single birth, every baby, as we all did. All the wise women on the mountain who refused to look the other way," Granny said. "But I wasn't as careful as I should have been before Melody's murder. There were hospital visits, too many people involved who might have been open to bribes. It wasn't until Melody's murder that I imagined the sect babies might still be in danger, even after we helped them leave the mountain. I hadn't realized how far Moon would go to keep control and keep his world hidden from outsiders. He has eyes everywhere. Fanatic believers willing to do anything for a man they think is the mouth of God."
She had clasped her hands in her lap, and she worried her fingers together as if her fingers were rosary beads, and she was saying an unspoken prayer she'd said many times before. "I had a mother, one who loved me enough to want to save me, from Reverend Moon and the horrible life a girl would have growing up shadowed by his perverse beliefs. She'd risked her life in the same way Lorelei had risked hers. Had she been as young, as vulnerable, as abused? What kind of life had she returned to after she'd sent me away? I'd never allowed myself the luxury of thinking about my birth parents. To survive, I'd had to focus on the present, not the past. Even more so when Sarah had come into my life. I'd been born on the mountain, in the Wildwood. My blood knew it, my heart knew it, and now my brain struggled to accept the truth. Sarah hadn't bequeathed special abilities to me. There was every possibility that I had Ross ancestors of my own.
"We'll need to call Sadie. Tell her what's happened here tonight. She and Joyce and Kara will tell the others. Together we can decide what to do to help Lorelei. I don't think it would be safe for her to go back. The way she talks, she was openly rebellious. And she's been away too long. Moon involved the whole town, and he'll want to make an example of her," Granny said.
"Why do you think they found me instead of Sarah?" I asked. I wasn't ready to change the subject, not even for an urgent matter at hand.
"Because Jacob Walker's mother told Hartwell Morgan's father what I had done. Tess was never really one of us, but I trusted her, and she betrayed that trust. Her husband had died. She was an attractive young widow. I never saw a Morgan yet who could resist a vulnerable woman. He seduced her, and she told him everything. It didn't much matter back then. The old Morgan didn't have the same ties to Reverend Moon that Hartwell has developed. Oh, he enjoyed deviling me and the others about it, threatening to expose us. But it was only a game to him," Granny said. "He must have passed on what he knew to Hartwell before he died. Long before then,
Tess had learned better than to trust the Morgan family. She had taken Jacob and left Morgan's Gap. But she couldn't take back the secrets she'd revealed. So Hartwell must have told Moon what his father had known, about the babies you and the other wise women had stolen? Then Melody openly stood up to Moon, more than anyone else had dared, and Hartwell was willing to help Moon silence Melody because he had gotten in with the sect too deeply. He owed Moon for the land, for Violet, I said. For more than Violet, probably, Granny said, with a grim set to her mouth. When Melody had the audacity to fight Moon, he must have killed her, but it might not have ended there. He would have been furious that sect children were being raised by heathens elsewhere, Granny said. And if Hartwell decided Sarah knew too much and was a danger to his political aspirations, he wouldn't rest, I added. She didn't know as much as he thought she did. Melody had sheltered her from the worst of it, but he couldn't have known that. His paranoia and misogynistic personality would have assumed a free wise woman was trouble, especially the daughter of a wise woman like Melody Ross. He might have decided if he tracked down all the sect babies we'd saved, he would eventually find Melody's daughter, Granny said. We moved around a lot. Our caseworker despaired of finding us placements because I wouldn't stand for, I began. I know it wasn't perfect. I haven't had a good night's sleep in 30 years. But I still believe what I did was better for you and the other babies we were able to smuggle away than the sect settlement would have been. Granny's shoulders were rounded, and her chin quivered low. I jumped up and wrapped my arm around her, leaning my cheek against her mop of curly hair. My curls meant something more now, something I would explore later when the shock wore off. But I was glad I'd accepted the garden's call before I knew my heritage. My connection was more than tradition. It had been completely a matter of choice. You saved me, and you gave Sarah years she wouldn't have had, I said. I didn't understand until that morning Sarah found Melody's body that we were really dealing with life and death, abuse, neglect, certainly danger and freedom. But I never realized the sect would go that far, Granny said. I think Melody knew, and she still didn't back down. The night she was murdered, I was busy in town, a breech birth, but she must have tried to protect the sect woman who had come to her for help. Moon had had enough. Sarah wouldn't have been an impediment. He would have assumed he could silence her at any time. And Hartwell Morgan, how far did he go to help Moon? I wondered. Hartwell had blood on his hands if he'd helped the sect at all. It was hard to imagine the shiny politician actually involved with hands-on violence. He comes to the settlement. He hurts the girls he visits. Reverend Moon doesn't care, Lorelei said from the hall. Lorelei stood at the bedroom door with the swaddled baby in her arms. My gut convulsed, and I had to swallow hard against the sudden rush of bile that burned the back of my throat. Hartwell Morgan was as much of a monster as Moon. Granny had lived a long time. She'd heard it all. But Lorelei's confirmation of what she'd probably suspected made her face go white as parchment. Neither of us spoke. I, for one, couldn't. We went to help Lorelei use the bathroom and settle the baby in a drawer we'd taken from the dresser and lined with a quilt. We placed the makeshift cradle beside her when she came back to bed. Sick rage gnawed at my insides, and Granny was no longer pale. Her anger had livened her cheeks with red spots of color, and she looked less like a dry and dusty mummy ready to give up. She was the first to break the silence. I will try to get you and this baby off the mountain, Lorelei, down to Richmond where we can help you disappear. But it won't be easy, Granny said, and it might be dangerous. I've been living dangerous for a while now. The sect men are raised to be mean. They say it's their right, and we don't have say in nothing that goes on. When Hartwell started visiting, some of the older women tried to stop it, but they quieted down after a couple disappeared. That's when I knew I had to run away before my baby was born," Lorelei said.
"Have they gotten so used to killing women that get in their way?" I asked. Granny didn't reply. She tucked the blankets around Lorelei, then pulled me out of the room. I took one last look at the baby sleeping peacefully beside her mother. What kind of life would she have? The ache of wanting it to be better than her mother's or mine ate me up inside. Granny asked for the phone when we got back to the living room. I looked out the back door at the Wildwood while she called Sadie. The amber glow of the porch light didn't illuminate very far into the woods, but I watched as a fox came and sat on the path. It could probably see my silhouette in the window of the back door. There were probably hundreds of foxes on the mountain, but I felt like I was looking at my fox, the one I'd seen earlier that night and hunting on a frosty morning, the one I'd seen in my dreams. He watched the house for a long while, and then turned and disappeared into the shadows where the amber porch light didn't reach. In the background, Granny murmured directions to Sadie, telling her that we might be in greater trouble than we'd realized. "They're going to come for her, aren't they?" I asked. I thought the anxiousness of the day had been explained by Lorelei's arrival, but now I realized it hadn't diminished. I could feel something else was coming. The knowledge prickled my skin and made my blood feel thick in my veins. Granny was a formidable woman, and I was no slouch. I'd fought with everything I had my whole life, including my fists. But we had no weapons, and we couldn't even call the sheriff because he was on Reverend Moon's side. "They'll come for her, but we've got friends too," Granny said. Cece stood up and yawned with a mighty stretch on the sofa. I hadn't seen Charm since before the mother and baby arrived. I pressed my thumbs into my forefingers where the fresh pricks still tingled, reminding myself that I wasn't alone. Granny saw the movement. She couldn't possibly see the tiny 2 red dots on my scarred hands, but she nodded. At one time, long ago, she must have decided to complete the ritual herself. "Welcome, child," Granny said softly. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears. My decision had been one she'd invested in body and soul. She'd sacrificed flagging energy reserves to teach me and guide me along the way without pushing because she'd known I had to decide for myself. I went to her, and she raised her gnarled and wrinkled hands, palms facing me in front of her chest. I reached out, and she showed me how to press our fingertips together, not clasped, but touching, palm to palm, prick to prick. I'd never noticed the slight indentation in each forefinger. They'd been lost in the calluses and stains caused by her life's work. "Wildwood born," Granny whispered, honoring the new life we embraced when we embraced our connection to the garden, the forest, and the land. "Wildwood born," I replied. The air was suddenly filled with the faint fragrance of blackberry jam, dill, peppermint, dandelion wine, and rye bread. Each scent came and went like a memory, but richer, fuller, more. And with each scent, I remembered the people I had shared them with. This was our mountain. I had claimed us as we had claimed it, and now it was time to defend it. Chapter 29. Beams of light shot through the windows of the house from in front and behind at the same time. Then a skittering knock sounded at the back door. It took me a second to understand that powerful flashlights in the hands of multiple people were being trained on the cabin. "We need to stop them from taking her, or the baby, for as long as we can," Granny said. "They'll have to kill me to take that baby," I replied. I knew then, with a cold, certain exhilaration, that I'd never needed a baseball bat for home defense. All I'd ever needed was a lifetime of struggle to hone my own sharp heart. The quiet, almost scratching tap came again at the door. There was a teasing quality to the sound, as if the person knocking was being purposefully playful with his knuckles against the wood.
It made me shudder. I had no hope of sending them away. I knew there would be a fight, but I went to answer the door as if crazed misogynistic freaks often came calling at the cabin in the middle of the night. "How can I help you?" I opened the door, because keeping it closed would have immediately escalated the situation. Moon stood there, his curled fist raised to tap, scratch again. The flashlight beams glinted off and around him like strobe lights. This was only me asking a visitor what I could do for them. No more, no less. Reverend Moon's black suit and starched white shirt wasn't stained with Melody Ross's blood, but it was easy to imagine him bloodied. The thirst for blood was in his playful knocks and the curve of his ugly smile. I tried not to imagine his hands crushing Melody's windpipe and driving her to her knees. What had become of the baby she'd delivered that morning? Had it died along with its mother for daring to want a different life than fate had given them? There were at least 10 men behind Reverend Moon. They all had flashlights pointed at the cabin and me. My vision was dazzled, and I raised my hand to shield my eyes. "We're looking for one of our own, a runaway. She's had issues with hysteria before, a danger to herself and others," Reverend Moon said. Now I could see a few women with the men, off to the side and without lights of their own. Moon motioned for one of them to come forward, and she did so meekly as if pulled on a string I couldn't see. "Give us Lorelei and the baby. Let us take them back home where they belong," the woman said. The other 2 women whispered, "Where they belong," like eerie echoes. The hair raised on the back of my neck. They must have known how near her time was, and still they had chased her through the woods and hounded her to exhaustion. I well knew how they could wait and watch. They'd wanted her to come to me. This was never going to end with simply finding a runaway. Like Melody, I was not going to get out of the way. The sick rage in the pit of my stomach had long turned to ice. I fought the rise of despair. I'd been here before, in one house or another. A foster father friendlier than he had any right to be. A foster mother too quick with a pinch or a kick. A doctor who took the exam a few caresses too far while his nurse looked the other way. No one to protect me. No family, no friends. Alone in the world. Lorelei and the baby weren't alone. They had me. "You've come through the Wildwood tonight, to my back door. This isn't your settlement. This is the Ross cabin, and you're not welcome here," I said. To Reverend Moon and his men. To the women who would enable him. I stood in the doorway, and a breeze from the forest ruffled my curly chestnut hair. Reverend Moon seemed fascinated by the play of hair on my cheek. He narrowed his eyes and looked at me, hard. Was my mother still living under his control, or had he killed her years ago? "I've seen you before, in town, yes. But she's one of yours, isn't she?" he asked Granny over my shoulder. I could feel the presence of the older woman behind me, but I didn't turn around to check on her. I faced Moon and focused every bit of energy I possessed toward keeping him outside. "Oh, it's more complicated than that, as you well know. No one belongs to me, or to you. It's the Wildwood that we all belong to," Granny said. "There are many who live in your settlement who aren't sect any more than I am. The Wildwood has them, and they have the Wildwood, deep in their hearts where you can't corrupt it." "No!" Reverend Moon shouted. The other sect men and women followed his lead, shouting their protests and cursing Granny's blasphemy. Reverend Moon slammed into me with a surprising force considering his age. I'm no lightweight, but against the whole crowd that followed him, I didn't have a chance to shut the door. Moon grabbed fistfuls of my hair and jerked me down to my knees. I cried out for Granny, Lorelei, and the newborn baby. But 2 of Moon's men took my arms as I struggled to my feet, in spite of the pain in my scalp that brought tears to my eyes. Moon didn't let me go. He liked the tears. He liked the hurt. Worse, there were more sect people at the front door. The bolt I'd installed had held, but it did no good at all when one of Moon's women slid it back and opened the door. "Take them all," Moon commanded. No one argued, even though one of them was a tiny, mewling baby who shouldn't be taken out in the cold, damp night. Granny must have known she'd be no match for the burly sect man who took her cruelly by the upper arm. She raised her chin and went where he pulled her, as if he was leading her onto a dance floor. But the look on her face, even through the tears in my eyes, I would have thought twice about jerking her around. The sect man didn't seem to care. "Be careful, don't hurt her," I said. Lorelei had locked herself in the bedroom with the baby, but it took only a few determined kicks to the interior door for the lock to bust. They dragged Lorelei into the hall. She clutched the baby to her chest, but when the woman who had unbolted the front door jerked the bundle of blankets from her, only a pillow fell to the ground. I stopped mid-shout when I realized the bundle had been a decoy. Muffled cries came from the bedroom, and it didn't take the sect people long to find the baby Lorelei had carefully hidden in the drawer we'd padded with blankets as a makeshift cradle. "Stop fighting," Moon said, pressing his face close to mine. His hands had tightened, and I could feel the clumps of hair he gripped loosening from my scalp. I hadn't realized I'd still been writhing and kicking to try to get to the baby. I would have continued until Moon was left with nothing but bloody hair in his hands if Charm hadn't appeared on my shoulder. I froze, as if I'd obeyed Moon, but it couldn't be helped. My jerking might hurt the tiny mouse no one but me had noticed so far. Plus, there was nothing I could do against the crowd of sect men and women who had us now, except watch, wait, hope for a window of opportunity. For what? I didn't know. My stomach roiled, and a trickle of warm liquid trailed down my forehead into my left eye. Moon had made my scalp bleed. I blinked it away. I didn't care about my injuries. Only my friends mattered. "Bring them," Moon ordered. He pulled, and I followed. The men on either side of me were ready if I didn't, and Charm was cuddled against the side of my neck beneath the hair Moon didn't have in his hands. I could feel him holding on, hiding, waiting breathlessly in the same way I waited. For what? I wasn't sure. My sick stomach plummeted when Moon led the way through the backyard and onto the Wildwood path. Even though I cooperated, he pulled me in fits and starts because he enjoyed my distress. I couldn't help crying out at the first few surprising jerks, but then I sank my teeth into my lower lip to keep quiet no matter how much he hurt me. I was hunched over, but because of Moon's height, I still managed to see some of what was happening. Helplessness burned in my chest. It hurt more than my scalp. Lorelei was begging for her baby. The woman who had opened the front door had her wrapped in only the cloth diaper Granny had fashioned from a towel. And she wasn't cradling the baby. She held her carelessly, ignoring her weak cries of distress. "Please, let me take her. She's cold and afraid," Lorelei said. "You have done this. You have brought this on yourself with your shameless turn to heathenism," Moon said. He stomped without pausing up the path. And then I knew. He hadn't come to take Lorelei and the baby home. Even if we had given him the baby, he would have dragged us from the cabin, just as he must have dragged Melody 10 years ago. "Where are you taking us?" I already knew. The beams of light from the flashlights many of the sect people held already illuminated the Wildwood garden in the distance, and the black locust trees' branches that scratched at the night sky. I fought Moon's grip to turn my head enough so I could see Sarah's sapling as he pulled me into the clearing. "Your people will learn to stay away from our women with your filthy concoctions and your demonic brews," Moon said, or I'll send you all to the Maker to face his judgment." "Doesn't your Maker frown on murder?" Granny asked. I could finally see her, still straight, with her shoulders back, even though, from the looks of the man's grip on her arm, she'd been pulled up the path almost as roughly as I had been. Moon suddenly dragged me into the garden, over the dormant flower beds, and toward the black locust tree with the crooked limb just right for a rope. I stumbled and cried out as my lower lip came free of my teeth. "I am my Maker's hands and feet and voice in this world, and I go about his business. Abomination must be stopped. We don't kill, we cleanse." If Moon shouted, it would have been less sickening. But he chose to utter "cleanse" close to my face again, so that his hot spittle burned my cold cheeks. A subtle shifting of the night breeze rustled the dried foliage, vines, and branches all around us. I focused on Sarah's sapling. I wouldn't be dying in the garden. It wasn't time to join my sister yet. My heart swelled with the knowledge as if the wind had whispered that certainty to me. "You must have thought you'd gotten away with it. The killing, the desecration of the garden, subjecting those poor girls to abuse for the power and pleasure it gave you. But the wildwood bides its time, old man. It buries its roots deep," Granny said. "It reaches its branches to the sky. It scatters its seeds and bears its fruit, and then one day it calls an army home." Charm growled, and several of the sect people nearby exclaimed. A beam from someone's flashlight fell on my shoulder like a spotlight. But they didn't stare at Charm for long, because animals started pouring from the Wildwood path and the trees. All the animals I'd seen before. Ravens, coyotes, crows and squirrels, rabbits and deer, including a giant buck with 16 points and a scar along the right side of his face. Then, up the path, one by one, other surprise guests began to appear. Sadie, Joyce, and Kara. Charles in a dapper walking suit, as if he was out for a stroll, and May with her arm linked in his. The glassblower, the carver, Joshua the mechanic, the waitress from the diner, Becky the hairdresser, the woman who sold the fungi Tom collected, the potter. I'd served many of them bread at the gathering, and others still I recognized from my delivery rounds. Townsfolk who weren't fooled by Hartwell Morgan. Artists and artisans and craftsmen. People who lived their lives more connected to the Wildwood than most people did these days. People like me. You thought you'd come here and find a vulnerable woman you could hurt and harass, or even kill. Again, I said. You were wrong. Lou had come up the path too. Blood crusted the lashes of my left eye, but I could see clearly with my right. My tears were gone. I didn't know who had called all the people here. Sadie wouldn't have had time to make the calls, and even if she had, they wouldn't have arrived way out here so soon. I'd asked for the Wildwood's help. Maybe this was its reply. Several of the sect men made a break for the trees. The giant buck leapt forward and lowered his rack. He managed to block all but two from getting away. And from out of the Wildwood, Tom Morgan came. He ignored the two men who had made it into the Wildwood. I heard their shouts of distress as the brambles and briars caught them. By the sounds of their thrashing, the thorns were biting deeper than they had bitten me the night I had chased after Lorelei. Charm gurgled near my ear, and a laugh bubbled from my lips in response. Moon's hands loosened in my hair, as if the sudden crowd of townsfolk and his men's desertion had weakened his resolve. Or maybe it had been my laughter. Tom laid his hand on the side of the buck, and the deer raised his head high. Side by side, they blocked the other sectmen on one side of the garden, while people from town blocked the path back to the cabin.
The big mechanic, Joshua, was over 6 feet tall and as broad as a weightlifter. I watched as the other animals gravitated toward people. I had been right. Me and Charm, Granny and her cat, the trio had their creatures. It seemed there were many other wise women and woodsmen in Morgan's Gap. The Wildwood had used the animals to summon them together when we needed them the most. "You have no jurisdiction here. I'll call Hartwell, and the sheriff's deputies will bring the girl and her baby home," Reverend Moon said. I lashed out. It wasn't wise. I'd long ago learned that violence only got me in worse trouble. But the scrappy orphan girl who wasn't actually an orphan reared her head against an oppressive system she couldn't stomach for one more second. The Wildwood helped us, but we still had to help ourselves. Unfortunately, Moon let go of my hair and found my neck as I lunged toward him. He had long arms, and I barely landed a glancing blow against the side of his face with my fist before both hands closed around my throat. He pushed me back and drove me to my knees in front of him, his superior height and weight behind his grip, his freakishly skeletal fingers wrapped tight against my windpipe. I couldn't scream. I couldn't breathe. I clutched at his hands and beat at his arms, trying to break them free. I heard shouts. My friends would try to help me, but some of the sect people hadn't given up yet. There was scuffling and fighting all around us. I had no way of knowing if anyone would get to me in time before Moon did to me what he had done to Melody. My head was tilted back. I could see only the contorted horror of Moon's hate-filled grimace and the crooked black locust branch looming above us. I couldn't budge, his cruel fingers pressing into my windpipe. The vision in my one good eye swam with black spots, but the spots didn't prevent me from seeing Moon's shock when Charm scurried from my shoulder to one of his hands, or his pain and rage when my small familiar sank his teeth into Moon's flesh. I croaked in horror as Moon shoved me away, because I saw him shake his savaged hand and fling Charm into the blackberry bushes. The blackberry bushes. Even after all I'd seen and learned, I wasn't sure I believed in the Fae, but I had seen enough to trust in the magic of the Wildwood garden. I was on the ground when Moon tried to grab me again. I used my whole body wrapped around his legs to tumble him into the briars where he had thrown Charm with no compunction. In that moment, as Moon fell, I allowed the magic that lived in me to reach out to Lou. I'd seen her, she was here. But more than that, I felt her. I felt her energy, her light, her music, her magic. She was always here, in me. Our connection zinged through me in an instant. But there was another connection to be made, a trickier one. Jacob. I hadn't seen him tonight, but I felt him. He was here. His energy came to my call, melding with mine even more fully than Lou's, and I released every inhibition that had prohibited me from fully accepting our trio's strength. 3, 3, 3. Barely perceptible, I felt another trio add their silent pleas for the Wildwood's help to ours. Sadie, Joyce, and Kara. I didn't know if it would work. I could only merge with my trio and ask the Wildwood to answer our call. But combined with the other trio, and drawing strength from all the friends and familiars around us, it was enough. The Wildwood answered. I was stunned by the speed in which the thorns cut into the screeching reverend. Vines twisted and tangled and bit deeper than deep into Morgan's hands and arms and legs and face to hold him and keep him from doing any more harm. He was left with a blackberry vine crown piercing his forehead and more blood trickling into his eyes than I had in mine. Wanich Miliri. Abide together. Moon's gruesome predicament had caused all the fighting around us to come to a standstill. And into the lull, a dozen people in military-style black apparel appeared out of the trees. Some of them wore night vision goggles, and several had guns.
"Ladies and gentlemen, if you would all direct your attention toward these badges. Thank you."
Jacob was the one who had spoken. I wasn't surprised to see him. I never had been, really. I had always felt his presence. I just hadn't allowed myself to accept that heightened perception. Until now. He was dressed in the same uniform as the others. That was a shock. The secret he'd kept from Lou and me finally revealed. Dozens of flashlights had fallen on the ground. They lit up the Wildwood clearing well enough for me to see the scratches on Jacob's face had begun to heal. They no longer looked angry and red. Silly for me to notice, sitting by the blackberry bushes with blood drying on my face and a savaged neck. It was dark. I couldn't be sure. But Jacob's attention seemed to linger on me. Not long, but long enough that I was certain he'd cataloged every scrape. He held one of the badges he referenced flipped open in the palm of his hand.
"Federal agents, Reverend Moon, and they'll find us much harder to influence than Hartwell and his deputies," another agent added.
A sect man stepped threateningly toward one of Jacob's people, and the man drew a gun that gleamed in the eerie half-light. He didn't have to speak. The sect man stopped in his tracks. Lorelei rushed forward at the opportunity to take her baby from the sect kidnapper. She immediately wrapped the pajama top she wore around the infant as she soothed her against her breast. None of the agents protested. Every decent person in the clearing breathed a sigh of relief to see the baby back where she belonged, safe in her mother's arms.
"All of Reverend Moon's people need to turn and drop to their knees with their hands behind their heads," Jacob said. Several of the townspeople had raised their hands in the air when the federal agents had appeared. They tentatively lowered them as Jacob identified his targets. My breathing was ragged, but oxygen tasted sweet, especially when Charm crept out from under the bushes and climbed into my outstretched hand. One of the sect women began to weep and pray, but the others were silent as the agents came up behind them to cuff their hands and pull them to their feet. Even Reverend Moon didn't speak, at least not until Violet Morgan appeared from the path. In this light, the blood on her face and hands looked almost black. Her hair was damp and matted. Her dress was torn. She limped, but I couldn't tell if it was because of an injury or because she wore only one shoe. "I came as soon as I could,"
Violet said. She looked at Tom Morgan when she said it, and I knew she was checking him from head to toe to make sure he was okay. Hadn't I felt Jacob's eyes on me when he appeared doing the same thing?
"Worthless whore,"
Reverend Moon cursed. Then he screamed. As one, my trio had reached out to the Wildwood. It was too dark for most to see, but we could tell the vines had twisted their thorns deeper into his forehead, and he was silent after that.
"He tried to stop me," Violet said. I'm not sure if he's, alive."
Jacob lifted a communications device from his belt and spoke into it. I assumed he was sending other agents to check on Hartwell Morgan. Conflicting emotions warred in my tight chest. I was thrilled that Violet had fought back against his violent abuse, but I was afraid she would be in big trouble if she had killed him. I was glad that some of the blood on Violet's face and hands and hair might be Hartwell's and not hers. It was a ferocious gladness I refused to reject. Any pain Hartwell had suffered, he had deserved. Lou pulled me up from the ground. I hadn't even seen her approach. She held me tight with a supportive arm across my back. We stood hip to hip, and I reached to wrap my arm around her back, too. When I did, I encountered warmth and feathers. A bird startled from her shoulder, and in this light, I couldn't see exactly which creature the Wildwood had sent to my best friend. but a sudden, fierce recognition rushed through me. A small doe approached Violet, but the former sect woman didn't act surprised or afraid. In fact, she reached for the animal and leaned against its sturdy back. She allowed it to help her to walk. She didn't have to go far. Tom and the large buck came to meet her, and Violet let go of the doe to step into Tom's embrace.
Hartwell supported Moon. He looked the other way and even participated,
I began. My voice startled me. It was little more than a scratchy whisper, and every word caused me pain.
We know, Mel. I came back to the mountain to investigate Hartwell Morgan and the sect settlement. And not only for dirty politics. The land grabs skirt the edge of what's legal. But the human trafficking, the disappearances and abuse, the killings. We've been gathering evidence for years, Jacob said.
Tess took you away from Morgan's Gap, Granny said. But she must have told you what she knew. She must have told you about us trying to help the sect women and about Morgan's corruption. The federal agents walked their prisoners around the townsfolk. Their vehicles must have been left down the driveway where they couldn't be seen or heard from the house. They had watched all evening, waiting for events to play out.
Lots of sect folk wanted to run away. They aren't bad, just didn't know what to do,
Lorelei said.
I'm sorry I scratched you. I thought you were one of them trying to catch me and take me back.
You were afraid, fighting for your baby's life. I understand, Jacob said. There'll be further investigation, interviews. We'll take witness accounts. There'll be counseling and medical care as well as legal aid.
Lorelei had scratched Jacob's face. She hadn't realized he was trying to help her that night. Instinctively, I had known I could trust him, even though I'd been able to tell the scratches hadn't been caused by vines. She'd been desperate, and it had made her fast and strong. She'd slipped away from both of us. Once he'd lost her, he'd come to help me. I would always wonder if the Wildwood had tangled around me to keep me from chasing after her in the dark. Far-fetched to some, maybe. But I knew now that the Wildwood was alive around us. 2 of Jacob's agents were trying to pull Moon from the blackberry bush. The Wildwood garden wasn't cooperating very well, until Jacob approached. My tension loosened as he came nearer, and the vines loosened at the same time. Jacob had risked blowing his cover that night. If the Wildwood had held me, he had been the one to help me back home. At that point, he'd known Lorelei didn't want to be found. I might have chased her right into a less benevolent hunter's arms. I shuddered at the thought of what I would have done alone against Moon and his followers, or that I might have disrupted the government's investigation by making them come forward too soon. I'd known all along there were secrets in Jacob's eyes. I'd been right. But the night's events had left me disoriented. I couldn't reconcile the man who had pricked my finger with the blackberry thorn with this no-nonsense government agent. He'd helped his agents free Moon. They were none too gentle as they pulled the Reverend to his feet.
I hope we can talk sometime soon,
Jacob said as he left Moon to his people and stepped toward me. He also scanned my face intently, and I thought halfway lifted his hand toward my neck. Lou reflexively squeezed me closer, and he lowered it before I could be sure. He nodded, as if acknowledging Lou's concern, for now.
Right. I have work to do, Jacob said. The rescue squad is on the way. We'll leave Violet with you while we evaluate the situation with Hartwell.
I didn't know how to reply. The Wildwood had brought us together, but he'd been undercover all this time. Just as I was going to turn away, a 4-legged creature rushed from the Wildwood path. I recognized the fox, with its handsome white ruff and russet fur, and the brush of its flowing tail. It came to twine around Jacob's legs, and then sat beside him, straight and tall and watchful as ever. The fox looked directly at me.
I met Jacob's intense stare with a startled stare of my own. Suddenly, more puzzle pieces fell into place. The hiking stick, the orb full of electric emotion, the blackberry thorn, gathering, the fox watching over me? "His father was one of us," Granny said, as if Jacob wasn't right there listening to us. "I thought he was too. Then he went away with his mother, and I wasn't sure exactly where he stood when he returned." In spite of what we'd accomplished as a trio tonight, I still wasn't sure. He'd always seemed like he was more a part of the Wildwood than anyone else. But he'd kept so many secrets from me. From us. I squeezed Lou back, and I could feel support radiating from her in empathetic waves. Jacob's colleagues had Reverend Moon in handcuffs now. He glared toward me, but the blood on his forehead and around his eyes made his threatening expression more clown-like than monstrous. The fox stayed where the wild path ended when Jacob stepped into the backyard. In the chaotic aftermath of the confrontation, Jacob paused near me, and we stood quietly, face to face. "I see him all the time," I said, referring to the fox that suddenly leapt away from the path in a reddish flash that was quickly gone. "My father carved me a toy fox from the branch of a cedar tree when I was a toddler. Granny was the one who spoke the spell. It's one of my first memories," Jacob said. He kept his voice low, but Granny missed nothing in spite of her age. "I said a few words, but even as a baby that boy was connected to the Wildwood. It was his heart that created his fox familiar," Granny said. "It's always the heart." "A kestrel showed up at the shop," Lou said. "I thought he must be injured, but my grandmother knew he'd come for me." She gave me a parting hug before she went to help Granny with Violet. Charm had reclaimed his perch on my shoulder. Now he touched my flushed cheek with his pink nose, as if confirming what Granny had said. He had been meant for Sarah, but he had chosen me. Tiny, determined, ferocious. A kestrel for Lou, of course. Beautiful, fierce, protective. I'd seen the tiniest falcon swoop and soar over the treetops, just like Lou's voice. "Now you know why I couldn't resist the hiking stick," Jacob said. His lips tilted into a halfway smile that I'd seen before, but it was somehow different, more open, more real, not as much left to hide. "I need to help Granny with Violet," I said, unsure of how to proceed. Would he be leaving the mountain now that his work here was done? What about the Wildwood and Lou? And me? We'd exchanged gifts. Even though I was new to all this, I understood his acceptance of the carved stick meant more because he shared Granny's, our beliefs. Before I could turn away, or run away, Jacob had lifted his hand to take a stray curl from the side of my face into his fingers. He gently twirled it as if the chestnut lock was the most fascinating thing he'd ever seen. "There's someone in the sect settlement I think you're going to want to meet," he said softly. This time, there was no one around us to overhear. Granny and Lou had taken Violet back to the cabin. Tom had followed. The townsfolk had disappeared back that way as well. Deep down, I'd known. The Wildwood had been whispering this truth to me for a long time. Had Sarah known my biological mother was in Morgan's Gap? I thought maybe she had. That sending me here had been as much for my mother as for hers. "Granny said dark curls indicate Ross blood," I said. I looked up at the thick waves on top of Jacob Walker's head. They looked even darker in the amber light. "Old wives' tales," Jacob said, "diluted by 6 generations." "But the Wildwood knows," I said. The Wildwood had stood against Reverend Moon and Hartwell Morgan tonight. With our help. Jacob's and mine. We'd come back to the mountain. To work, to grieve, to reconnect with something we'd lost. Lou had been here all along, supporting her community with her musical gifts, more responsible than anyone but Granny for bringing all the artists and artisans together. The people who were most open to hearing the whispers from the world they drew inspiration from. "A trio," Jacob said. "We'll see," I replied. Our connection couldn't be denied anymore. It was there to tap into or not as I pleased. I wasn't irrevocably tied to anyone or anything. Wildwood magic, once you recognized it, was a choice. We could take it or leave it, day by day. Right now, I had a lot to process about this man who could very easily be a part of me, body and soul, if I allowed him to be. I finally turned, pulling my curl from his fingers, and he let it slip easily from his hand. Chapter 30. Hartwell Morgan wasn't dead. Although Violet had been covered in his blood, the head injury she'd given him with one of his high school football trophies hadn't killed him. She'd managed only to save herself from his fists and leave him unconscious on the floor of their ugly home. I thought of his life being spared as I packed my suitcase, knowing that some of his victims hadn't been so lucky. Violet hadn't wanted to return to her gilded cage, even with Hartwell in jail, so she moved in with Granny for the time being. Every bedroom in Granny's Queen Anne Victorian was full, including one made up as a nursery for Lorelei's baby. The brave sect girl was a huge help with Violet's recovery. The mayor's wife had suffered a sprained ankle and a broken nose, as well as a chipped tooth. But even bruised, she looked more beautiful than ever with her hair soft, wearing jeans, and singing Appalachian lullabies for the baby. With suitcase in hand, I paused in the doorway of the nursery and waved. Violet smiled. We'd already said our goodbyes. Fallout from the sect settlement raid and ongoing criminal investigations had rocked the town. Morgan's Gap was subdued as it headed into its usual Christmas festivities. There was no mayor to oversee the parade or the lighting of the tree, and all the local churches experienced a sudden diminished interest in their ladies' auxiliaries. More than one household on the mountain resumed the vintage tradition of carrying in a Yule log from the Wildwood to fill their hearth and home with warmth and connection around a blazing fire. I had been at Granny's for over 2 months to help out with Violet, Lorelei, and the baby, and to recover from my own injuries, but also because I was shaken by what we had done, by what the Wildwood had done, by the ugly confrontation in the woods and the not-so-ugly conversation with Jacob afterward. I wasn't ashamed to admit I seriously considered bugging out. Old habits die hard, and I'd run from relationships much less intimate than the ones I'd found in Morgan's Gap. It was a quiet evening in front of the fire with Lou and Jane that had made me realize I was changed. The harmonica player's reluctance to marry and move to the mountain had completely disappeared after the sect attack. Lou had carried her over the threshold of the shop only a week after. No officiant necessary beyond the music they made together. But Granny had helped me bake them an elderflower wedding cake. They'd eaten slices by firelight while I'd basked in the wonder of suddenly having 2 sisters, 3 mothers, a grandmother, and a town full of aunts and uncles. My suitcase was packed only for a return to the cabin and the winter work that waited for me there. I loved Granny's house and Morgan's Gap, but I missed the black locust trees and the wildwood path. I missed the forest stillness, and a certain quick fox I hadn't seen in a while. No one tried to stop me when I decided to go home. I loaded my basket with supplies and drove the old Chevy with practiced ease out of town. Smoke curled from the chimney when I rounded the last corner of the driveway. The weather forecast was calling for snow. The heavy, moist atmosphere caused the smoke to fall and linger around the metal roof,
rather than dissipate in the air. I parked the truck and carried several bags of groceries, my basket, and my overnight bag into the cabin. I wasn't afraid. The fire wasn't an intrusion. It was a welcome. I saw Tom's buck cross the backyard, and I knew Violet must have told Tom I was returning. The fire was just beginning to heat the house, and I was grateful for his help. Tom had been the one who had pulled the photograph box from the closet. He'd wanted me to know that Sarah was his daughter and that he was a friend. He hadn't understood I would be frightened by the arrangement of frames while I was gone. Violet had explained his reasoning to me. Tom could communicate better with her than with anyone else. He and Melody Ross had been in love, but his father wouldn't allow him to marry her. The morning she'd been killed, Tom had been badly injured by a sect man who'd been ordered to keep Hartwell's brother away. Hartwell had confessed to helping Moon murder Melody Ross, but he had drawn the line at murdering his own niece. It was Reverend Moon who had hunted Sarah and me down, and sect men who had run us off the road. I hadn't met the sect woman who had run away to give me a better life. Not yet. She was embroiled in the investigation process, and I wasn't sure how to introduce myself. It was enough, for now, to know she was alive and well and free. There would be time enough for a meeting, and to decide where we went from there. I was becoming used to the motherly women in my life. Sadie, Kara, and even Joyce mothered the entire town, but they seemed to especially relish that role with me. Maybe because I'd never known a mother's love. Once I had allowed it, they had swept into the vacuum with honey, harmony, and dandelion wine. I put the kettle on and prepared my mug for peppermint tea. I had dried numerous bundles of fragrant leaves from the bank of the creek near the Wildwood garden, so there would be plenty of my favorite brew to last through the winter. I still had a tin of valerian, too. Occasionally, I allowed myself to soothe nightmares away, but I was more rooted in the present now. More often than not, my dreams didn't disturb my rest. I retrieved the Ross remedy book from the Fox bag Sarah had given me. It was time. While I'd been in town, I'd ordered a fountain pen from a stationery shop in Charlottesville. I took it out now, along with the small bottle of greenish-brown ink and the refillable converter. The pen had been crafted out of cherry wood. I inserted the converter. Then I opened the bottle of ink. I carefully went through the motions of filling, wiping the nib, and putting the pen back together. Process was important. I'd learned that now. Mindful attention to details I would have skipped or rushed through back in my former life. To fully connect to Wildwood magic, you had to breathe, take your time, and appreciate. The weight of the pen was pleasant in my hand, a promise of the contributions I would make to the book that had helped to save my life. I placed the prepared pen beside the remedy book. Then I screwed the cap back on the bottle of ink and set it aside. I'd already chosen the place where I would add Charm's likeness to the book. There was a glaringly bare spot on the back of the blackberry preserves recipe. The first major task I'd accomplished, and my first taste of the Wildwood. I could still vividly recall the slightly sharp, woody, and rich taste of the plump berries. I'd practiced many sketches of Charm in pencil on scrap paper. I'd also practiced with the fountain pen, since it had been delivered. But the first line I scratched on the remedy book's page sounded loud and momentous. It also stood out from the other faded marks, in color and in freshness. I'd wanted that. The contributors to this book had mattered. Their individual efforts needed to be defined. Recognizing Melody Ross's drawings had helped me determine that Moon and Hartwell were more dangerous than we had realized. Since then, I'd asked Granny to help me identify some of the other Ross authors. I planned to add a descriptive key in the back of the book, identifying as many contributors as we could determine. I'd also spoken to Mildred Pierce about adding to the library. I wanted to add books on the Appalachian arts and crafts, the history of natural medicines,
granny doctors. She'd been clearing out some of the Morgan paraphernalia as we talked, and seemed very interested in what I had to say. Charm came to life beneath the gentle scratches of my nib. I drew him as I'd first seen him, on the windowsill in the moonlight, when the owl had hooted and I thought he was only a dream. The sketch was small. It nestled in the bottom right corner of the page, but it was the perfect size and shape for the outline of the window around him. There was also a fox on the page. Granny agreed that Sarah must have doodled the foxes. They were in the same style as her other drawings. She'd probably grown up seeing Jacob's fox in the Wildwood. It seemed to like to hang out near the Wildwood garden, much like Jacob Walker. I suspected Sarah must have known the fox was important, the same way she had always known where to find lost dogs in Richmond. When Charm was finished, I watched the ink lighten slightly as it dried. I was a part of the Ross Remedy book now. Forever. I already had some ideas to try in the spring, when the flowers started to bloom again. I would practice and perfect. I would trial out any recipe I came up with, as Granny would say, on the trio and Granny herself. It might be many seasons before I added my own concoction to the book, but I would. It was a goal I'd set for myself now that I was carrying on the Ross tradition. My most important goal was a big one, and it would take a long campaign of building enthusiasm in the Morgan's Gap community. I wanted to bring back the tradition of Apple Butter Day by next autumn. I'd been inspired by Lou's Market and Sarah's memories. There were a lot of churches to contact and the old cannery to revitalize, but I wasn't intimidated. I'd faced worse obstacles in my life and overcome. And for this project, I had my newfound wise woman family to back me up. I left the book open so the ink wouldn't smudge before it was fully dried. The kettle had been softly whistling for a while. I prepared my drink, then, using the Afghan as a shawl, I carried my steaming mug to the front porch. I wondered if Jacob's fox was too wild to seek shelter from the looming storm. Puffs of white from between my lips joined the peppermint-scented steam as I shamelessly watched for the fox. To no avail. Directly following the night we'd stood up to Reverend Moon, I had watched for Jacob every day. I expected him less frequently now. I couldn't help recalling the feel of his hot mouth on my finger, but that was a private weakness for no one else to see. I'd read too much into everything. I could blame only lack of practice and rusty social skills. Those were improving. From only Sarah, my family had grown by so many. Almost every person who had shown up that night to help us was part of my circle, as I was part of theirs. I finished my tea and went back into the cabin. The fire Tom had built in the wood stove had created a cozy haven from the temperature dropping outdoors. I rinsed my cup and went to the living room to warm my fingers. They still ached sometimes when I allowed them to get too cold. I'd watched for the fox for too long. Charm appeared on the front windowsill. He had ridden in the basket from town, but since we'd arrived, he'd been scarce, probably exploring the whole house to make sure not a dust mote was out of place. He watched through the window as if waiting for the snowflakes to begin to fall. The Jeep didn't take him by surprise. My fingers hadn't stopped hurting. They were still stiff when they reflexively clenched and I hissed at the pain. I tossed the Afghan on the chair and forced them to loosen by shaking them at my sides, while Jacob parked. He climbed out, but he didn't look toward the cabin. His eyes were directed at the Wildwood when he reached in the back seat and retrieved the cherry hiking stick. It was the first time I'd seen him use the gift. My chest tightened around my lungs, constricting my breath. Snow had begun to fall, but Jacob didn't come to the front door. I watched him slowly stroll around the side of the house, all strong, controlled grace, his eyes still on the trees. I went to the back door
and through the glass I saw him appear in the backyard at the same time the fox jogged from the Wildwood path. The snow had already lightly dusted the ground. It swirled around the fox's feet, disturbed by the swish of his tail. Jacob leaned to scratch the ruff of the fox's neck, and the quick creature paused long enough to allow it before he skipped away. Jacob straightened and met my eyes through the glass. He paused, much like the fox, and I looked my fill. He'd trimmed the messy waves of his hair, not short, but definitely shorter. His bangs no longer threatened to obscure his vision with every move of his head. His clothes were different, too. He wasn't in uniform, but he wore straight-legged jeans instead of hiking pants, and his shirt was more stylish, too. A button-up Oxford under a peacoat, both black, with the coat's lapel left open to the elements. Only his old boots were the same, trusty hikers that I'd been right to assume had been used to log a lot of miles on mountain trails. His pause ended as suddenly as the fox's had. He came toward the cabin, and I opened the door. Snow flurried in around me, melting kisses against my cheeks. "The first snow," he said. Flakes clung to his curls and to his collar. I invited him inside, resisting the urge to dust his shoulders. He stomped his boots and knocked the tip of his hiking stick on the stoop before he accepted my invitation. "Your fox is welcome to come inside, too," I said. Charm made a noise from the windowsill that was either affirmation or argument. I couldn't be sure. But it didn't matter, because Jacob leaned his hiking stick against the wall and shrugged out of his coat while shaking his head. "He won't come. Too wild. He'll curl up in a pine thicket with a friend, then come out and hunt in the drifts tomorrow morning." I went to the kitchen to reheat some water. Jacob moved to stand beside the wood stove. "I haven't seen you around." I prepared 2 mugs of peppermint tea this time, glad I'd purchased a set. My pulse was too quick, my words even quicker. The heat in my face wasn't caused by steam, but I hoped he wouldn't notice when I delivered his tea. "It's been a crazy time for us, wrapping up this case, tying down all the loose strings," he said. He took the tea from me, and I stepped back quickly because I'd accidentally leaned too close. "Am I a loose string?" I asked. I cradled my mug in my hands, appreciating the warmth of my fingers. Then I sipped, appreciating the distraction of having something to do even more. Jacob paused again. I saw his gaze drop to my neck. The bruises had faded. I was fine. Steam rose, but I wasn't even sure if he was breathing while he watched me, trying to figure out why he was here. "In a way, but not because of the case. My work has complicated things between us. I wanted to give you time to decide how you felt once you knew who I was and what I was about," he said. "Do I know? I'm not sure. I think at times you were more yourself with me than you were supposed to be. At other times, you were obviously working, digging for information, trying to keep your distance," I said. "And failing," Jacob reminded me wryly. Would I ever forget the shocked look on his face when he had taken my fingertip between his lips and licked the thorn prick? That hadn't been Federal Agent Walker. That had been Wildwood Jacob through and through. "Once you said, 'The Wildwood knows.' Do you really believe that?" Jacob asked. He had followed my retreat by 1 step. I had to tilt my chin to meet his eyes. I probably should have backed away, but I didn't. Beliefs are built over time, aren't they? I believed it when I said it. These last couple of months I've been living at Granny's, away from the Wildwood. I missed it. Felt like I needed to get back. Needed, not wanted. And then when I got here, I still wasn't satisfied. Like something was missing. I said. Beliefs were built over a lifetime. Trios were as well. Sadie, Kara, and Joyce had taken years to form the alliance of power they used to help the rest of us. Something told me my alliance with Jacob and Lou could become even more powerful if we allowed it.
Or like someone was missing?
Jacob said. Steam no longer rose from his cup. He leaned to set the cooled liquid aside on the coffee table. As he moved, he brushed me with his arm, and the scent of forest shadows and woodsy air teased my nose. I still clutched my cup to give me something to do. It took several tugs from Jacob before I realized he wanted me to release it. He set my cup beside his and then straightened to face me again. Somehow we were closer together still. I hadn't moved. My feet might as well have had roots anchoring me to the ground. Not because I didn't want to be closer, but because I didn't know how. In spite of having more loved ones in my life, I was still too used to standing alone.
I've known there was more to this world than most people understand before I could walk and talk. But I strongly believe in conscious decision. That day when I found you pruning the blackberry bushes, something came over me. Attraction, fascination, a connection I couldn't ignore. But I didn't mean to set something in motion that hadn't been mutually agreed upon, Jacob said. He took another step, and I still didn't back away. He'd given me plenty of time to move. He wasn't touching me in any way. I wanted the Wildwood to know you, to accept you. I won't lie about that. But...
You think the Wildwood influenced my attraction to you? I asked.
I tasted you that day. It wasn't planned, but that moment started something.
Jacob said. I choose my path. I always have. I always will, I said. He leaned forward. Maybe I whispered and he couldn't hear, or maybe he wanted to be closer. I was open to the experience, and it shook me, I won't deny it, but it didn't start anything between us that hadn't already started.
When I accepted the hiking stick, I knew it meant something more than you intended,
Jacob said. I could feel the soft air of his words teasing across my lips. You're wrong. Deep down, I knew, I said. And if the Wildwood is a matchmaker, I don't mind. The confession was the last bit of encouragement he needed. He had given me more time than necessary to allow me to run away. And I had proven I had no intention of going anywhere. He pressed his mouth against mine, and our lips opened, to merge, to taste, to remember the thrill of magic between us that had started even before the thorn prick and the first flick of his tongue. He tasted of peppermint, or we both did. I pressed into the solid, warm strength of him, and he wrapped his arms around me. Finally. As close as I'd always wanted to be, or almost. Heat rose as mint mingled, and our hands found their way under clothes. His bare skin was a revelation, all smooth and masculine, and vulnerable somehow in spite of his strength. From his murmurs of appreciation against my lips, and then my neck, and then more intimate places, he discovered revelations of his own. Much later, Jacob fished a photograph from the jeans he'd retrieved from the floor.
She wants to meet you, he said. I don't think there's any doubt from her past and her appearance, but she's agreed to any testing you might require if you want to be sure first.
I'd seen the woman in the photograph before, in my mirror every day, and in the photograph of the sect woman with the baby Tom had placed on the counter for me to find. I wrapped myself in the Afghan to go to the closet and retrieve the old photograph to compare the two, and to get a closer look at what I knew now to be a baby picture of myself. There wasn't much to see, The photograph was yellowed, and I was wrapped in a blanket. But even with her face turned away from the camera, the young woman looked so like me, I wondered if the only way I'd miss the resemblance was to refuse to see it. I don't want to put her through anything else. This is enough for me. I'd be happy to meet her, I said. But then I had to lean against Jacob when another horror occurred to me. Does she have any idea who my father is? Not Moon, Mel. She told me that. She was given to one of his closest acolytes, a sect man who died after being bitten by a copperhead about 5 years later, Jacob explained. Oh, thank God it wasn't Moon or Hartwell, I said. My whole body had collapsed from relief. Jacob held me, and I allowed myself to be held. There was a scratch at the back door. I was the one who stood to answer it. When I opened the door, the fox looked up at me. We stood like that until Jacob came to pull me back inside. I had started to shiver from the cold. The fox shook itself free of snow and followed us. Sarah had known. The fox had been in her life long before mine, but she'd shared her premonition when she'd given me the embroidered bag. She'd somehow known that the fox and I should be together. I dropped down and placed my hand on the fox's damp head. He didn't shy away from my touch. And Jacob closed the door. This has been a Hachette audio production of Wildwood Whispers, written by Willa Reece, read by Kamali Mentor, Andrew Cascino, and Grace Rolick. Executive producer, Michelle McGonigal. Directed by John Kovrek. Post-production by Mike Sandoval. Recorded at Literati Audio Studios. Wildwood Whispers is also available in print and digital formats from Red Hook, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2021 by Willa Reece. Audio production copyright 2021 Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this book without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the book, other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales is entirely coincidental.